Okay, so last week we opened with Ash and Julius having breakfast with the family as well as Lorelei and Gondar. It was a pretty pleasant morning in which we had a nice discussion. Um, we then came to find out we were going camping with Hunk later on in the day, so they went out to get all the supplies. Uh, Suletta was there as well. She ended up agreeing to go with them, despite being quite cold to Ash and Julius at this point. While going around getting supplies, they had a nice discussion with our friend Tommy. He wants them to come down and see the restaurant, as well as continue discussions with playing a movie role. He also said he would guaranteed get tickets for them, should, one, they act in his movie, and two, Davine go on a date with him. After all of their gaining of supplies, they went down and had a nice day camping, a good discussion with Suletta, and watched Malkiana Jones in The Last Crusade. The movie debut of Julius in his starring role as Malcolm Chance for 80% of the movie. I believe that's everything, right?
Yep, that's everything. So it's Monday afternoon. It's like almost coming up on noon. Julius is cooking lunch, whatever he'd like to cook. You guys are back from the camping trip. Your long weekend's over. Julius is cooking whatever he likes. I'll put him right here. Memory Ann's staying with you guys now. Got Suletta to warm up to you. So the kid's staying here instead of having to send her to daycare. She should be with her family. Icy's reading a book. Davine and Hunk working out. I don't know why there was two Roccos, but not anymore. Commander Integra has baby Leslie. Take it away.
Well, everything seems to be going well today.
You sound surprised?
Let's be honest, even when things are going well, they haven't been for the last couple years.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, true, but it's going well now.
Icy speaks up. Well, it won't be going well very soon. You start your training with Commander Jiren today. And she looks blankly at you guys.
Gonna look down at his hands and just close them? No. It'll be hard, but that is things going well.
She nods her head with a smile.
I know for damn sure he and you aren't gonna take it easy on us, which is what we need.
Commander Integra puts up a finger. It was a lovely way to spend your final weekend before beginning training with Jiren. I quite enjoyed the camper trip. We should do it more often! She looks at Anne.
I did too. It was nice. I don't know. Even if we are going down to watch, looks over at the posters, him getting out of these stuffy stations and into nature with a family for an evening is wonderful.
You see Saris has a huge, multiple plastic DVD containers, the circular ones that you set the DVDs in from the top. And there's a thing in the middle that holds them, the circle in the middle of the DVD. Saris is going through them all. Yeah, we have a lot of content to watch as she holds up Jurassic Galaxy. Agent O's wrote in marker, on the DVD.
Oh, gods. You know, some of those we didn't even know that he was filming us.
Sasha looks at you guys blankly.
Yeah, with the whole Jurassic Galaxy one, it's all like found footage from a Curious, a Healbot we had, and another drone that one of our party members used.
He also bought some rather expensive camera drones. Very small, probably only the size of a medium, an insect, a fly. They were very expensive and probably had been used for espionage. Yeah, he bought them and used them to film.
Jennifer, what's the plot of Jurassic Galaxy?
Without getting into it, the plot was meant to be a hunting documentary to impress Davine.
Oh.
Well, we went to a planet that had a Max Tech facility on it with dinosaurs being grown. Looks over at Commander Integra. I'm sure you remember something similar happening years ago with us.
You see her nod her head and she blinks. Was it only raptors this time?
Well, he assured us it was, herbivores only. But, one, I told him that's idiotic and nobody would do that, and two, it wasn't. I believe we saw raptors, a few other smaller carnivorous species, and, oh yes, tyrannosaurs.
The cigarette Icy has hanging out of her mouth falls into her lap. She has, ow! Picks it up, puts it back in her mouth. Tyrannosaur?
Tyrannosaurus Rex, king of the tyrant lizards. Yes, that one. Made sure to look that up and to make sure once we got back to the Majestic.
Sasha, did you end up killing a T-Rex?
No, we didn't. Mostly because he made me leave all but my pistol. Ravage. I wasn't allowed to bring Valor or rifles or any of the rocket launchers, just the revolver. That's all I was allowed to bring on to the expedition because he wanted to impress Davine by killing a Triceratops, a buck only.
Commander Integra smiles at Julius. You are quite handsome in Malkiana Jones. I can't wait to see you in Jurassic Galaxy.
Julius looks up at her and shrugs. And to be honest, I don't even remember half of it.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, I would not. A lot of morphine that day.
Mm-hmm. Do you still have the scar from what Eloquin had to do to set that spiral fracture?
Yeah, it's on the other leg. Not the one that I broke recently.
Yeesh. At least you got a matching pair now.
Funny, Ash.
For those of you who are wondering, Julius got bitten by a T-Rex.
Everybody's eyes wide. Bitten?
Yeah, it's in my leg.
How did it not eat you?
I couldn't tell you honestly.
We're not
It
sure.
Yeah, it just sort of bit me and then threw me away.
Best guess is the old chap's heart just wasn't in it that day.
Pequod coming in, holding memory in. You know, I think I've seen a clip from that movie. Here, Ash. And she hands her off to you. I saw a clip of Avine in the back of a Jeep, like, screaming for her life. And it kind of looked like it was very quick. It was only a 5-second clip, but it looked like Malcolm, maybe? Some super old guy driving the Jeep.
Julius's eyes start to widen a bit. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was the one time I've ever seen my mom scared.
I wouldn't really know about that one. I haven't seen the footage, but while that was going on, I was stuck carrying Snarf and Rolly through the island, trying to get back to the main building.
Commander Integra puts her hand up. Though I'm a civilian now, I still have many friends in SIS. Back from my youth when I worked for SIS exclusively. Apparently Malcolm is a rather big star on the frontier in some portions of the universe.
Oh, really?
There are many colonies that await the MWF's return to this day, and she smiled.
Well, they'll be very disappointed.
He was quite the star. Some of these movies would air in theaters on these independent colonies.
That would explain how he managed to get quite so much money in play.
Icy speaks up. Yeah, he's becoming quite the star around EarthGov. At least the laughing stock of EarthGov.
Well, he wanted to be famous. We're making him infamous.
Saris, what was the impetus of wanting to be famous? I get wanting to be famous to an extent, but military people for the most part don't. And Commander Integra, I'd imagine to impress Julius's biological mother. And scratching her chin.
Yep.
Pretty much the same reason he, If you want to get a good understanding of it, there was an instance where Davine and I were just talking. Meeting my best friend brother's mother. for the first time, I was discussing stuff with her. The concept of martial arts came up, and I mentioned that while I'm not trained in more of the Eastern ones, I have a limited amount of boxing training. She nodded her head, mentioned that I didn't seem the type, but that she was happy that I learned some more practical fighting styles. Malcolm heard that, claimed to be a 10-time Golden Gloves boxer and 15-time heavyweight champion, and challenged me to a boxing match.
Everybody starts laughing. You see Saris, wait a minute, she's fingering through some of the DVDs. Melky Balboa?
Yes, Malky Balboa. Malky Balboa was a movie he had us make after the boxing match happened, which does exist on footage somewhere. He filmed it, and I'm pretty sure he broadcast it. But it was an old, at this point, wizard with little to no boxing experience against me, who has some level of training. I knocked him out. It really didn't take much.
Icy looks over at you. How many punches?
If we're being in all honesty, probably 10, but 8 of them were body shots, because I didn't want to kill him.
Jennifer's hands hit the table. I want to see this!
I mean, it's probably on here somewhere, and he's gonna start searching through his wrist computer trying to find it.
Pequod looks at Julius, opens her mouth, and points with a finger.
Yeah? He'll take some food and bring it over to her.
She starts eating. Thank you.
Ah, here it is. And it cuts to... the footage is of what looks to be a warehouse on an independent colony. And standing in the middle of the makeshift boxing ring is Gurok. And he goes, "Hey, man, let's get ready to rumble. This is Malcolm versus Ash." The match starts, and Malcolm is just yelling obscenities at Ash. "Ash, I'm gonna kill you." Noticeably not wearing a mouth guard. "You fucking idiot, you're not gonna survive this." Ash, standing in a fighting stance, just walking up at him. Malcolm just all swing into a right hook wildly, and Ash just steps backward and just punches him in the chest like 3 times, pushing him into the corner.
Do the Malcolm scream. There you go.
No! No! Ash, stop it! Malcolm actually shoves Ash back. "Stop it! You're not supposed to do that." Ash, looking rather not having a good time, punches him in the side again. Malcolm doubles over, and Ash just punches him in the face twice before Malcolm falls over and decidedly does not answer the count of 10.
Sasha, once again, you look like you were enjoying yourself once again.
I was. This was early enough in the trip that I didn't want to kill him yet.
Everybody laugh.
So because he lost, he decided he needed to make it where he won. So he found an old movie from the 20th century called Rocky, watched it, and decided he was going to make the movie where he's the hero.
Wait a minute, I've seen the movie, Sarah speaks up. Don't tell me Davine plays Adrian.
Davine plays Adrian, and it's very similar to the plot of Rocky, including the fact that Rocky doesn't win.
Everybody looks confused.
You see, he watched the movie and didn't realize that Rocky lost the fight. And then, but the celebration where they pick him up and celebrate, they celebrate as if he'd won the fight. The movie treats it as if he was victorious, despite losing the match. His movie treats it that way.
Sarah starts thumbing through Melky Balboa 2, 3, 4. Jesus, what did you guys do? Did you ever go on any actual mission?
Yes, but let's just say that you know how councils only spend a very small fraction of their time, or strike squads, I should say, only spend a very small fraction of their time on actual missions normally?
Correct, Icy speaks up.
This is what we were doing every other minute that we weren't on a mission. Now think of how much less often we probably got missions because we were out of relay range for most of that period.
And when you weren't doing these things, you were locked on the ship. Icy speaks up.
Locked on the ship. On rare occasions, allowed to go on very isolated colonies to obtain things for Malcolm, although that was typically reserved for Julius and Denaria. But yeah.
Pequod eating, looking up at Julius. Denaria was the one who had the random accents.
Yeah, our ranger.
Poor lady.
Yeah, nice girl. I don't think she really was qualified to be on a strike squad, but nice girl. Didn't deserve what she got.
Commander Integra stroking her chin. Apparently Malcolm handpicked her.
Makes sense. Young girl. Pretty. Decently skilled, but someone who would easily just bend to whatever he wanted and follow orders. Makes sense.
Snarf goes into the gym, comes up to Davine. You have a minute, Davine?
Yes, I do, as she releases an armbar off of Hunk.
Hunk shaking off the pain, looking at Snarf. Snarf, your rig's complete, and he gives Davine a thumbs up.
Oh, really? She takes a step forward and gets down to his level, and she takes his face and gives him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you very much.
So, Snarf, you see hearts popping up above the top of his head. Oh, anything for you, Davina. Anything for you.
Thank you, Hunk. Now, may I get back to training? I'm sorry. Thank you, Snuff. May I get back to training Hunk now?
Oh, I understand, Davine. It's getting hot in here. He's wafting air in front of his face. Yes, back to training. Just wanted to... he kind of staggers out, drunk with love. Back to the table. Hunk, Davine, 1 second. I need to talk to the armory master. And Hunk walks out of the room. And in here, and he comes in and he points at Ash. Ash, do you have a second?
Of course, what's going on?
I need an MP5. And he's like, making it as if, gesturing as if he's holding one. I want an MP5. Phased, preferably. Collapsible stock. Not a full stock, collapsible stock. So, and if you can, a hair trigger and a navy trigger grouping.
Okay. Hair-triggered, phased MP5 with a collapsible stock.
Hair trigger, navy trigger grouping as well. He points at you. All that means is it has full auto, single shot, and burst capability.
Understood.
And he scratches the chin of his gas mask. That's about it in terms of, since we're going to be seeing action pretty soon, that's my only request. If you can, an ACOG site for it.
Yes, I'll look into that.
Thank you. Back to hell. And he walks into the gym with Davey.
Suppose I can go see if some of our old friends have something like that available.
Saris, MP5s are still around today. A long time ago, they were like Commander Integra cuts her off. The quintessential anti-terrorist weapon, if you will. Finding a phased one, however, will not be easy. They're notoriously difficult to phase. You may have to find a regular one and then have somebody phase it for you.
Okay. Well, I could talk to our friends up in logistics with the Spartans. And I could talk to either Hamer or Maine. They may be able to get me on the trail of one as well.
Icy nods. Anything you guys need to do on Gateway today, do today. Because we're going to be training with Jiren. We're not going to be coming back to Gateway for weekends and stuff like that, unless there's an absolute emergency. Pequod looks up at Julius. Icy, You're going to be training in Leslie's old training grounds. Big surprise. The bunker's already de-thawed. You're going to be basically living there. The girls will come down when they can. And she smiles and goes back to reading her book.
Sounds like the headhunter days, doesn't it?
Commander Integra smiles. The good days.
Yeah. We'll make new good days.
Sasha, what's on the agenda for Oh, right. We gotta go to Tommy's restaurant.
Right, and we're rapidly approaching giving a statement to EarthGov.
Commander Integra smiles at Julius. Well, the camera does love him. And points at him. You have your statements prepared.
Yes, ma'am.
Best that I can. It's not exactly easy.
I'm sure you'll do fine, both of you. Pequod smiling at Julius. The camera does really love him. And she has pictures of Melkiana Jones, Julius, on her wrist computer's lock screen.
Julius gives her a kiss. Alright, if we need to do stuff here, I should probably get on making those serums for the dark guns.
Aye. I'll see if I can find Hunk's MP5 before we leave.
I see, yeah, you can put in the work order with the Rangers or whoever you find, and it'll be done and delivered here. As she says that, Towns is right here at the door, and he knocks on the side of the door. Can I come in?
Come on in.
He comes in. Training with Jiren soon, points at Julius, points at Ash. From our limited understanding, General Lorelei still has your shooter, right, Ash?
My pistol? Yeah.
Well, compliments of SIS, he brandishes a small briefcase. A shooter of your caliber puts the briefcase down. I can't open it. You have to put your ungloved hand on the top. It's coded to your palm print only.
He's going to take the glove off, put it on.
And out is, it's a very small... There you go. For9 is a Beretta PX4 Storm, but it should say custom as well. It's charged. He points down to it. This is favored amongst SIS agents. Agent O figured you'd need a shooter. A more versatile handgun doesn't hit as hard as you're used to, but I think you'll definitely be able to use it.
I believe so, thank you.
Don't thank me, thank Agent O and Lanaya next time you see them. By the way, he looks over at Julius. They want you guys to report to SIS Command in 2 hours sharp before you give your briefing or something like that.
Yes, yes.
I'm not sure the details. I have to jet, but anyway, this is a nice gun. And also, it comes with this, and he pulls out, it wouldn't fit in the case, a silencer.
Thank you.
Now that's a large hush puppy. This thing will make literally no sound. So,
Good. Good. I need...
pistol holds 10 rounds.
Okay.
9mm should be easy to come by. I'll see you guys soon. And he walks out of the room as Icy watches him. And why does he have better armor than Hunk?
SIS?
SIS. Especially because he's probably Agent O's new favorite.
Commander Integra, he doesn't cause Agent O headaches, unlike you two. She starts chuckling.
No, it's not us causing him headaches, it's Malcolm.
Have you noticed his hairline is graying?
Yes, I have.
I knew Agent O when he was a young man. Now his beard is salt and pepper. She starts laughing. The Malcolm crisis, that poor man.
Oh, maybe taking that uniform cursed more than just Malcolm.
Towns comes right back into the door one more time. By the way, you guys know there's like 60 bouquets of flowers here in the lobby, right?
What?
And he's pointing out here. Pequod's eyes light up. Like big. Julius! You shouldn't have! Pregnant Pequod waddling her way out. Saris, Ash! Ash, you shouldn't have! Starts waddling, or walking, excuse me, out.
Did you?
Did you?
Icy looks around, huh? Comes up again.
Oh no. Walks out.
Sasha, Jennifer, Commander Integra holding baby Leslie. Well, Ash, what a beautiful gesture. I always knew you would be a good husband, regardless of what I said when I was crazed.
Yeah.
You see Towns bend over, pull off one of the little pieces of paper, and Sasha comes up to him, and Towns, huh? And hands it to Sasha, and Sasha starts cackling as Pequod is just, eyes sparkling. Julius comes up, gives him a big hug, and Towns, I'm getting out of here, disappears.
Walks up and reads it.
Sasha, cackling, points at Saris as Saris is coming up behind Ash to give him a big hug. Points at Pequod, wrong and wrong. Points to Commander Integra, wrong, as Mercurius picks up. Oh, I gotta get him, hang on. There's a lot of them.
I have a feeling I know where these are from.
Sasha, apparently these are from Tommy Wiseau to be sent to Devin Rainfall. Trying to imitate Tommy's voice. Icy starts laughing. Pequod goes from super happy to you just see her gritting her teeth up at Julius. And Saris steps back, crosses her arms, and stares at Ash.
Yeah.
Commander Integra, well, it is a nice gesture. And Icy, oh, I'm not telling Davine about that.
Neither am I. This is a bit too Malcolm of a gesture for my taste.
They are nice flowers. Jennifer comes up. Pequod hits Julius in the chest with a closed fist.
Very Malcolm gesture. As he walks up and picks up one of the bouquets.
Pequod, Julius, I pushed out your child for you, and I'm bearing a child right now. The least you could do is get me some flour. Saris, at least Tommy's thoughtful and glares at Ash.
Right.
Who cares if it's Malcolm-ish? If Malcolm and her never interacted, you wouldn't have that opinion. At least it's thoughtful.
It is thoughtful, but looks at her. You're telling me, even with the relationship we have, you wouldn't be in the slightest bit uneasy if I sent you, count as a quick count, what is this? 25 bouquets of flowers all at once?
Sarah shrugs. I would think it's a nice gesture. Especially on Valentine's Day or our anniversary. And Pequod, husbands, boyfriends typically buy things for their girlfriends.
Yes.
Especially those of us who have bore children. She speaks up, yelling at Julius.
Alright, yeah, I'll buy you flowers instead of an Escalade. How about that?
Pequod glares at Julius. How about both? I'm General Rico's fucking daughter, dumbass.
Yeah, maybe. Alright,
Maybe.
I'm gonna go get my mother.
I see. Yeah, so, what the fuck are we gonna do with all these? Jennifer picks one up and, well, I'll keep one. It'll look good in the armory, and takes it away.
Put him around the apartment, I suppose.
Icy shrugs. Can't we just airlock them? Isn't that the Malcolm thing to do? She's looking at all of them.
It would be.
Pequod, did Malcolm ever buy Davian flowers?
Yes. Although, you just get her random flowers, never really anything significant or something she liked. Just different flowers, different places. The worst one was him putting a bunch of roses in her bed and then covering them with a sheet so that, well, when she lay down that night, yeah, that wasn't fun.
You see Sasha picks one up. These are from 1-800-Flowers.com. He got them delivered from Earth to get... How much money does this guy have?
Well, multi-millionaire. I think they said something about over $50 million.
How does a man like that looks like that have that much money?
I have no idea. Charismatic and failing upwards, I suppose?
Perhaps. As Hunk looks at Julius, what's up?
Mom, you need to come out here. Why? Did something happen? No, it's, you're just gonna want to come out here. Come on. As he walks out of the room, and Davine looks up at Hunk. Should I be scared?
Hunk, I don't know. Let me go first. He puts his arm out, and Davine sees Hunk just blankly staring into the lobby. What the hell are all these flowers doing here?
Oh. She walks out into the lobby. Flowers, eh? For who?
Pequod Davine Rainfall, not Patricia Rico.
Hmm. From who?
I see Tommy Wazzle. Says here, make sure come to restaurant today.
She looks back at Julius with a look of, do I really have to? Julius nods. Alright. Yes. I'm gonna go punch a punching bag for a little bit. Do with the flowers what you will.
Hunk, hands on his hips. All the freaks and geeks like you, don't they, Davey?
Much to my chagrin.
Icy looks at Pequod. Do you want to keep one? Pequod, they're not for me. Saris, I no. And just storms off, ignoring Ash.
Right.
And Pequod storms off, ignoring Julius. Yeah, maybe you'll buy me an Escalade. Right. Walks away. Hunk, why don't we just put him in the airlock where the Nova is, open the shield, and Icy. Yeah, Mercurius and I will, start doing that. And Mercurius and Icy begin disposing of Tommy's gift to Davey. And Sasha, yeah, well, we could keep one more. We'll keep it somewhere down here, maybe in the kitchen as a reminder, and puts it here.
Fun.
You see Mercurius slowly getting rid of them all. He doesn't even look like he's having a good time.
Alright. Cool. Oh, God.
Commander Integra walks here. Flowers are a nice gesture.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, they are.
Considering the fact you were gone for so long, looks over at Ash, and some of us thought you were cheating on our respective daughters. Perhaps you should look into getting your girlfriends and or wives, she puts out her hand, gifts, instead of acting this way when they're surprised they didn't get the gift. You dumbasses. And she walks off
No, he's
with
right.
baby Leslie.
No, she's right. Oh, gods.
Hunk looking around. Oh, God. He's even picking some up, helping get rid of them. Flowers are one thing, but this many flowers, jeez. Tommy must really like Davey.
Yeah, that seems like a pattern when people meet her, huh, Julius?
Mm-hmm.
Icy shrugs. It's not her fault she's attractive.
Mm-hmm.
Looks good. Icy looks around. Right, looks like the Malcolm Hall of Fame again. Great, and walks off. Hunk looks around. So you're gonna be, training with Jiren, and you're gonna be away from your girlfriends, and they probably assumed, you got them these, and now they seem angry at you. So instead of being two depressed idiots that say things like maybe, he walks up, BAM! A punch right in Julius's gut. Learn to be a boyfriend, moron. There's some advice from Daddy, huh? As you're bent over, holding your stomach.
Yeah. Deserve that, Dad. Thank you.
Yeah, and you deserve this. Boom! Punch right into Ash's stomach. There you go. Of course you're gonna say you know better, blah blah blah, you and your moral high horse. Get the fuck over yourself, dumbass. And he walks off.
Yeah. Okay.
As he's walking off, get used to it. I'll be sure to tell Jared about this one. And he walks into the armor.
He's in a good mood.
Yeah, he's training with my mom. What else would you expect? Alright.
Yeah.
Mercurius turns to you guys, opens the wrist computer to 1-800-Flowers.com, and gestures with his hand.
Already was planning that. He's gonna order Sarah's a big bouquet of roses.
Walks up to Julius, gestures with his hand.
Thank you, Mercurius.
Put on the card, sorry for being an idiot. Love you.
Julius orders same and puts on the cart, and he buys like 3 bouquets of flowers and says, I will figure out a way to buy you an Escalade, dear. I apologize.
Mercurius puts up his hand. You see the eye on his head glow. He types in Escalade.com and pulls up the website for you.
I can't afford that right now. I'll have to figure something out.
He nods and walks off. Icy's gonna come out one more time. We'll meet you guys at Tommy's restaurant. Call us when you're going down.
Yeah.
Good luck. And she walks off. Back into the kitchen. And you hear angry Pequod huffing and puffing.
Right, I have to get some more gifts for them when we're down on Gateway getting our last things tied up.
I don't. I was planning on getting her a wedding ring when we went down to Earth again, but maybe I'll just find one here.
We can try.
Yeah, maybe. Alright. I have to go get supplies to get the alchemy stuff anyway.
They should have sent the supplies up for us, shouldn't they?
Oh, did they?
Yes, they did.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Ding! General Rico walks in. Oh, hey! And he's cleaning off his uniform. Puts his finger up. You guys ready? In a few hours, and comes up to you, puts his hand on Ash's shoulder. You okay? Your breathing is labored because Hunk planted a big punch in your stomach.
Tough love from Hunk, sir. I'm still, getting used to the swing of things and debatably making mistakes as boyfriends.
Oh, do tell. We all make them. How you doing, Julius? Comes up, puts his hands on both your shoulders, shakes your body, lets you go.
Got upstaged by Tommy Wiseau by not getting gifts for Davine and Sarah, or Pequod and Sarah's gods. Oh boy.
He looks at both of you. Oh! You know, we thought he was a UIR spy, and he points at you. That's why I attached Rob. I believe you have some rapport from your headhunter days.
Yes, and I can't blame you for that. He seems to be inexplicably good at worming his way into places.
We checked him out. He's clean, but your buddy Rob had a rough one on Raven Rock, so guarding a restaurant, I mean, can't ask for an easier job.
No, and on Gateway too. Beautiful place to be.
Did that agent bring you your handgun? You were supposed to get a gift from SIS.
Yes, he did. It'll do wonderfully.
Good. You need a shooter. You're going to be training starting today. All I ask is the two of you apply yourself, 110% effort. Listen, he steps back, puts his hand on his hips, and then looks down at this. Why the fuck is this here? Why the fuck is this here? What the fuck is this doing here?
Pequod. Your dog likes to display them.
I assume he's looking around. I assume you procured these for my daughter. And he points at Julie.
Julius nods. With the help of SIS, of course.
Well, you're a good husband. Come here, son. Son-in-law. He gives Julius a hug, pats you on the back, lets you go. It's gonna be hard. You guys haven't worked like this in a while. Probably since, hell, how long's it been since you even started training with old lad?
7 years?
Well, it's gonna be rough. First couple weeks, gonna feel like hell. But, just like back in the day, once you get over the first couple weeks, or the hump as we like to say, it's gonna be smooth sailing. If you don't mind, I have some questions. Do we have any leads on Major Leslie's? Because I have this, and he holds out a major insignia, and here, Julius, give that back to her if you ever find her.
Well,
Yes, we do have a lead, sir.
And what's the lead, boys?
Commander Jiren.
Yep. In
Oh.
a video that she sent to Soletta, there were younger people that looked as if they were from Jaren's race running around in the background, so that's the best lead we have.
Other than that, it's General Lorelei trying to locate her through magical means, which, you know, Mom, good luck, even for someone of the General's stature.
Okay. Well, just be upfront with Jared. Ask him straight up. Don't try to. Let's not have a repeat of me ruining things as he's fixing his neck collar again. Let's not piss off another very powerful individual. You see him sweating?
I have no intention on that, and,
I am sorry about that, Ash, as he puts his hand out to.
He's gonna shake it. It's alright, sir. And to an extent, I needed it to happen.
As he is, pulling his hand back, the bouquet that Sasha took comes flying out past him. He has to duck, and you just catch a sight of Pequod. Get that fucking out of here! And she goes back in the kitchen. He looks at the bouquet back at her. What the fuck?
Like we said, our
Then-
girlfriends are angry and we made mistakes.
That's a nice damn bouquet. He walks up towards it, picks it up. Oh, from Tommy Wiseau, right. Fix this up, and you see him start fixing it with his hands, trying to salvage what's left of the flour. I'm gonna give this to my wife. He takes off the sticker for Tommy.
Here, if you want to do that, he's gonna point towards the room where the airlock is. Grab one from there. It's less fucked up.
Oh, good. I'll just pitch this one there. Before I do that, any leads on getting Blaze back up and running? Finding this guy, whoever it is. This is not just for Blaze. It can extend the lifespans of every Phase 1 left in EarthGov. And the ones outside of EarthGov, if they so choose.
See Ash thinking, I believe we had the name of the man and that we know he was working with the UIR, but I don't know if we've gotten any closer as of yet. O hasn't really had much of a chance to help us with that, considering, well, you know.
Right, yeah. It's not just me breathing down his goddamn neck.
Mm-hmm. We gotta buy him a damn nice bottle of alcohol to thank him after this.
Give me 1 second. You see him walk to the kitchen, and you hear Pequod scream, "Get out!" at the top of her lung. He comes back out here. What the fuck? He has the bouquet still. I ain't going upstairs. I'll just take this one.
Fair
Just wanted to see my daughter.
Yeah, you know how I love her to death. Family, but gods, is she scary when she gets mad.
He shrugs. Well, you're gonna be away from them for a while. You're gonna be training down on Earth. He props up the bouquet. I assume they thought this was for them, and yeah, shit happens. Trust me. He shakes his.
It does. And, when it rains, it pours.
Oh, ain't that the truth? Meet me in my office in 3 hours. Give your debriefing. Anything you have to do here on Gateway, do now, today. Get it done, because you ain't coming back here for at least 2 months.
Understood.
Good luck, boys. I'll see you in a few hours. He punches Julius on the shoulder and takes the crappy bouquet and disappears.
Let's beat a hasty retreat down to get gifts and prepare before they find us and rip our heads off, eh?
That's the smartest thing you've ever said, Ash.
You hear Pequod, maybe he'll buy me an Escalade. Maybe I'll have General Lorelei discharge him.
Yeah. Alright, yep.
We are not good at these things, are we?
Never were.
And you're on Gateway. Your tokens should be right here. Another wonderful day, as per usual.
First things first, he's gonna walk up to a guard. Is there anywhere where I can find, like, a gift store? Stuffed animals, that type of thing?
He looks up at you. Yeah, you want, like, stuff for children?
More a girlfriend.
Oh, yeah, of course, sir. No problem. I can point you in the direction.
If you
Right here.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
You can get, teddy bears, anything you like from there, stuffed animals. It's mostly for kids, but yeah, kind of same difference.
Right. Thank you very much.
No problem, buddy.
Alright. He's gonna start walking off that way.
As you're walking by, you see this guard watching the. You can do the clip. Davine wasn't experimenting on them, right?
Well, Davine wasn't the one who experimented on them, right?
This guard's chuckling. You hear other people watching clips around. Go wherever you guys want to go.
Oh, joy. Up here.
Alright. Where's Julius headed?
He's gonna walk up to the guard.
Looks up at you. Yeah?
Hi, is there a jewelry store around?
Jewelry store?
Yeah,
What kind of jewelry are you looking for?
rings, mainly.
You looking for, like, expensive stuff?
Expensive enough to make a good engagement ring.
He shrugs. Maybe on one of the lower rings up here, no. I mean, if you want something, very significant, probably Earthside.
Alright, yeah, thank you.
No problem, but if you're in the same boat as that poor sob that just asked me where the gift store was, gift store's that away, and he pings it on your computer.
That's as good as it's gonna get for now. Thank you.
No problem.
Gonna walk in and take a look around looking for a...
Oh my god, I pinged the wrong fucking room, I'm sorry. It's this one.
Oh.
You should see two familiar faces that own this store now. They notice you.
Well. If this isn't a coincidence.
It's the orc woman and the elf woman that you rescued on, like, your second or third mission from the wizard's vault. When you were working for Agent O for, I believe, the first time?
Oh my. Well, it's a pleasure to see both of you.
They look up at you. Mimosa, the orc woman. You two! Points. You look different. She comes up to Julius, looks you up and down. Scrawnier.
Yeah.
Yes, scrawnier.
Things on that ship went quite downhill after you got off.
The elf woman speaks up. Her name was Elizabeth. Well, we got off pretty early. We've seen clips. You see the chainsaw clip playing in the background. You don't have to reenact it. She points to it. Things did get crazy, huh?
Yes, and that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Oh, I bet. We've seen the wrestling videos. Mimosa speaks up. Melchiana Jones is premiering in theaters next month. Smiles at Julian.
Can't wait.
Are you guys getting any royalties off those movies?
Not a clue.
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. Well, besides coming to see us again, what are you doing here?
We're actually looking to get gifts for our respective significant others.
Oh, okay. Elizabeth speaks up. You're married to General Rico's daughter, from my understanding.
Julius nods.
Well, what would you like? This is it's more of a gift store. Stuff, like tourist attraction gifts, if you will. Soldiers can buy stuff for their significant others or family and send it back Earthside. But we do have some stuffed animals, a very small selection of perfume. Nothing expensive. We're just getting started here. Opened up just a few months ago, but I don't know, how deep shit are you guys in?
So you know where the core of the Earth is?
They start laughing.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm thinking, do we have something like a locket?
A locket like you'd wear around your neck, or...
I'm thinking like a bracelet, actually.
Yes, we do have a very small, Elizabeth puts up her hand, very small jewelry selection. This is not, she brandishes the case back here, not super expensive stuff, but again, it's the thought that counts, at least I think.
I'd hope so. I'd like to get one that's a bracelet, and if you have a stuffed bat.
Stuffed bat? Yeah, we do. Mimosa goes and grabs one, hands it to you.
Okay, can I get this and the locket?
Yes. And they start bagging it for you. And this purchase is on the house.
Thank
Just
you.
for helping getting us out of the shit we were in a long time ago.
Thank you, and happy to have been of help. I'd say it's one of the best things we did while we were on that godforsaken ship.
You see Mimosa holding up the locket. Locket, you say? She's holding it up and looking at Julius.
Yes, a locket.
Did you want the locket? She puts it in her hand and gestures it towards you. Were you looking for a locket for someone?
Yes, I was. I was, actually, yes.
She opens it up. You can fit a small picture in here. Would this do?
Yes, that will do.
She hands it to you, puts it in your hand, closes your hand. What else can we get for you to smooth things over?
Hmm.
I was thinking some, like, children's clothes, if you have them, and, things to make her life easier. I don't really know.
You sound nervous.
I am extremely nervous. I am very scared right now. I don't know why. My wife can scare me a lot.
Good wife can't scare her husband. Mimosa smiles. We don't really have children's clothing. We have this foot massage machine. And she lifts up the box.
Oh my god. Yes. Yes.
Look, you even put water in it, and it heats up the water. It's like a mini spa, basically.
That. Yes, please. That.
She hands you the box.
Okay. For me, do you have, mascara and, perfume?
Perfume selection, very limited. Pick what you like. Mascara, we have a lot of. And she gestures behind the counter, opens the counter. Pick what you like.
He's gonna pick out a rose-scented perfume and Ceres's preferred shade of mascara.
Commander Integra comes up on your wrist computers. You see her with a shocked expression on her face. Oh! She ducks. You see a can of soda go flying over her head. Good God! You see her run out of the kitchen. She has baby Leslie in her arms. Do you remember those sodas Patricia used to like? The Japanese! As she ducks again.
Yes?
She's not happy with the soda selection, boys. Perhaps find something she used to like to drink! Oh, Jesus! Mercurius, get in front of me! She disappeared.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna find that, but we probably should.
The girls here look at you and shrug. Ask around. You got friends? Be friends with? And she gestures next door. Do you know that guy? Bounty Hunter King guy?
Gonda, yeah, we have a good rapport. Good man.
Oh. Maybe he'll know where to get some.
Probably, he's got a lot of kids.
He does, and kids like soda. What? I don't know. What kind of soda is she looking for?
The Japanese types, like,
Strawberry was her favorite.
yeah, the ones with the weird flavors. Strawberry, specifically.
Good luck! As, they're laughing at Commander Integra ducking out of sodas.
My god.
Well, good luck. All this stuff is on the house. Next time you guys, get sent to the doghouse, we'll charge you. But this on the house. Don't tell them that. Here, they print out receipts for you. Here you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'd hate to be in your shoes.
Still better than being on that ship.
Fair. We weren't on it that long. It does kind of make sense. You see Mimosa speak up. I do remember towards the tail end of our short time on the ship, Malcolm staring at, I believe it was your mom, points to Julius's door one night. I came out to use the restroom, and he said, "Get back in your room, and he was just staring at your mom's bedroom door.
Yeah, he did that a lot. Eventually, it escalated into him yelling out, "Woo, Davine, woo," in front of it.
Oh, we've seen the wrestling clips.
Yeah, interesting to say the least.
He bit the dust, yeah? They both look at you.
Yes, decidedly dead.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, Very much so.
They shrug and laugh. Have fun!
Will do. Thank you.
No problem.
Gonna walk out. Oh, jeez. AFK for a sec.
Okay. Uh, all right. Sodas. I can ask Gondar. Um, I can ask one of his guards, but they probably wouldn't know.
You see Gondar and Ruger, big glass doors. You see them just talking, sitting in chairs, having a good time.
He sighs. All right. He knocks on the door.
Door opens. Gondar looks up at you. Where's your uglier half?
He is preoccupied at the moment. He got a phone call.
Oh, come in. Points to the chair.
He sits down.
Ruger speaks up. Did you bring us lunch? Heard you're a good cook.
Oh, I probably should have done that. I'm sorry.
Gondar puts his hand up. He's not a cook. He's a chef. The chef to end all chefs. At least that's what my wife says. Big smile on his face.
I appreciate her kind words.
Gondar's gonna light a cigar. She makes you nervous, son?
Extremely, sir. I'm nervous about people who can hurt me.
He starts laughing. Yeah, trust me, I know the feeling.
Well, I have a pretty big favor to ask.
Sure. He fixes himself in his chair. What are you gonna do, accuse us of murder?
No, not this time. See, me and Ash are not even in the doghouse right now. We are sleeping outside the doghouse, if you can catch my drift.
What the hell did you guys do? Gondar puts his hands up I mean, they seem like good girls, easy to please. What'd you do?
We didn't get him any gifts, and then Tommy Wiseau got my mother a lot of roses.
He takes the cigar out of his mouth. You never got them any gifts? You had to get them something besides the rings.
Well, I mean, if you count all this, like, Malcolm stuff that we've gotten them.
Yeah, but that ain't gifts. That's not
True.
from the heart.
True.
That's just goofball memorabilia, which I'm quite jealous you have.
We have gotten them gifts in the past, just not since we've returned.
Did you pay for them, or did you have Mom pay for them? At least how my wife says it. Major Lasley?
Yeah, Major Leslie. Yep.
Boy, you are really bad at this.
Don't I know it? So,
Who paid for the ring you gave General Rico's daughter?
Captain Winters went half and half with me.
Gondar starts laughing. Right. Well, headhunters don't make the most money, so it's understandable.
Yeah. Anyway, there is something that I know for a fact will please my wife.
On Escalade, from my understanding, Gondar sits up in his chair.
Yeah. An Escalade. He rubs his face, thinking back to what he said. Anyway, there's another thing. My wife really enjoys Japanese sodas, specifically strawberry. And since you have a lot of kids, I was wondering if you would know where to get it.
You mean he pulls up a picture and you see Pequod's brand? This brand?
Yes, exactly that.
Yeah. I buy some wholesale from distributors down Earthside for the kids here in the orphanage. All different types of flavors. Personally, I prefer pineapple, but I got a lot of this stuff.
If you have any excess, do you mind if I buy some off of you?
Yeah. How much do you want to please General Rico's daughter?
A lot, and when I say a lot, sir, I mean a lot.
Ruger laughs. Gondar, how about, I don't know, 424 packs and we'll do, I don't know, give me 120 credits. And there are some things Alpha 9 can take care of for me. You promised me to, take care of some odd-end jobs for me, and I'll give you 100 credits, but you gotta take care of some jobs for me. I got some bounties that nobody's gonna take.
Well, I'm sure if you bring it up to my captain with a bit of finagling, I can convince her to do so.
A deal? I'll call up to logistics and have the sodas delivered. It's gonna take time.
Understood, sir.
Ash walks in the room.
Hello, Gondar.
Oh, here's the other dumbass. Out of the doghouse and in another universe, from my understanding.
Yeah.
Right. Nice bat teddy bear stuffed animal thing.
I'm working to try and make her less angry.
That's good. You disappear for 2 years. Not your fault. You disappear for 2 years. One of them thinks you're fucking around behind their back, and you don't get them anything. You bang them in their beds in the apartment, having a great time. From my understanding, you kick her mom out of her own room into your captain's room, so you can have some alone time. Gondar puts his fingers together and laughs, and you don't even get him a gift. Are you two fucking stupid? They both start laughing.
I'd say
Seems
yes.
that way.
Right. Well, I don't know much about General Rico's daughter's proclivities, but I understand she is quite demanding. At least from the one breakfast I had with you guys. It was a good breakfast, by the way. I would look to keep her happy, Julius.
Yes, sir.
You know what a lottery ticket is, Julius?
Oh, I do, sir, and she is that to me.
You hit the lotto with that one. Looks
Yes.
over at Ash. You did too, but you know what I mean. Different kind of lottery.
No, I do. Speaking of which...
Gondar puts his hand out on the table. Your ass is lucky nobody snatched Saris up in her time in the Rangers.
Gods, I am. Don't even, you even need to say it. I think about that all the time.
Points over at Julius, and your ass is lucky she's attached to you. She loves you. You're a very lucky man. It is hard to find the right girl, let alone stumble upon them by happenstance because you were decent enough trade skill fighters to make your way into the headhunter. He looks back at both of you guys. You got a lot of work to do. He starts laughing.
Yeah.
You make good money now. There's no way you were spending it out on the frontier with fucking Captain Ahab, so, just be thoughtful, Don't get him flowers. He puts up his hand. Don't try to one-up what they saw and didn't get. Do something different. You're going in the right direction. Soda and fucking stuffed animals.
It's the start of a bigger gift.
Ruger gestures with his hands towards Gondar, and Gondar, can you answer a question or two for me, or are you limited on time here?
Check their watch. We should have over an hour before we need to be anywhere.
So this clip is on Good Morning EarthGov. It's strange. It's funny, but it's strange. Malcolm apparently is berating Julius about a girlfriend. I guess Pequod? He points to Julius, though he's claiming she's dead. Gondar shrugs. And then Davine comes around the corner, and he starts kissing Julius, and he plays the clip. Go.
Oh, Julius, you need to get over this lump. Nobody cares about your dead girlfriend. She was a whore and deserved it. Turns. Oh! Grabs him and pulls him into his chest. Oh, my poor boy. I'm so sorry this had to happen to you. Petting the back of Julius's head. Please, whatever you need, I'm there for you, my boy. Pulls Julius's face up and kisses him on the cheek. I will be there to help you. As he watches Davine walk out of view, shoves Julius on his ass like I said. Buckle down and get it done. Nobody cares about your dead girlfriend. And walks away.
Gondar chuckles. What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah. Well, it's your past. You'd be the one to explain better than I ever could, Julius.
Before Pequod, I had a dead girlfriend.
Gondar nods. Fair?
And when I decided, idiotically, to tell him about it as some kind of explanation for a freak out I had at one point. That happened.
Captain Ahab was all fucking heart, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, big bloody beating heart.
Fuckwad. They start laughing.
That's an
I'm,
understatement.
how was Malkiana Jones? I'm quite jealous.
Oh, it was fun to watch with the girls. Less than fun to, see myself wearing those uniforms again, but the movie itself is fun.
You see, Ruger never took you for a Nazi sympathizer. Eh?
I'm decidedly not. God, I should have shot him the moment he told me to wear that.
You have fun beating him with that shovel?
Oh, gods, yes. Probably one of the brightest spots of that entire journey. That wasn't scripted.
Gondar, that was your chance right there. You should have had the tank turn into the wall and just splatter him like a bug on a windshield.
I tried to. They bet it was sheer luck that it veered away at the last moment.
Sasha pops up on your wrist computer. You see another soda fly over her head. She ducks. We might be a little late getting to top. You hear Pequod let out a scream of anger. We might be a little late getting to Tommy's place. And she comes off the screen. Take your time getting there, please.
Oh, right.
Gondar, what the fuck was that about?
You
That's
remember?
that's my wife's fucking prize pupil.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how mad Pequod is. And I'm assuming Saris is.
As the computer screen went off, you heard Pequod scream, "Maybe I'll get an Escalade." Gondar, maybe? You are a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I know. I know. I was
He's-
angry, and I
he's-
let myself go.
He starts laughing. Maybe. You should tell her that again and see what happens.
Oh yeah, I really want a knife through my heart.
Oh, I bet. Or what does she carry? Some type of Makarov? A 9mm through your heart.
Yeah.
He puts his hand out. Let me say something. Let me put something into perspective. Though my wife has never given birth for me, because we have an orphanage, here's the thing. Bearing a child is something we can't quite understand. You can claim to, he points at Ash, and you can use your big fancy words and claim you understand. You never will. So get over it. That's like the ultimate thing we can't come close to. That chick, points at Julius, pushed out one for you, and she's carrying the other one. You might want to. He's framing his hands in a box. You might want to grow the left portion of your brain and start using it at some point if you wish to stay healthy and married. And if you want more kids, the more pregnant they get, the more the mood swings kind of hit them.
Julius
You're
nods.
right.
Thank you for the advice, sir.
And yeah, Ash, you got some leeway time. You don't got Saris all pregnant, and I would avoid that at all possible, seeing as how you're going to be engaging in combat. But take notes, Ash. He starts gesturing with his hand.
Oh, I'm going to, and thank you for the advice. If anyone has experience in this regard, it's you.
My sister, when she got pregnant, she married to another tabaxi, not an elf like me. She got pregnant, she clawed the fuck out of my brother-in-law. Clawed the fuck out of him. There's an old saying, tabaxis have 9 lives. She put that to the test.
Oh boy.
And given the fact she's General Rico's, turns to Julius's daughter, she's got that fire, that soldier fighting spirit when she needs to. You might get your leg re-broke.
Don't I know it?
Yeah.
Good luck! He starts laughing. I'll have the soda sent up to the apartment as quick as I can for you, given what I just saw.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ash, you weren't here, but I told him I'd give him the sodas for 100 credits. But you gotta take care of some jobs for me. I got some bounties that ain't nobody gonna take. I'm not asking you to go to a Nova and basically almost throw your life away. That was dangerous. But I do have some odd end jobs that most hunters aren't skilled like you, or Julius, or your squad members. I believe your captain told me if I needed help, you guys would if you have the time. So, when you get time and you're back in fighting shape, I got some few things I'd like you to take care of for me.
Oh, of course. You just have to ask. Ready
No
to help.
problem. I'll give you a call anytime, assuming you're not, getting airlocked by your girlfriend. Wife, excuse me.
Yeah, you're right. Julius, where is that alchemy shop you stopped by?
I can bring you to it.
Take me there because aren't they working on something for Ceres?
Yes. Yes, they are.
Gonda, a pleasure as always.
Good luck, boys. He gives you a thumbs up.
We're going to need it. Ruga, good to see you.
He nods. You should accuse him of murder. Works every time. Starts laughing.
Yes, I'm sure it does. Alright, let's get going. Where is this shop?
Just follow me.
Understood.
The orc lady looks up at you. You're back, finally. She's brandishing the empty bottle. So, as you requested, I broke it down and figured out all the ingredients. She hands you a box with a list of ingredients and the ingredients to make it in the box. And she's smiling at you, shoving the box toward you. You've already paid for this, so.
Thank you very much. You'll pick up the box.
Wait! Look at the ingredient list.
Okay. He starts to read the ingredients.
At the bottom, you'll see there's one missing ingredient. The blood of a virgin.
Oh.
This is a drink for vampires. Now, I broke this down to its core level. This, in particular, this batch was made with the blood of a female virgin. What sex is the vampire that you know that was drinking this?
Female.
Did it take time for her to get drunk?
A little bit, but not much.
Right. So the way this works from my research is that you want the opposite sex blood for the drinker. So you really want the blood of a virgin male, and she's pointing to the ingredient list on the paper.
Okay.
And you'll need enough of it to fill the bottle, and that's quite a lot of blood from somebody. And there's nowhere you can buy it. She starts shaking her head.
Yeah, that is a problem.
Well,
Damn.
we'll figure it out, Ash. Don't worry.
Ideally human or elf. Dwarf blood from my research is like a bit salty, apparently.
Makes sense. Thank you.
No problem.
God. Walking away, it had to be a virgin.
It makes sense.
Makes sense, but I wish it didn't.
Yeah, so do I.
I was gonna use that as a big gift, but I guess that'll have to wait. Where are we going to get the blood of a virgin? God,
I don't know, Ash. There's one thing I do know. And he puts his hands on Ash's shoulders. We need to intercept those flowers we bought.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gods. I don't even know how we can.
Call Mercurius.
Just gonna call up Mercurius.
He pops up on your wrist computer.
Do not give those flowers that we bought to the girls.
He texts because he can't speak. I'm going to play him as he doesn't speak. So he texts back to you, they won't be delivered for 2 days.
Good.
When they are delivered, Mercurius, do not give the flowers to them.
You see Mercurius is standing there, and you see Commander Integra come into screen with him. How about we have the flowers delivered to Major Leslie's bunker where you're going to be staying? From my limited understanding, Commander Jiren is going to allow the girls to come. You hear Pequod scream, maybe! How about maybe motherfucking... How about we have them delivered there?
That's a good idea. We can give them to them there.
Good. Good. Make haste, boys! She disappears on this.
Oh, gods, what else can I do? Oh, gods. Looking down at the things he has, I need a place to print out photos.
Can't our wrist computers just print out photos?
Absolutely.
He's going to print out a small picture of them on the day that they left and put that in one side of the locket. And then he's going to print out a picture of them. He's going to take a picture of them from the video of them reuniting, you know, when they're hugging, and put that in the other side. And then he's going to wrap the bracelet around the neck of the bad toy.
Okay. The bracelet, not the locket on the bracelet, right? Because
Yes.
Julius bought a locket too. Okay. Okay, cool. Or was given one. All right, you're free to go do whatever you want. You got things to do.
We do. What else now?
Tommy's restaurant.
Well, Hunk wants an MP5. SIS wants you in the office within the hour now. So you got a lot of things to do.
Well, let's look at for the MP5 first. I think I'll start with Hamer. He may be able to put me onto a good lead.
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
Make his way over there. Knock on the door.
He's sitting, I gotta move him back one. He's sitting behind a desk with a bunch of guns, another Marine in the room just going through some boxes. Boys! Gestures, come on in.
Hamer, it's good to see you, my friend.
What can I do for you? He's got his mask off. You know, he's a human. He's got his mask off. What can I do for you this morning?
Looking for, well, I'm the Master Sergeant for Alpha 9. I'm looking for a gun.
Okay. Sits up in his chair. Gun. What are we talking about? What kind of firearm? What kind of piece?
MP5, collapsible stock, Navy trigger grouping, a hair trigger, and if possible an ACOG sight.
Okay. That's... okay. He starts chuckling. Very specific. You know your guns, Ash.
I do, but it's a specific request from Hunk on our squad.
That makes a lot more sense. You see him, he points at you. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Okay. And what he wants this charged barrel, gamma rounds, phased, or just basic ballistic. Right. Okay. And you're not being deployed anytime soon, or do you need this now?
No. We have at very least, what was it, that we're probably going to be training for a month to 3 months?
Okay. Yeah. Sure. This is a top end kind of special order. Finding an MP5 like this, very simple. But doing all these things to it, not so simple. You know what I mean?
No, I completely.
Especially the phased part. That's gonna take. Give me a month.
Of course. Thank you, Hamer. I appreciate it. Oh,
No problem. As Snarf pops up on Julius's wrist computer. Julius?
Yeah, Snarf, what's up?
You know, most of us here are locked here in the armory, hiding from your wife.
Makes
And,
sense.
I'd appreciate it if you guys resolve this, because I need space to work. As you see, everybody's huddled in the armory, and you hear Pequod screaming, and the kitchen is destroyed. If I could safely get in there, I'll clean it for you. Me and Rolly got your back. Don't worry.
It's okay. I can clean up the kitchen. Yeah. Well, we'll be back as soon as possible.
You see the armory door open, and you hear Commander Integra yell, "Incoming!" And the door shuts. And Snarf, oh god, this is like being back on the Majestic. He goes off your computer.
yeah. Well, they're gonna have to figure that out.
Hamer, he just looks up at both of you, stroking his beard, his 5 o'clock shadow. Interesting.
Mhm.
Unhappy wife.
Ah! He just starts laughing. Everybody's been there. Don't worry about it.
And with a firecracker like Pequod, it's rough.
What'd you say to piss her off that much?
She said something about getting her an Escalade, and I said, maybe.
He just starts laughing. Right.
Yeah. Not a good boyfriend. I know.
That's okay. Everybody makes mistakes. When they're pregnant like that, it's like walking on eggshells.
Yeah.
At least Saris isn't pissed at him, points it out.
She's mad too, but I'm working to resolve it. I don't want her to be unhappy.
Oh, you shouldn't. Happy house, happy wife, happy home, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Well, you guys should stop see my wife, Contri, at some point. I think she wants to do one more session with the two of you before you go off to do something. I don't know the particulars. But you're not going back to the frontier, are you?
No. Training with Commander Jiren to get us back into fighting shape.
Oh, hell yeah, okay. Well, stop and see her. Maybe she'll... I don't know if the apartment's the best place to have a therapy session, given what I just saw. But I'll have that MP5 done for you within the month. And good luck. You're gonna need it.
Thank you, Hema. Appreciate it.
No problem. Make sure Commander Integra doesn't get hit in the head again. I mean, she's doing good. I ran away when I saw her, but, you know, she seems to have her faculties back.
She's back to normal.
I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, we'll have to bring her down to actually say hi sometime.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna not anytime soon, given what I just saw, but I'm gonna go up and see her myself.
Good. It'll be a pleasure to have you up.
Oh, I look forward to it. I will definitely come see her when you two are not there. He starts laughing.
Fair enough. Well, I suppose we can go say hi to the good doctor before we go down to meet with Tommy.
Yeah, right. Whatever you want to do.
Alright. Hema, a pleasure.
He smiles, and as you're leaving his office, you hear Agent O, Asherion Valorius, and Julius Rainfall report to SIS Command. Now. I'm aware you're on the ring.
Right, let's get over there. Walk in. Heyo, how are you?
He's standing up with his arms crossed. Lanaya stands up, clears her throat. Julius Bloodhoof, a pleasure to meet you. And she takes your hand and kisses it and rubs your finger.
I'm sorry, what? What did you call me?
Agent R comes in the room with hands in his pocket, looking at both of you. This is what he's doing. He's just glaring at both of you.
What is this? What?
Put the ridiculous toys down and the ingredients for it appears to be some type of alcoholic beverage down and sit down. We have something for you boys today.
Sits down. Oh,
Quite happy to see you. Did my agent give you your handgun, Ash?
He did. Appreciated.
Good. Well, puts his hand in his pocket. Agent O pulls down a big computer screen. Would you like some popcorn for this? I think it's fitting.
Oh God, what did he do?
What did he do? Well, you should be aware. We've been paging through Malcolm's captain's journal, you understand, and he wasn't very detailed with things at the end. We found a reference to, and do not interrupt me, a place called Globgramar. Now, we searched and searched and searched, and we found what we believe to be Globgramar. As Lanaya snickering with her hand on Julius's shoulder, and Agent O points back to the screen. You're going to see from Towns' perspective. He came, gave you your handgun, and we sent him out to this place. He sighed, and you see from Towns' first person POV, he's He has his hand on a big wooden door, and Agent R's voice comes up, and he says, "Agent Town," and Town's, "Yeah. Asherion and Julius are on the line. Proceed." The big wooden door pushes open slowly, and Towns goes in, looks around. He's holding a pistol, same one he gave to you, Ash. And you see his hand shaking, looking at this. And Agent R, "Who might that be, Julius?"
That's my mother.
Towns looks over here, lowers his handgun. "There's all these naked statues of what looks to be Davine Rainfall, sir. And that's a bust of her," as he's getting closer and closer. "A bust of her head at Chance Hellscream Keep," as he starts going inside. And Agent R, "So you just happened to forget about this as well, yes, boys?" And he looks back down at you both sitting down.
I didn't even know this thing existed. I heard him talk about, building an empire, but I thought that was just the rambling of Malcolm. How in the bloody hell did he build that?
Towns is in the keep. You see him grab a scroll, open the scroll, and Towns, apparently a blood oath was made between... And he's labored breathing, because you can tell he's scared. Julius Bloodhoof, Ashjin, Davine, spelled wrong, the Banshee Queen, High Overlord Glob Sourfang, and Malcolm Hellscream, War Chief, to defeat the Burning Legion. This city is called Glob Grimar City of Davine?
I didn't take a blood oath. You see him get a moment of realization. He did stick a piece of paper in the wound on my chest when he cut me with the chainsaw. Although the Burning Legion, that I do remember because he started referring to the cult of the Firstborn as the Burning Legion towards the end.
Towns leaves the keep. He's going around. You see him look up at the statue. What the fuck? Going around. Agent R, Agent Weebly, go to your left. He goes in here and you see a human skeleton hung on a dartboard. Towns lowers his pistol, holsters it, and it's adorned. The skeleton rests in big gold-plated armor. And Towns, 1 second, I'll try to figure out who this is. As Agent R is just blinking at you blankly.
Ash is pale. Oh, gods. I think I know who that is.
Armor readout indicates this is Arthas Lightbringer? I don't know who that is, sir. Agent R is just staring at both of you.
He was an original member of Squad Sigma, our cleric. He told us he was retiring partway through the journey and just vanished. I thought he'd gotten off the ship. He vanished after we went to Gateway once. I thought he'd gotten off there. Oh, gods.
He's hung on a dartboard. What the hell, sir? As Agent R, yes, that is a dartboard, or to be more specific, a large knife-throwing board.
Oh, gods.
Well, that explains what happened to Squad Sigma's cleric.
You weren't told he was like retiring, or this is actually just what happened to him?
We were never told anything, Julius. Anything. There's a reason Agent Lanaya was being sent to kill Malcolm. As you've been told, problem was we couldn't find you. We were not good enough at our jobs. Had she found the Majestic, Malcolm would have been psi-bladed.
Oh, my god. I'd say that that's not quite enough. Gee, dear gods.
You see Towns start to take off a glove, and Agent R, no! And Towns, sir, I just want to make contact with the boat. No! Don't pick up anything, don't touch him. Leave the skeleton there. His time is over. There's nothing we can do for him. But he's a member of EarthGov, no? And Agent R, leave it. If you are to take off any of that armor, even the gloves, look at the top right of your HUD. I know you're not used to tech yet. And you see the top right, you're seeing from his first-person view. That is a Geiger counter. going off. If you remove one piece of your armor, you will be dead within the hour. And Towns, right. Okay. And Agent R, apparently High Overlord's Malcolm, or whatever he called himself, irradiated the grounds of this place.
You see Ash thinking, he did say he... Oh my god. I remember him saying something about defeating the Burning Legion with the Scourge, but... Oh gods.
Towns speaks up, because he can hear you guys on the line. I found this place by talking to some colonists here on this planet. Apparently, a T-Rex was dropped in their city on this planet by unknown foe as he comes up to this gigantic banner of War Chief Hellscream.
Oh gods. The T-Rex thing I do remember. He transported one and dropped it into what we were told was an abandoned city. Turned out it wasn't.
Agent R, focus your head, your helmet on that banner, Agent Weebly, and we'll screenshot it and take a picture of that banner. We cannot bring it back, it is too heavily irradiated. As you see Towns doing it, they take a screenshot. You come back to Gateway, and you hear Agent R, as I showed you, Towns, place the nuclear device in the center in Davine Keep, whatever he called it, and then exfiltrate, and we will nuke the site once you are in orbit. And the feed cuts off as Towns goes back, brandishing a small nuclear device to do so. As Agent O looks up at both of you, perhaps we don't tell father-in-law about this one.
Yeah.
I agree.
At the very least, it looks like the city was never inhabited. At least not actually inhabited.
As you see Agent O typing, looking at Artis's bio, well, now I have to figure out something to tell his extended family. He had no direct next of kin, but yeah, I'm sure the church he was devoted to will be pleased to find out what happened to him as he starts typing.
Gods, Artis was a nice guy too. What a piece of shit.
Agent R looks at you. Malcolm Hellscream.
Where did he get all this? Like, he always parodied something. Malkiana Jones, Jurassic Galaxy. Where did he get this?
Linnaeus speaks up. It was a game back in the 21st century, some type of massively interactive role-play game. From our very limited research, we're not that interested in knowing the exact origins, but apparently it was a faction in this game, and Malcolm fancied himself the leader, named after something called Garrosh Hellscream. Apparently Malcolm thought he was an orc, as the picture prints out and she hands it to you. Your wife should like that.
Yeah.
Would it be called World of Warcraft, by chance?
Agent O, that's the one.
Yeah. You know why we know that name, because apparently we were the Corkran.
Agent R, so you were. The Corkron.
Yes. Oh, gods.
And you dropped a T-Rex into the city on this independent colony planet, filming one of your ridiculous movies.
He did, yes.
Right. Well, at least his head was in the right place, wanting to fight the Burning Legion. He had his priorities in order as he walks out of the office. He just shakes his head, seeing the picture of Malcolm Hellscream.
Oh, gods.
Agent O looks up at you, Ash. Go ahead. Say what you want to say.
I just... I heard him talking about the Burning Legion and calling Gorok the... Well, whenever he says Gorok, he has finger quotes. The High Overlord, but... It was towards the end, it was so hard to tell what was reality and what was just a fantasy. If I'd known that this was a thing, I would have told you. I would have.
Linnaeus speaks up. Well, it's not going to be a thing very soon. We'll nuke. She puts her hand out, runs it across the table. Nuke the city, and All evidence destroyed with the exception of that picture that Julius has there for his lovely wife. And we'll just overlook ever mentioning this phase of Malcolm to General Rico.
Good. Because
Though we can't hide it from General Lorelai. She blinked.
No, but we'll let her know. I will...
Perhaps you should very soon. It's better that you tell these things sooner rather than her read your mind for some other purpose and see this lingering in the back of it.
Yes, we'll probably be on the way there right after we're done here.
But you're not done yet. You're not done yet. You know why? You know what isn't fantasy? You know what you remember? And he pulls up the clip of, what are we going to do it?
Oh, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Ash is saying it along with it. We're going to get court-martialed for this, you idiot. That's what I was going to bring up.
Yeah, so more clips have surfaced. This is from Globnock's POV when they first... So apparently this UIR facility was making this gas device to produce basically unstoppable zombies. They let the gas loose because they were morons, and there was some old cadavers in this place still being chilled. When the gas got out, the zombies reanimated. Here's a clip of them trying to figure out what to do as he starts playing.
Oh, Globnock, what are we going to do? Oh, Granddad will be so mad. What are we gonna do?
We need to call someone, man. Anyone.
We will not be calling the council. I know. We'll call Ash and Julius. They'll know what to do.
Why Ash and Julius, man? Just call up your granddad.
No. He said another fuck up and I'll be in trouble. Those boys will know what to do. They always do.
Don't you hate Ash, though?
I do, but he's a cockroach. If I can't kill him, these things can't. Who better to call than someone who just won't die?
Alright, man. I suppose give him a call.
That's when the phone call happens, calling the Majestic.
So Julius's POV of this phone call has surfaced. What the hell is that? And he's pointing to the old style phone. You have to hold the piece to your ear and talk into the receiver.
Oh, that's our emergency line that only Malcolm had access to. It's antiquated tech, of course, from the early 1900s, maybe.
So when it rang, you knew something was really wrong.
Yes, sir.
And then there's also this clip when the zombie, apparently Ash and you get down planet side and you let this fucking zombie out of the meat locker and he starts playing it.
Oh, okay. Alright, what? I don't know what we're supposed to do. I've dealt with things like this before, but they're weak to fire and radiant magic. No, you just shoot them in the head, Ash. That's how you kill them. Yes, it's how you kill them. Just let it out. Okay. Ash pointing his gun. Okay, Malcolm. Garak's counting down from 10. And you just hear, okay, Malcolm. Be strong for Davine. Just, what would she do? She'd be a very strong woman. Okay. Now! It comes out, Ash shoots it in the head, and it just keeps going. Julius manages to shoulder check it back into the room, and they close the door again. I thought you said that they die when that happens. Well, that's how it works in the movies. You're basing our plan off of movies. Malcolm. Oh, gods, you're an idiot. Fire. Throw a fireball in the room. No, I can't. It's a bad idea. Malcolm, throw a fireball in the room. Okay. Open the door, Globnock. He does. Fireball! Throws it in. They close the door immediately. You just hear, whoom. There. That should take care of it.
So just to jog your memories here, placate me for a minute. This fireball didn't end up killing it completely. You took the parts that were left of it to a crematorium. There's a cemetery, fixes his tie, not far from this underground bunker. You
Yes.
cremated the body of this thing. Is that correct, Ash?
Yes, it was assumed that if you incinerated whatever compound was in it would dissipate. Again, we should have been more cautious, but following orders of that, looks at the thing and clenches his fist. That idiot.
So then, it rained, and all the dead bodies in the graveyard next to the crematorium and funeral home started rising from, looks at Julius, the grave. Care to explain what happened after that, Ash or Julius? Feel free.
Um, well, by this point, Malcolm had, for some reason, sent the dropship back to the Majestic on autopilot, so we were stranded. I attempted to call the Arcane Council to tell them how majorly things were going badly. Malcolm sent a lightning bolt into the phone lines, shutting them off to the entire town, cutting us off from any relay stations.
And dooming the independent civilians on the planet.
Yes,
Right.
I was intending to get help because, let's be honest, Julius and I know how to fight, but that is not well above our pay grade, especially going in not knowing how to fight these things. Our only option was Malcolm's Atlas of Endless Horizons, which the idiot had left back in the original building we were in, across the graveyard that was now filled with zombies. We were barricaded inside. I tried to help some colonists, but seeing as we couldn't kill them, there wasn't much to be done. Oh, God. A few managed to barricade themselves inside the building with us. Julius volunteered to obtain the journal, him being the fastest among us, and a limited capability to fly. He ran out. We barricaded the doors and kept them sealed as best we could. I took up as best of a leadership position as I could and had Malcolm using his fire and limited radiant magic to push them back. Nothing seemed to work against them. This isn't like zombies as much as it was something else. Julius, you tell them what happened when you were running to that building and back, Julius.
While I was running towards the building, I noticed that multiple of the zombies were calling on these radios for more backup. A lot of them had this colonist gear on that seemed to be some kind of, authority figure, a police officer, an ambulance driver, something like that. They just kept on calling for more and more backup, and I was focused on staying alive, so I flew to the house or the building.
The bunker, and you got the horizon, and you guys got out of it as the rest of the colony was eaten alive.
Well, the intention was to take the Majestic down and evacuate whoever was left alive. As we were telling Tennessee what was going to happen, Malcolm struck me from behind with a chair and yelled at Tennessee, "Get out of here now, that's an order, or I'm going to shoot you in the head." And left them. Oh, and the colonists that were in the room with us, Gorak shoved them away when we went through the Atlas. He doomed them personally himself.
Anything to cover his meal ticket 6.
Yeah.
Right.
I will warn you, this time thinking back on this and looking through what I can find, this isn't the only time this happened, just letting you know.
Yeah. He just starts breathing. He can't stop. He's
Yeah.
getting angry.
Yeah. The second time happened on a different colony with the same Max Tech or UIR, whatever it was, bullshit. This time we actually were able to get a few colonists out, no thanks to the idiots. But he managed to cause that to happen not once but twice.
So I should look out for clips of the second time you guys. Maybe not. Maybe you guys is the wrong way to put it. You were involved in as the destruction of a colony via a zombie apocalypse.
Yes.
Now listen, you're giving your address today. Okay. You understand it's our job, as he points to Lanaya, gestures over to Agent R. It's our job to protect you two. For instance, if this happened on an EarthGov colony, there's nothing we could do. You'd be jailed. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. It's our job to protect you. I hope to God you don't say anything in your address about Malcolm killing civilians, or mention this, or any of the other incidents, because here's the thing. Yes, it's the truth. He looks at you both, and he's staring you both back and forth in the eye. Yes, it's the truth. Civilians, there's more civilians than green collars, right? White, blue collar, that's civilians. Green collars are guys like you and me, and Lanaya and girls and all of this stuff. They don't get it. And they will never get what following orders means. Sometimes he looks at Julius, sometimes we don't like it. Even I don't like it. We know you don't like it. He looks at Julius and shakes his head. But you followed orders. You did what you had to do. Civilians ain't gonna get that. They're gonna say, "Why didn't they stop Malcolm? Why didn't you'll be crucified?" And there's no way we could protect you if you're like, "Yeah, he was murdering civilians, and some of it we were aware of, some of it we weren't. We didn't stop it." Civilians ain't gonna see it that way. So please tell me you don't have anything in these, statements talking about Malcolm airlocking paralyzed people.
No, I had no intention of bringing that up. We've already had a
Okay.
discussion similar to this. And trust me, there's plenty of other things that we could write hours, day-long speeches about without bringing that up.
Lanaya puts up her finger. The Chance name is tarnished forever in EarthGov. The chances weren't, as you would know, given Malcolm's ineptitude as an officer and a leader and a soldier and a wizard. The chances are a big political family in EarthGov. If you think back to the 21st century, 20th century, you can think of names like the Bushes or the Kennedys, stuff like that. The chances are kind of like the Kennedys, only not good depending on how you look at old politics that don't matter anymore. So, I'm sure you've been told this, but this is your chance to flush them down the toilet. And I'm glad you two are doing it, because you can flush them down the drain. All the chances will be laughed out of any political positioning and maneuverings they have in EarthGov. And I think that is fair.
I agree. They made their bed by cheating his way into that position. Now they get to lie in it.
Indeed. And you guys get to tuck them in. Agent O points at Julius. You'll do a good job. Your wife should like that picture, Julius, as he's pointing to the picture of Malcolm Elsk.
Hopefully, sir.
Oh, she will. That helps you get out of the doghouse.
Got our
No.
badge.
Doghouse, you say? Agent O looks up at you.
Yeah, they're angry at us for not really getting any gifts or anything of the sort since they've been back.
Right. Agent O looks at Julius, right. How's it going up there for you? How's she doing?
Not great. Everyone's locked up in the armory.
Angry.
He puts his hand out like measuring height. Such a small little thing, but so much energy, huh?
So much.
All those hormones raging around. As you see him looking at you, he raises both eyebrows. Pregnant, angry. Oh man, that's like a volcano going on.
A lot of her father in her.
Well, If you ever need help acquiring an Escalade, just let us know. You'll have to pay. You ain't getting it for free. But I know a dealer or two.
Well, if I can get one on what I make, then I'll definitely call you up.
Yeah, I mean, Escalades are expensive, but if you just get a basic one, what's the big deal? A couple 100,000 credits. I know it's a lot, but don't tell me she wants, the fucking full-blown
All the bells and whistles.
nods his head. Right. Should have expected as much. Well, at least you got that picture for her.
Mm-hmm.
Eh, funny enough, the Escalade's the easy one to find between the two of us.
What are you looking for?
Well, he's gonna show him the box. We found very old blood wine years ago for Ceres. We got it synthesized, figured out how to make it, and most of the ingredients are pretty easy until you get to the last one.
And that being?
Blood of a virgin.
How does that work? Lanaya speaks up, preferably male, given Ceres is a female, correct?
Yes.
Right. Agent O kind of shrugs. Well, I can't help you in that department. I mean, at least personally.
I assumed not. I'm trying to think of who I can even ask.
Lanaya, starts thinking, I have no idea, starts chuckling.
It's not like I can ask logistics, eh? Can you get me blood of a virgin man? Please, thank you. Don't ask why I'm asking for this in large quantities. There's nothing untoward going on. Yeah, that's not gonna make me seem like I'm in a cult, summoning demons.
Lanaya shrugs. Nothing easy to get is worth obtaining.
You're damn right there. But, Country might know somebody, I suppose.
That might be a good idea. Think about your inner circle. Maybe you have somebody in your inner circle? I have no idea.
I see, maybe?
Well, she's not male, but...
No, but she might know of someone. She's got even more connections than us, I'd assume.
It's a good start. Agent O, or you could ask General Lorelei Julius. That would be a good one.
That'll be a great one. Hey, there's this thing called Globgrimar. Oh, by the way, can I have the blood of a virgin male?
They both start laughing. Yeah, well, maybe that's not the best route to go.
Yeah. Maybe she just made sure to do it after Achilles has already been fed for the day.
Good idea. Agent O nods, good idea.
Yeah. Well...
Though I heard he's full. He had a big meal last week.
Yes, he did, and... Well, if not of the highest quality, he got a nice big meal.
Well, I was thinking about something. Given your history, it's kind of strange if you think about it. Agent O looks at you both. You, Towns, Julius over there. You didn't know it, but you were running away from this thing back in whatever you called the place, Gallia.
Yeah.
And it seems to have, he shrugs, gotten up to you.
I don't believe in hard-ridden fate. But I do believe that there are things in our lives that we must confront. Think of it as a soft version of fate, right? I think we have to confront this thing one way or another, and I believe we're going to.
That's what Towns said this morning. There's no running from it this time.
And I get the sinking feeling that even if we do get another cube, that thing is going to find a way out of that black hole.
I don't think so. Maybe. You could be right for all I know. But we find the cube, we figure out this Star Child tech, we get rid of the black hole.
I pray that you're right and I'm wrong. I just... call it, pessimism, I suppose.
No time to be pessimistic, especially living in the doghouse.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta dig your way out of that grave. He starts gesturing like he has a shovel.
We do.
Well, won't keep you anymore. Go see General Lorelei, inform her of Glob Grimar, and, yeah.
Of course. Thank you, and if I can think of anything else, I will radio down to you.
Lanaya looks up at you. It's a pleasure to meet a Sherion Creed.
Oh, yes, yes. Oh, he wanted to, let's say, put me in a less than flattering cosplay of the original actor from that movie.
Agenos starts to laugh. Enough said.
Enough said. I don't think I need to go into why that's not something I allowed.
Well, either way, do your best at the briefing, and have fun with Commander Jiren. You'll probably be in less pain training with him than you will if you're to, piss off Pequod anymore, Juliet.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry we weren't able to inform you of these things ahead of time. I will do my damnedest to inform you of any others that I remember or that I find a record of.
He nods. I'm just glad we can finally put the artist question mark to bed. That's been a big one on our list to know what the hell happened to him, because he disappeared off the records and there's nothing about him past the first 20 pages in Malcolm's journal.
I didn't get to know him very much. One, I was in my room for most of the time, and two, he left quite early in our journey, I believe, right after the Geist incursion, which was, 5 months into the 2 years?
Yeah.
But he seemed a good man who just wanted to help people. Deserved
Well,
better.
he did, but he didn't get it from he gestures to High Overlord Chance. Yeah. Or War Chief, whatever he wanted to be that day.
Yeah. Thank you. And when this is over, I'm gonna have to get you the nicest bottle of alcohol I can find.
Oh, there's plenty of places you can buy it here on Gateway. I'll be waiting.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Well,
Have fun.
we'll try. Oh. Goodbye.
They nod and smile. You're free to go wherever you want.
All right. Better now than never. Let's go up to the general.
Yeah.
Makes their way up. Looks up. Knocks on the door.
While the Rangers are standing guard, they move out of the way and the door opens.
Salutes. Ma'am?
She looks up at her from her desk. It's not time for the briefing yet. Looks at her wrist computer. What can I do for... What is that? She points right to the...
There's something that we felt the need to bring to your attention, ma'am. On a colony that Malcolm had visited and also dropped a Tyrannosaurus Rex onto one of the towns. He sets down the picture.
Stop! Puts her hand up. Do you know what a Tyrannosaurus Rex is?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Okay, they've been dead a long time. Let's backpedal. Take a few steps back. Where did he get one?
He found one on a Max Tech facility where they were working on cloning them from some sort of primeval DNA, ma'am. If you look back in our records, and I believe you remember this, the first time we went on a mission with Sasha, we ended up on a similar facility that was populated by velociraptors.
Okay, good. Let's take the next step. Why did he drop it on an independent colony?
That I'm not as sure of. One, he assured us it was just a set piece, an abandoned colony.
Stop! You said set piece?
Yes.
As in movie.
Yes.
Do not tell me he made parodies of Jurassic Park.
Oh, he did.
He did, ma'am. Called him Jurassic Galaxy.
All to impress your beautiful mother, Juliet?
Yes.
What other reason?
Wonderful! I'm quite a fan of the Jurassic Park franchise, Ash.
Very good movies, ma'am.
Are you in possession of the DVDs?
Yes, we are.
She looks at Julius. When do you plan to watch I'm quite interested to see Malcolm's take on one of my favorite movie franchises. I was a young child when those movies were brand new.
Uh, soon, probably. You're welcome to come if you'd like, ma'am.
How was your camping trip on the Rico estate?
Delightful, ma'am. We got to see the very wonderful movie Malkiana Jones, and we had a good time filming Honk's survival show.
She stands up from her desk, puts her hands together, walks up to Julius. And how are the girls? Big smile on her face.
From the smile, I don't think I need to tell you that we messed up.
Right. Well, that should make your wife feel a little better. As she just, please continue about whatever that is. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Strokes your cheek with her hand.
It's perfectly understandable, ma'am. This comes from a city from the same colony planet called Globgrimar, where he deemed himself, what was it, Ash? High Overlord Malcolm.
High Overlord Malcolm Hellscream. He also called himself War Chief.
All of these things supposedly come from a game called World of Warcraft from the early 21st century.
She stares blankly. I know of it.
Apparently, he had irradiated, or something had irradiated, I'm not sure if it was him or not, the surrounding area so much that if Agent Weebly, which is how we got this picture, took off even a glove of his armor, he would die within the hour from radiation poisoning.
Yes.
Perhaps he was dumping the toxic waste from the Majestic. That would make sense. Your stealth reactor, from what limited understanding we have, was quite advanced. However, the downside was it did produce a lot of radioactive waste. And I think we know where it was placed.
That we do.
Right.
We also found the body of Artis Lightbringer there.
She thinks for a sec. He was the cleric.
Yes.
There's not a lot of detail about him. So he was murdered by Malcolm, left there to starve.
He was tied to a large, you know the types of targets they use for throwing knives or axes?
Yes.
We found, well, Towns found his body strung up to one, so it would seem he was used as target practice by Gorok.
She closes her eyes and shakes her head and doesn't say anything.
The city O and R had Towns nuke the city, so it's gone. For good. But we came to inform you of this.
I assume we won't be telling Daddy. She looks at you.
No.
We will not be, ma'am.
Sometimes SIS knows best. She nods her head. Just forget about this one. She points over at the picture. Right. And she stops. She goes, right. Stops and looks at Julius. Julius Bloodhoof. And she starts laughing.
This does explain why he started calling me Julius I thought he was trying to call me Julius Bloodhunter, but... And I always just thought he was messing up on it, but... Apparently it's from that game.
Yes, you see Ash looking at his wrist computer. Apparently he was chieftain of the Tauren. Ma'am, aren't Tauren I guess you could call them like a mix between gorillas and cows, a relatively middling intelligent species, probably on the edge of sentience?
That's correct, Ash. Also, if you look at those shoulder plates he's wearing in that picture, they come from a very now extinct. You see, she grits her teeth. Species called Manaroths. Think elephants of Earth. bigger, stupider.
Oh.
I believe. So this. And she stops gritting her teeth. So this planet that you were on. It was called Brima. I
Okay.
assume, given the fact we have reports of a T-Rex randomly appearing on a planet called Brima, large independent colony. This planet was home to the last of the Manoroth species. EarthGov was working to try and preserve the species. One day, when the EarthGov scientists showed up, they found nothing but skeletons. There was maybe 100 to 200 left. It appears now we know what happened to them.
Gods. Well, let's add crimes against nature and the extinction of a rare species to the list of crimes he's done.
Probably multiple rare species.
Probably. We'll probably find more. He had, he had claws and fangs that looked like they came from raptors, but not the raptors that we fought, so there's a chance that he had similar creatures like that killed too.
Right. What's our game plan involving? She puts her hand out and kind of swivels it. Major Lazuli. You don't have an item for me I can use yet?
Not
We
yet.
do have an item that we can use. Her major insignia.
Oh,
If that'll work. Do you mind if I set it down?
please.
He sets it down. Other than that, we still have the Jiren lead. Once we get in contact with him, we will ask him about it.
She nods. I'll use this. However, Commander Jiren, respectable man. I think he'd understand a son's gestures to Ash needs to see their mother. So, just ask him. Be upfront. I'm sure he'll take you to her. If not, we'll fall back on this.
I hope so, ma'am.
One other question.
Yes?
You're prepared for training with Jiren. Yeah, you're going to be okay staying at Major Lazuli's bunker. Won't bring up any bad memories. Won't make you depressed, anything like that.
Might be a little bit depressing, ma'am, but can fight through it. That's life.
Okay. I have my Frontier Rangers searching for the Dr. Morgan Hunk brought up the other day, last Friday before you left for your trip. When I find any information on him, I'll let you know.
Good. There is one thing, ma'am.
Julius, yes, Ash, what's it? Julius, what's in that box? Is that a sandwich for me? She comes up and starts looking in the box.
No, it's ingredients to make something for Ceres. We just don't have one of the ingredients.
Oh. It is getting late. I am getting hungry.
I can bring you down a sandwich if you wish, ma'am.
I would like a pregnant Pequod special. I hear it's quite good. Your question, Ash, and she points it out.
Well, you were aware of, Dr. Eloquin on the Majestic, ma'am?
Yes.
He's going to pull out the locket. This was all that could be recovered from her body. Hands it to her. Towns was able to find the man inside the locket for us. I was hoping I could get your permission to give it to him. Bring him here and give it to him.
Yes. Did the SIS agent give you a pass for this, man?
He's gonna hand her the pass.
But you'll be training with Jiren. I'll reach out to him, and I may have to have him sent down to Major Lazuli's bunker. You'll be down there, or would you like to wait till after you're done training?
Sooner rather than later, ma'am.
Then I'll let the commander know, and whenever I can reach out to him and get him there, I'll get him there with the utmost haste. I'll send one of our ranger dropships.
Thank you. I feel like it's the least I could do to thank her for what she did for me.
Be truthful with him. Tell him the truth. A husband or has a right to know. I assume this was her husband.
Best guess, ma'am.
Understood. Well, I'll call you when I have him sent your way. So you at least have some headway time to prepare. Won't be an easy conversation.
Never is.
She puts her hand up and kind of shoos you out of the room. Now run along to your Lazy Eye Friends restaurant and prepare for your briefing. After which, you need to have one more session with Dr. Contry. Perhaps not Julius, but you, Ash. She points to your mind. I can tell the trip to Gallia did not do you any favors, though that was not my intent, Ash.
No, I don't think it was either, ma'am. You must understand, I've bottled this up and been running from it for a long time. One doesn't like to think about things like that. This, combined with the trauma from being on that ship, it caused a lot of things to come bubbling up harsher than they ever have.
Well, you'll have one more session with Contry before you embark with Jiren. I suggest you make haste to Lazy Eye's restaurant. Have a good time down there with him, and then report to General Rico's office. We'll be giving the briefing from there. I will be there with you. And she smiles at Julie.
Thank you, ma'am. We
Thank you.
will.
Tell Tommy I said hello. She kind of rolls her eye.
He's gonna chuckle. I will, ma'am. We'll try to keep him distracted to a point where he doesn't bother you anymore, but you know how he is. Tommy does what Tommy does.
I don't think he's interested in me at all. She starts laughing.
Oh, he implied that he wanted you to act in his movie.
Yes, but it was not me who he sent 60 bouquets of flowers to this morning. I'm quite envious of your mother, in some respects. She puts her hand up and starts laughing.
Yes. A classic thing for men to do to my mother.
It's been a long time since Gondar has procured me any flowers. Your mother is quite beautiful, Julius. I'm sure she's used to it at this point.
I'm sure she is.
At the very least, she kind of shrugs. Though Lazy Eye is completely... He's not even in her league. He's in, like, the complete opposite universe. At the very least, I can assure you Lazy Eye is a good man. I can read his mind.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, and I mean, anything's a step up after looks over at the poster. That...
You should have that stuff taken up to the apartment before you go to see Lazy Eye.
Agreed.
Very good idea, ma'am.
Call for your Mercurius unit.
Will do, ma'am. Oh, boys. Oh, gods, we're gonna have a hard time getting out of the doghouse.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will. And she starts laughing.
Well, the hardest part's gonna be getting that made. Points at the box.
Blood of a virgin male.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck with that.
Ask around, maybe Country will have a lead.
Perhaps!
She's a miracle worker.
You can ask her before your session.
Thank you. We are... Pardon me saying it, ma'am, but we and you are lucky to have her. She's a miracle worker and something else.
Mercurius appears behind you guys, covered in mustard ketchup. He's all sticky, soda. He has some flowers shoved into him. General Lorelei looks up at him. What happened to him?
My wife happened to him.
Maybe.
He takes the picture of Malcolm Hell's scream and your bog.
He also hands him the foot massager.
He takes it, looks at you.
Ash hands the gifts over.
He takes them, sends you the text. Do you want me to give these to them now or later?
Later. We'll give them to them when we're getting ready to go.
He nods, starts walking off. As he turns away, you see his back is covered in food, lettuce, mustard, mayonnaise. There's some broken glass from a jar of mustard hitting him in the back. And he disappears.
We are not in the doghouse. We are so far in the doghouse, we have gone into a different dimension.
Just face it, Ash. We're outside Gateway at this moment.
General Lorelei, with her hand to her temple. Apparently, he was shielding the armory door, protecting the inhabitants of the apartment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your time, man. We must be going.
Thank you.
Have fun. Again, tell Lazy Eye I said hello.
We will.
Of course.
Heads out. Well, we know where we're going.
Well, call him up.
Gonna start walking towards where the elevator would be and call Tommy.
He
Or-
pops up. Oh, good.
Oh, no, nothing.
He pops up. Ash, how you doing?
Good, Tommy. You said you wanted us to see your restaurant. We're coming down right now.
Oh, make sure girls come too, Ash. Bring everyone. I want to see everyone down here, Ash. They're all going to be a movie. Need to see everyone. You guys be big stars here. Call them all now, Ash. If you want tickets, you cannot deny good friend Tommy. I do much for you. I send you dessert. I get you hook up with JJ.
I understand. I'm just going to warn you that Pequod is in a very foul mood right now. She might break the restaurant.
No worries, Ash. No worries at all. No problem. She pregnant lady? Is that who that is?
Yes.
Ash, I have desserts here. I get dessert ready for her, make her happy. I have espresso machine. Don't worry, Julius. I make her happy for you.
Tommy, I would really appreciate it.
Just
Is
make
there-
sure Davine come.
Of course. Is there any chance, though, that you would let me hand her the desserts?
Oh, absolutely, Julius. Of course, I understand your concern. Just come down here. Call your friend and come down, and you can wait on pregnant lady.
Do you have any desserts that a vampire could eat?
Tommy, vampire, you say? No. What do vampire eat, Ash? Besides blood?
I'm not sure either. That's fine.
Well, I don't know. Do they drink? What kind of blood she like, Ash? Dog? She's not drinking my dog.
Human is preferred. It's fine. I'll figure something out. I apologize. Thank you, Tommy.
Is it like? Oh wait, we talk when you get down here. Call girls and come down see Tommy.
Yes. He's gonna hang up. So we're giving them the gifts as soon as we get down there.
Ash, we don't have the gifts.
They're gonna come down. We'll have Mercurius hand them off to us.
All right.
Sasha pops up on Ash's wrist computer. Should we come down now? As she ducks what looks like a bad getup.
Probably yes. They want you to come down to Tommy's restaurant.
Okay. I will do my damnedest to get them to come. See you there.
Okay. He's gonna call up Mercurius.
Okay.
Mercurius, can you bring the gifts to Tommy's restaurant ahead of the girls?
You see Mercurious's eye monocle thingy on, the eye covered in ketchup now. He nods and wipes some of it off.
Good. Thank you.
All right. 1 second. You board the elevator. You will make your way down to Tommy Restaurant. And you come into the restaurant. You two are the first to arrive. Rob sitting at the bar, sipping on a soda. Tommy, Julius, Ash, good to see you, comes up, gives Julius a big hug.
Hi, Tommy. He hugs him back and pats his back.
Ash, how you doing? Like, why robot covered in garbage?
My wife is quite mad.
Oh, well, we fix this for you, Julius. Tommy know how to fix. Tommy know women better than any man on earth. Ash, I'm so happy to see you.
Thank you, Tommy. And I may have to... I can't believe I'm saying it, but I may have to ask you for advice on that because I am woefully underexperienced with women.
Well, that's okay, Ash. I have many women all my life, Ash. They're always after me. I know how to make them happy. Like, did you see all flowers I sent to Davine, Julius?
Yes, we saw them.
One thing you should do all time is to show appreciation, not just affection, but you buy them things. You buy them many things. Maybe flowers, too many of them, but Tommy wanted to show Davine that even though Davine might not be interested in Tommy think of her.
Thank you.
Tommy, you're very smart.
Well, I've been around a long time, Julius. I over 900 years old.
Oh,
Oh, so you're an elf?
No, Julius, I really don't know. One day I meet this guy. I was working for him when very young man. He was wizard, and he tell me I'm going to be very important in the future, Julius. So he put spell on me to help me live longer.
Julius nods. Well,
well,
that's very nice.
yes it
He
is.
say I'm a good man, and he quite influenced me. After family died in a war in Eastern Europe, Tommy worked for this man and lived with this man. He was elf, kind of like wizard. And he had friend named Tortoise. He was like a tortoise man. Very nice man, and we worked together all the time at Magic Toy Shop.
Hmm.
That's delightful.
I think Tortoise Man on Gateway. I see him sometime. His name Yen.
Um,
Oh,
yes.
do you talk to him regularly?
All time actually.
Oh, that's very nice. We know Master Yen too.
He's a nice man.
Good
Yeah,
man. Especially
He is a very
now.
good man.
He's
Sit
doing better. Good to hear.
sit down at bar and have drink with Rob Friend while we wait for Davine. Family to show up.
He's gonna take the gifts from Mercurius.
Rob looking at you. Yeah, Ash, how you doing?
Good, just in the doghouse.
Tommy pulls up a stool for Julius right here. Julius, please sit. Tommy gets you drink. He comes behind the bar.
I'm okay, Tommy. I'm gonna stand.
No. Please sit, Julius. I insist. Don't worry about pregnant lady. Men are allowed to sit even when in trouble. Please.
Okay, I will sit, but no drink.
Oh, at least have some water, Julius. Sparkling water from Watertown.
I can't say no to Watertown water.
I'll take some too.
Of course, Ash. Here you go. So, why are we asking all questions about vampires?
Ceres, my fiancée, is a vampire.
Vampire girl need blood? EarthGov not take care of that for her?
No, they do. I just was. If she's coming down, I was hoping we had something for her to eat as well.
Well, Tommy will make sure I have blood here for her drink.
Thank you, Tommy. I appreciate it.
You need any special type blood, Ash?
Well, for normal consumption, I just need blood. The hard one is for a thing we're making for her.
What make, Julius?
Back in the day, they made this thing called blood wine. It's a wine that would get vampires inebriated. We are trying to make it, but we are missing one of the key ingredients, which is virgin male's blood.
Virgin male blood?
Yes, the wine is more effective and works correctly when it is the blood of the opposite sex.
Oh! Well, Tommy might have an answer.
Really?
Yeah, actually, you know what? I introduced you some staff here currently. I have my maitre d', his name Brandon Law. He virgin. I try to get him girlfriend all the time, but he too into karate.
Oh.
He don't want girlfriend, he wants to be reigning champ. The true master, as he said.
And he'd be willing to give blood.
I don't know. Here, let me go ask him. You enjoy your water. And Tommy
Yes.
disappeared.
There's no way. It's that easy.
As Icy, Sasha, and Davine begrudgingly show up, and Icy looks at you, and they're not coming.
Understood.
Understood. Damn it.
Nice restaurant. As she sits down in between Ash and Julius. Sasha, this is a nice place.
It is, and we're working on fixing things. Believe it or not, Tommy Wiseau gave very good advice on relationships just now.
Icy gestures to Davine to sit down, please.
Davy looks outside of the door longingly and then just sighs and sits down.
Mercurius comes up behind Icy, and Icy looks at him. I'm not cleaning him off. You two are.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Tommy comes out Walk us here! And Tommy has his arm around him. This Brandon Law! And Brandon looks around the room and doesn't say anything.
Pleasure to meet you, Brandon. My name's Asherion.
He's in the karate gear and he has a black belt on.
A black belt, eh?
He looks at you, you're sitting down, so he looks down at you. I'm the reigning champ of Stupidville, Ohio! The true master!
Interesting. Oh, you like karate? Julius over there is a martial artist himself.
I've seen clips of you, he comes up to Julius. Tommy, take it easy, Brandon. Julius, my friend. He's got his hands on the table, looking down at Julius. Have you seen Mortal Kombat?
The movie or the video game?
Both!
Yeah, I've seen it.
Well, and he pulls out a Mortal Kombat t-shirt. I hear you're a great martial artist. You trained under Major Lazuli.
I did?
She actually appeared in one of the Mortal Kombat video games of 10 years ago as a character.
Did she now?
She did.
Interesting.
I'd like an autograph from her. And Tommy, well, you see, Brandon, life is about give or take. As he sets a glass of wine down in front of Davine, and he brandishes the bottle. And Sasha, that's Moonlight red wine. That's like $400,000 a bottle. Can I have one? And Tommy, no, only Davine. And walks away. Comes back to Brandon. So anyway, Brandon, life about give or take. They need blood, and your blood perfect for what they need. Not because any particular reason. They need blood of greatest martial artists. Isn't that right, I?
Oh, yes, of course.
Right, Julia?
Of course.
So, how about we do trade? You get autograph from Major Lazuli woman. He sets a glass of soda down for Icy. And you give them blood for a drink they need to make for vampire girlfriend. And Brandon, and a sparring match with Julius.
Deal.
Deal.
I will prove to you I'm the true master.
Can't wait.
Fine. And he walks off. And Tommy, going to be interesting having him be Maitre D wearing karate gear.
You certainly know how to pick your employees, Tommy.
Well, Julius, there are many sad people in this world. Tommy, try help all of them. Hello, Davey.
Hello, Tommy.
Please, taste the wine. It's very expensive.
Of course, of course. She takes the wine, spins it around in her glass, and takes a small sip.
Tommy's eyes sparkling, looking at Davey. What do you think?
It's very good, Tommy. Thank you.
Don't drink too much, too early in the day to get tipsy now. Davine, what do you think of my restaurant?
It looks very nice, very new.
It is very new. St. Guillotine in back cooking right now. Would you like something to eat?
I myself am not hungry. Thank you.
Sasha, what can he make? Tommy, egg whites? Sasha, what about regular eggs? And Tommy, St. Guillotine only like egg whites. I can't tell you why. He's strange man. But if you want some, I can get you some and toast. And Sasha, sure. Tommy calls up to Guillotine and places an order. So, Davine, maybe we have our date here at this place.
Perhaps, yes. That would sound wonderful, Tommy.
Hey, little girl, you want anything to eat? Icy just shakes her head at him. Tommy, so Ash, I think we'd be able to fix your problem of needing virgin blood.
I think so.
You think you get me autograph of Major Lazuli today, and then, I don't know, we get blood draining equipment, take him to doctor on Gateway, and they do it for you?
It'll have to wait a bit. We're still looking for her, but we have a lead that may get her for us within the next couple months.
Where'd she go, Ash? Why she leave?
Awkwardness between her, Julius, me, Davine. Just a complicated situation. She's like an adoptive mother to us, and Davine being Julius's biological mother, it caused some friction.
Well, if Davine, maybe Major Lasley lady, you find her, she live in apartment, and Davine live here with us. The living quarters here, right above restaurant. He smiled, and I see no. And Tommy just, oh, only suggestion, little girl, relax. He comes over to Julie.
Right. So, it's a very nice restaurant, Tommy. You said you wanted me to make a menu for you?
Yes, Julius, I do, but you know, Julius, if you want me there when you find Major Mom or whatever her name is, Tommy very good at fixing awkward situations, Julius.
Um, I, this is something that I would like to handle personally.
Oh,
Tommy.
Julius, I understand. Don't worry. Tommy would never pry. Hello, Davy. He comes back up.
Hello.
Julius, you say something about menu.
Yes, the menu. Do you just want me to start reading off the items, or?
Tommy pouring another glass of wine for Davine, even though she's barely started it on the first one. Yeah, Julius, that'd be great, Julius. Yeah.
Okay. So for some appetizers, I was thinking boneless wings, uh, some simple chips and salsa, fried pickles, cheddar bites, maybe even some nachos. For main entrees, main dishes, I was thinking a couple burgers, maybe a mushroom Swiss burger, queso burger, chili burger, and then some steaks, classic sirloin, ribeye, uh, ribs, that kind of thing. For soups and salads, there isn't much you can really do with those, other than add in certain proteins and uh, take out certain vegetables. So, certain things like just a normal Caesar salad, a buffalo chicken salad. Uh, the soups can be cream of mushroom, cheddar broccoli, you know, stuff like that.
Tommy puts up both arms. It seems to me like you're the expert, Julius.
I yes, I do enjoy cooking.
Do you have recipe for all these things?
I can make you one, yes.
Just give me recipe for everything, and that will be menu. Saint Guillotine sets a plate of egg whites on toast in front of Sasha. Sasha looks down at it. Thanks, motherfucker. He walks up here. Anything for you? He's talking to you,
No, I'm good, sir.
motherfucker. Tommy looks at Saint Guillotine. Actually, Saint Guillotine's presence here bring up very important issue. You think you help Tommy with this?
What issue is that?
Well, there's this thing. He throws the football up in the air, catches it, hands it to Julius. There's problem down in place called Garden City. There is threat and say Guillotine. I tried to tell you, motherfuckers, but you had that piece of shit kick me out of the apartment. The domestic menace.
Right, the domestic menace.
Yes, your son.
Tommy, apparently Saint Guillotine need to be the one to kill him. Problem is, Saint Guillotine need his artifacts. He's starting to lose his mind. And from my understanding, you in possession of them.
Yes, they are hanging up on our apartment wall.
Saint Guillotine slaps his hand down on the bar so hard Icy's drink bounces and she catches it. I don't want to keep him. I just need him to defeat him, and then you can keep my artifacts. They belong in a museum.
Well, we may be able to organize something.
Listen, he points at Ash. I'm old. I'm not the young man I once was. I can't beat him myself. I couldn't even beat him last time when I was at full power when that blonde woman showed up. Tommy, apparently blonde woman is the same lady you're just talking about, right, Julia?
Yes, Major Lasley.
So, I think we're at a crossroads here. Maybe you'll find blonde woman, and then you guys help us defeat Domestic Menace, and Tommy owe you one.
Deal.
Deal.
Here, Davine, have another glass of wine. There's just 3 glasses of wine right in front of her. Saint Guillotine, motherfucker, and marches off as Rob just shakes his head at Saint Guillotine's present.
Okay.
I tell you what, Davine, you can eat here for free anytime on Tommy's dime.
I greatly appreciate that, Tommy.
Davine, what did you think of Flower?
They were very nice flowers, Tommy. Thank you.
What did you do with them? As Icy starts laughing. Did you put them up in gym you like to be in all time? Maybe Tommy come see.
No, Tommy, I wasn't able to put them up in the gym, nor the kitchen, or anywhere, really. There were too many to make it feasible to put them up anywhere.
Well, next time Tommy only send 4 or 5 for you, Davin. What's your favorite type flower?
Same as my son's, asters.
Then I'll get you asters. If I'd known that, I'd send you 1,000,000.
Only 4 or 5 would suffice, Tommy.
Oh, that would be great. You know, I hear Julius and Ash's girlfriend's angry at them, Davin.
Yes, they are. Maybe, Julius, correct? Yes, maybe, Mother.
What they do to make them so angry?
I suppose it was a bit of, you could say, jealousy that you got me these flowers and these two hadn't gotten them any gifts since they had returned to Gateway Station.
Tommy looks at Julius and
Yep.
Julius, you have very beautiful wife. As do you, Ash. Wait, is pregnant lady your wife, Julius?
Yes, pregnant lady is my wife.
You have very beautiful wife, Julius. You should treat her better.
I should. Thank you, Tommy.
Ash, you have very beautiful vampire. How many men can say they're married to a vampire goddess?
None.
I take full responsibility as he comes over here pouring water. I take full responsibility in this. I did not have time to help teach them. I tell Julius last time he on Gateway, if he have any questions, please ask Tommy, but I was not available to come on camping trip. Very busy, Davine. You understand, or I would have been on camping trip with you.
Oh, yes, I see. Very busy.
You hear Saint Guillotine's voice from the kitchen. He wasn't busy, he was sitting on his ass watching cartoons all weekend. And Tommy, shut up, Guillotine. Anyway, Davine, tell me, you want a bottle of wine to take back to apartment?
Oh, no. I'm okay. I've had too much to drink already, and I'm not the biggest fan of wine, to be honest.
What's your favorite type of drink, Davine?
I just like a good beer.
Davine like beer?
Yes, I love beer.
What's your favorite kind? You tell Tommy.
Anything that comes in a bottle, truthfully.
Well then, Davine, I have many bottles here. Here, try this. He gives her a Heineken.
I really shouldn't drink anymore, Tommy.
Oh, Davine, it helped clean out the system. Don't hurt Tommy feeling by not drinking.
Oh, you've twisted my arm, of course. Only a sip, though.
You could take it back. Don't worry, Davine. Beer good for a few hours after open.
Yes, of course.
Davine, you going to be in my movie?
I'm planning on it.
Davine, I hear you movie star.
Yes, I've acted in many movies before.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear that. Here, Ash, I have this for you. You see, I've been scripting out the movie we're going to produce together. You're going to play me, a movie about my life. And Julius, you will have leading actor role too. You will play Mark, my good friend Mark.
Really? What does
Yes.
that part entail?
Well, the movie is love story. Tennessee Williams level drama, Julius. As he comes over here, pours Icy another soda, even though she's not even done drinking the first one. So, pretty much, the movie will revolve around Tommy married to beautiful woman, but it will be Ash, not Tommy. And Beautiful Woman may be played by Pregnant Lady, but if she pissed, maybe played by Davine. Tommy will not be in movie, so he will not be acting. I'll be directing Davine. But anyway, Ash will be married to one of those as he's pacing up and down. Mark, good friend Mark, actually end up cheating with Tommy Beautiful wife, Julius.
Oh my.
So you will play bad guy, Julius.
Oh, I see.
You will even have scene where you try to throw man off roof. Saint Guillotine going to play Danny.
Danny?
Yes, Danny, he young kid. Long ago, Tommy take young man under his wing named Danny. He had mental problem. Saint Guillotine have mental problem. I think it work.
Okay.
Ash, this is tentative script. Don't take it on the chin. It's subject to change, but here, I give you this. Don't tell anyone.
Of course, I'll be very careful with it.
You will be great movie star, Ash. I will be director, Davine. So don't worry, Davine. Tommy will never try to grope you or anything like that. I see weird clips online of old man with beard doing really strange things to you. None of this kind of stuff will happen in Tommy movie. I assure you, as he's pacing back and forth.
I
Yes.
appreciate that, Tommy. Thank you.
We are trying to make good movie as he flips the football in the air and catches it. Not crappy movies like Malcolm make. I'm quite jealous of Malcolm. Turns out he very popular in Outer Reaches.
Yes, we heard.
Well, we are going to be stars of EarthGov. We will show Hollywood, we'll show them that we can make good movie. He leans into the counter with that. What do you think of script, Ash?
He's looking over it. It looks good. I think we can make something very good with this.
Little girl, you can have role in movie too. Everybody will play in movie, don't worry. We'll all be famous. Maybe we'll be on the red carpet.
Well, that'd be fun.
What you say, Julius? As he comes out, do you need something?
I'm sure we will, Tommy. I'd love to be with you on the red carpet.
What are you guys going to do today?
Well, we have military business to take care of, an address to make to all of EarthGov.
Perhaps
then-
Tommy should be at address.
This is only for high ranking personnel of the military.
You see him looking at Davine. Julius. He says in a hushed voice. Julius just says your.
He says in a hushed voice, "Yes, Tommy."
Do you think love can bloom on the battlefield?
Julius looks over at Icy and back at Tommy. In my experience, no, I'm usually too focused on the fight.
Maybe Tommy joins squad. Protect Davine.
You don't have to worry about that, Tommy. I'm going to do everything in my capabilities to protect her.
Tommy makes some calls with friends. Maybe. What's your squad name? You see Icy shaking her head.
Icy, what's her squad name?
Gauntlet Squad. Spartan Squad. Tommy, excellent. Maybe Tommy joined this Gauntlet Squad.
Perhaps, Tommy.
You could use man like me on team. If I can throw football with such accuracy, think I could throw what you call those things, Ash? Are they like hand bombs?
Grenades?
Oh, Tommy, very well versed in them, Ash. Champion grenade thrower.
Oh, yes.
Well, Davine, you can take the beer and this extra bottle, very expensive wine. You see Sasha's eyes wide. I very much thank you for coming down today, Davine.
I thank you for having us, Tommy.
I am so thankful as he tries to take her hand to kiss.
Davine looks over at Julius and then at Icy.
Icy just shakes her head and puts her head down.
gingerly places her hand in Tommy's.
He lands a big kiss on it. Thank you for gracing me with your presence. Now, Tommy, very busy, Julius. I have to get this this menu in order. You have robot friend there, or just send down recipes for this. Guillotine will start preparing things. I have to go write script. You guys are free to leave when you like. Davine, it was so wonderful to see you. He kisses her hand one more time. Have a good day, everyone, as he walks away. And disappears.
Okay. Looking for
Rob just starts laughing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Rob is over 900 years old. Fucking lazy eye motherfucker. And he just takes another sip of his soda.
Is he actually 900 years old?
I see. I don't know. And Rob, ask Master Yen next time you see him.
We will, because it seems with Tommy, everything is a half. Everything has a 50% chance of being true.
You see Mercurious's wrist computer light up, and you hear Commander Integra's voice. Help! And Mercurius, he doesn't grunt. He just storms out of the fucking restaurant to go help Commander Integra. And I see, yeah, that's our cue. Let's get out of here, Davine. Sasha, have fun at your briefing or dress or whatever.
He's gonna hand them the gifts. Take these up and hide them. We'll give them to the girls when we get back.
Sasha takes them and, yeah, right, and disappear. Rob looks down the bar at Davine before she leaves. That wine's really expensive.
Yes, it is.
You could probably hawk it somewhere for a fair amount of credit.
I was thinking about it.
He waves her off. Bye! And looks at Ash. So, have you ever addressed the public before?
No, not really. An interview at a comic book convention, but not really.
Well, I can't wait to see you guys on the big screen. He points up to a huge TV. I'll be watching from here.
Yeah.
You guys should take better care of your Mercurius unit. He's covered in crap.
We normally do, but Pequod is very mad right now.
Right. Takes another sip of his soda. I remember. Fiery little thing.
Very fiery.
Good luck at the briefing or address. And he walks off to go get something.
Alright, let's go. Off to the slaughter.
Like lambs.
Yep.
And you're in General Rico's office, and Lorelai and Rico are waiting for you. But not here, they're up here. In this portion. His office.
Gonna walk on. Well, knock first.
Door opens for you. Just in time!
Yes, sir. Ma'am. Salutes.
He's sweating. You can see him sweating. General Lorelai with arms crossed and eyes closed with a smile next to him. Alright, so this is it. The cameras are set up here. And all you gotta do, you sit at the desk. I got 2 chairs here for you. Lorelai will be behind you. You're prepared. You're ready. Comes up, slaps Ash in the shoulder. I trust you both. Do your best. And I hear your apartment's turning into Normandy.
Yes. Pequod is on the warpath, sir.
Yeah, that's something else. Whatever. What the hell? He stands out of the way. Just whenever you're ready, stand in front of Lorelai, and I'll give the cue to the camera.
Okay, take a deep breath. Let's do this. Walks in front of her.
General Lorelai opens her eyes, smiles, and nods her head. General Rico is wiping sweat off his brow. He looks over at Julius, and then you, Ash. You ready?
Ready.
Julius.
As I'll ever be.
You got this. Don't worry. If you can piss my daughter off this much, you can do this. Trust me. And he points to the cameras, and you see the wall lights up. because the cameras are in the wall. These are the ones he does when he does addresses to the public. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Master Sergeant Asherion Valorius. I come before you today to talk about Captain Malcolm Chance and the events that took place aboard the Majestic and Arcane Council Strike Squad Sigma for the past 2 years. To start with, I must say that Captain Chance was wholly unqualified for his position. He had a near complete lack of understanding of both tactics and how to inspire or lead other men. To give a very good frame of reference for the type of man he was, I would say that he is the direct opposite of everything EarthGov represents, or I should say was. EarthGov represents selflessness and equality. It represents the spirit of cooperation between different species to grow something bigger than we could have alone. A desire to improve the world so others may not have to suffer as we may have. In stark contrast, Captain Chance was a greedy, cowardly, racist, and misogynistic man. He treated everyone as if they were beneath him, but certain groups got it far worse. A specific example is Rolly, a Millipedian who was a worker aboard our ship. Captain Chance would abuse and berate him, beating him and calling him a myriad of names and slurs, many I can't say on this live broadcast. A similar situation occurred when he referred to me as a half-breed knife ear on multiple occasions. He treated our female co-workers and shipmates as though they were only there for him to ogle at or use in some way. Examples being a continued pattern of sexual harassment against a squad member named Davine, airlocking garments, stealing underwear, and attempting to grope her being examples. Another one being his abysmal treatment of our engineer Elizabeth. He verbally abused her and locked her in the engine room for significant periods of time. When she tried to give him advice, he would shout her down about how a woman was not worthy of talking to him. As for cowardice, he would run away the moment an enemy got near him in any engagement. Many times he left his squad mates in mortal danger to run away because a single enemy troop came within 20 meters of him, only to come back and mercilessly and savagely kill any injured or captured stragglers after the engagement had come to its close. Many times he would do this with, again, people who we were taking prisoner in order to interrogate. Finally, we come to greed. Captain Chance had embezzled tens, if not hundreds of millions of credits from the Arcane Council and EarthGov to fund foolish endeavors. From movies and wrestling leagues to unnecessarily expensive luxuries like an Escalade, to hyper-expensive antiquated tech to try and sate his own paranoia. He largely got away with this because he had family members assisting in covering it up. And despite everything I have mentioned today, I have only been able to scratch the surface of what he did. It would take me days just to speak to the half of it. I end now by saying that more than anything, what Captain Chance lacked is what shines through in leaders like General Lorelei and General Rico. He lacked the soul and spirit of a leader. He was a child thrust into a position meant for a man, and that choice cost many people their lives. Or family members of their family. But I feel we need to grow past that as well. He is dead, and he's going to stay that way. Thank you for your time and your ears.
Hello, I'm Private Julius Rainfall, and much like my teammate before me, I've come before you today to speak on the deplorable actions taken by Captain Malcolm Chance. When it comes to Captain Malcolm Chance, everything Master Sergeant Valerius said while commenting on his leadership capabilities holds true. He had no understanding of battlefield tactics. In fact, he had no combat experience short of a few training exercises when he gained command of Squad Sigma. He would run away at the slightest chance of danger, throw others in the way of danger to protect himself, and would send the ones he was in charge of into hopeless battles that they only won out of pure luck. But none of these things compare to how we were all treated on the Majestic. To Stated simply, we were all treated poorly. From almost being starved because we were forced to only eat bread and water as a part of so-called rationing, while the captain ate steak dinner after steak dinner, to some of us being viciously attacked by Captain Chance, be it being charged at with a chainsaw and being struck by it, or multiple instances of being struck over the head by a steel chair or a sledgehammer. It wasn't just physical abuse that we had endured from him, though. He would also regularly and randomly choose someone on the ship to verbally abuse. I myself endured this at one point, in some hope of going back to Gateway as we were on the frontier for well beyond what was allowed by EarthGov. I mentioned that I had a wife and newborn child there that I would want to go see. He responded by smacking me upside the head and told me to forget about them both, because she probably has already moved on from you ages ago. As for your child, you never deserved to be a father, and the child should find it as a blessing to never know you. Which, if I have my way, they won't. Who would want a weasel as a father anyway? We now come to Captain Chance's disgusting obsession with one squad member known as Davy. Davy held no interest in Captain Chance, to which he took as somewhat of a challenge. From that point on, almost anything he did was to impress her. Any beating he had inflicted unto one of us, any yelling that he had directed toward someone, even Cool M, for example, or any of the many movies he had produced using embezzled money, was all in the hopes that he could woo Davy. When none of these things worked, he became spiteful against her and began to take matters into his own hands. He began putting cameras in the woman's washroom to spy on her. He would sneak into her room to steal many of her undergarments. At one point, he had snuck into the ladies' washroom and hid in one of the stalls, where once Davine opened the door, he had commented on her being a mother by saying, "There you are, the legendary bad mother of space." He would also dress our ranger Denaria up in Davine's clothes and make her wear a wig, where he would treat her like his plaything, striking her behind and yelling out things such as, "Woo, Davine, woo," as he did it. You may ask, after hearing all of this, why didn't we report these actions to Malcolm's higher-ups? The answer is simply we were unable to do so. For the majority of the time on the frontier, we were outside of relay range to tell anyone anything. The few times we were within range, Captain Chance had installed a jammer on the ship to still prevent us from contacting anyone. The few times we were on Gateway, we were sequestered to our rooms, locked inside them, and if we weren't, we were watched closely by Malcolm, just so he could make sure we didn't report him to anyone. And while it is easy to look at this entire situation in a pessimistic light, as mistakes that were made, to grow as a people and a government, we cannot look at it like that. We must view it as lessons learned. Lessons that will prevent anyone unfit to lead, such as Captain Chance, or any of the Chances for that matter, to ever gain a place of power anywhere in EarthGov, be it a political situation, any kind of seat on a corporate board, or anything concerning a military position. These lessons learned from this terrible situation will prevent it all. We must look forward as a people and not stagnate on this terrible situation. Then we can uphold all that EarthGov stands for: selflessness, equality, and unity. Thank you.
You see the lights on the wall go off near the end of Julius's briefing. Commander Jiren walked in. General Rico wipes sweat off his brows, slams his hands together. Couldn't have said it better. Comes up between both of you, myself, and looks down at you guys. Good work.
Thank you, sir.
Good effing work. And he puts his hand out to I'll put his hand out to Julius first.
He shakes his hand.
I'd say that flushes the chances down the toilet.
I surely hope so, sir.
He's gonna look over at Ash. I think Nick's AFK. Yep,
I'm
wonderful.
Here. I'm here.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. He puts his hand out to you, Ash.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you told the truth. Maybe not all the truth, but you said what had to be said. I hope you find some catharsis in at least getting, some type of small amount of payback. You couldn't have been the ones to kill him, I know, but at least you got a chance to flush the rest of them down the toilet.
I
Yeah.
agree, sir.
I agree.
Very good.
Looks back at General Lorelei.
She has a big smile on her face. I knew they were up to the task. General Rico looks down before you could say something to her. So what's all this about a T-Rex being dropped on an independent colony?
Oh.
Oh, I got footage right here. General Lorelei's eyes open wide. What? And he, look at this shit. Apparently Malcolm was involved in this, and you see just like the scene from Lost World, the T-Rex slamming into the side of a hover bus, sending it flying into a bunch of buildings. Don't tell me. Don't tell me this was for a movie.
I can't lie to you, sir. It was. He assured us that it was an abandoned colony, just a set piece. Yeah.
He looks down, closes the video. Well, look, you're telling the public the truth. You'll be happy to know that we're monetizing this Malcolm guy. He's popular because it's, to most people, funny. What we can't understand why things happen or why somebody would act this way, to a lot of people ends up being funny. And there are people, a lot of people, the only thing they can find good in a situation is to be able to laugh at it. And a lot of people like laughing at Malcolm. Yeah. My daughter included. Your fiance points to you, Ash, Saris. So recently we started, it's going through Parliament and all that stupid politics stuff. I don't even care for it, but we're gonna try to get the chance Reformation bill passed, and all the proceeds made from things like Malkiana Jones. We have copies of all these movies he's made. The MWF airings are going to go to try and pay back the damages this clown did. Though you can't replace somebody. He's responsible for a lot of people's deaths, but at the very least, we can try and rebuild infrastructure on some of these independent colonies, pay reparations to the families, extended families of the independent colonies that you caused a zombie outbreak, apparently. 2, from my understanding. He shrugs. You can see he's starting to get angry.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That sounds like a very good bill. I'm sure it'll be passed.
Now, he puts his hand up. Now, I mean, do you want... Look, you're in these movies, whether you like it or not. Do you want royalties from these, or do you want the money paid to these people that lives were affected by Malcolm?
It would feel wrong to take money from this, sir.
He looks at Ash.
Same here.
Yeah, because I mean, to be honest, it's blood money, but we're paying for blood with blood money. That's the best we can do. I wish there was something better we could do, but this is all we can do. We take the credits we earn from this crap and try to pay it forward in good faith. That's all there is to it.
Of course.
Well, you two did well. I was worried. I was nervous. When those lights come on back there, even after all the time I've served this position, I still get butterflies in the old stomach. He pats his stomach, but I imagine what you have waiting for you at the apartment is scarier.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Right. Well, anyway, he points over to Commander Jiren. Your buddy's here, your training partner. Thank you, boys, again. He salutes you first. Do your best with Jiren. I expect nothing but the best. Once you're back in fighting shape and cleared for active duty, we'll finish this fight.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. And he salutes him.
If you need anything, you know where to find me. I'm always a phone call away, and Escalade. Points down to Julius. I actually owned an Escalade back when she was 10, and it was the first thing she ever flew. I think I told you the story at dinner.
Yes, you did.
Yeah. You know, sales of Escalades have actually gone up tremendously since the MWF started airing and, leaked footage.
Julius nods. Well, that's just my luck, sir.
It's raised the stock price for the Escalade company, and now a basic Escalade is damn near 1 million credits. A basic one, can you believe that? He has his hand out.
Oh boy.
Quite.
You'll find it. You'll find one. I'm sure you can. Get her a used one. He points at you, and actually, don't do that.
Yeah, no, that's respectfully, sir, not a good idea.
Yeah, right. She's. Good luck! And he walks out of the room.
Oh boy.
Jiren claps his hands slightly and looks at you guys as General Lorelei rubs Ash's shoulder.
Commander Jiren, sir, salutes.
He salutes, walks up to you guys. That was a good address. Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Do you know where we're going to be training?
Lazarly's training ground, sir.
I think it's a fitting place. He looks at Julia.
Yes, sir. And he looks back at Lorelei and back at Jiren. Speaking of Lazuli, sir, I have reason to believe that you know where she is.
He has a slight smile on his face, but he doesn't say anything.
Do you know where she is, sir?
He looks at Ash, back at Julius. General Lorelei, you could see she shrugs at him. And why do you wish to find her?
There are apologies to be made, gifts to give, and truthfully, sir, I just want to see my mom again.
Things to atone for, and yes, I want to see my mom.
Things to atone for. He looks back and forth, and General Lorelei, they can explain at a later date and time. And if they want to see her, they will explain to me now. He crosses his arms. I had a begrudging respect for Major Lazuli before the games. After the games, during your time on the doomed vessel, the Majestic, I trained under her and gained a much higher level of reverential respect, if you will, for her. If she is your master, your sensei, she is as to me. I gave her my word. I would not reveal her location to anybody, with the exception of Hunk and Suletta, if there was an emergency. And currently there is no emergency. He looks back at both of you. A man only has his word. That's all we have. Your weapons, Ash, mean nothing. We only have our word. So, if you want me to break my promise to her, you'll complete training, and I'll take you to her.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I do. How do you know that I know? He looks really confused.
We saw a video of her sent to Hunk, and there were people of your species in the video. An honest assumption, sir.
General Lorelei's looking at him, and he looks at her, and you can read my mind if you'd like. I gave her my word. And General Lorelei, no. Hands him the major insignia. Return this to her when you take them. He takes it. We'll be done. Looks at both of you. She's not on my home planet. She is on a nature preserve. Some of my kind are most likely working there with her.
Okay.
A nature preserve with her son, aptly named after you. He looks down at Julia.
Yes, sir.
She's there, working to, and he kind of shrugs, preserve nature. It's a planet where EarthGov owns the planet, but civilians work on it and maintain the preserve. EarthGov takes animals that are endangered species, but more importantly, extinct animals that EarthGov is working on slowly refining and bringing back. They breed them there. They allow them to have a breeding populace there. And he doesn't say it.
Okay.
Not dinosaurs. He looks down at that.
Okay. Well, it's a fitting place, a good thing being done.
How do I know she went there? He looks at Julius, looks back at you. She told me. I trained under her, as I said. We have some things to discuss, but from my understanding, you have some issues at your apartment. And he chuckled.
Yes.
You're going to talk to Dr. Contry, and then you are to report to Major Leslie's training ground. Weapons. He looks at Ash. Bring your weapon. All of
sir.
them.
Sir, yes, sir.
He looks at Julius. I'll see you there. You have, looks at his wrist computer, 4 hours.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The bunker is thawed. We have access to sublevel 1. You'll be living there. We have shuttles that we can bring your family to and from, but they will not be living there with you.
Okay.
You need to find and he makes a fist, your warrior spirit again. Lets the fist go. We'll discuss it more later today. And he disappeared.
Yes, sir. Okay.
General Lorelei, well, dead men walking. Her hand on both of your shoulders. Back to the apartment.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Who's scarier, Pequod or him, Juliet?
Pequod.
Pequod.
She starts laughing. Have Mercurius send me down the sandwich before you embarked her.
Of course, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And good work, both of you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
She smiles and walks out of the office, and you can make your way back to the apartment.
Yep, let's go.
Well, you come back to a scene of scenes. There is shit all over the walls, broken glass, not just from Pequod. Mercurius is coming. You catch a sight of Mercurius coming down the stairs with the final bouquet Jennifer took into the armory on his head, as if somebody slammed it on his head. And he walks out. Jennifer holding baby Leslie. Sasha cleaning. Memory Ann even helping cleaning with Snarf, Icy. And Jennifer walks up. I can help if somebody takes the baby. And Icy, no! Don't touch anything. Just stand there and look cute. That's what you do. Don't clean anything. Dr. Contry looks around the room confused. And you see Commander Integra covered in ketchup and mustard.
Oh, my.
They got me, Ash! She walks right up to...
That they did. I'm sorry, ma'am.
They got me good. Saris hit me with a head of lettuce.
Alright, where are they?
They're upstairs. I don't know if now's the time. As she gestures to Mercurius, so you can see he's holding his hands out because he can't see where he's going. He's just walking around randomly.
Walks up
Julius
and...
walks over and takes off the bouquet.
You take it off.
There's
He takes the bouquet, looks down at it and up at you, and he sends you thank you.
There's no better time. I mean, we're gonna be leaving in 4 hours. This needs to be talked about before then.
Dr. Contry, perhaps a little space. I don't know if now's the time. They're quite angry.
But I can't... Oh, I can't leave her feeling like this.
Well, you did it!
I know. I know I'm an idiot.
Rolly looks up at you. Oh my god, what a mess. The Majestic was never even this dirty as he's going around furiously mopping. That Pequod has an arm. You see Snarf rubbing the back of his head. She got me.
Julius walks over and rubs Snarf's back. And he picks up a rag and starts cleaning.
Snarf, we made our final stand in the armory, Ash. And then... Well, then I thought it'd be a good idea to come out and never tell an angry woman to relax. Let's just put it that way. Hunk comes out. You see he's got 2 big buckets of bleach water. He starts cleaning.
Yeah. God,
Commander Integra, I did all I could, Ash, to protect them, but I failed.
You did well. It's fine. Well,
My glasses are broken. She points to her. Their lens is cracked.
we'll get those fixed for you, ma'am.
Snarf, I'll start on those very soon. Hunk, Ash, did you find my MP5?
It's gonna be in about a month, Hunk. Special
Thanks,
order.
buddy.
No problem.
You hear Pequod scream, maybe, from upstairs.
Oh boy, you might have. We're gonna have to fix that.
Eh. Yeah. Yeah, we will have to.
Dr. Contry taps her wrist computer. I have a busy schedule to keep. If you want your therapy session now, Ash, you do it now, or I'm leaving. You're leaving for Jiren. From my understanding, he's gonna bring your family members down to the bunker. Make your choice.
I'll do it now.
Commander Integra, I suppose we should give the boys some privacy, and Dr. Contry, we'll do it in the kitchen. And then I'll have Sergeant Hamer come up and help clean. She walks to the kitchen. Come on, Julius. She sits down, and when she sits down, what? What is this? And she looks down, and you can see the chair is covered in mustard. And the whole back of her overcoat and skirt is covered in mustard. And she just glares at you both.
We'll have that cleaned for you.
Commander Integra comes into the room. Would you mind if I sit in on this one with you, Ash? I should be here. You're going to be going through... This might be hard to talk about. I want to be with you. And she sits down and holds your hand.
If you'd like, ma'am.
I do. I wasn't able to be there with you the past 2 years. I am now. And you, Julius, she puts out her hand.
He holds her hand.
This will be fun as she sits down and realizes she sits in the chair covered in milk and very fun. I'll just sit in it. No worries. Is there any ice cream left? Dr. Contry goes into the fridge. I believe it's all over the walls of the gym. She's looking into the gym. Sits down at the bar. Well, she wipes off her seat and sits down at the bar. Okay. Where would you like to start, Ash?
Well, I suppose I should start where everything's bubbling up from. You know that we went to Gallia and found out what it was.
Yes.
Well, I've been running away from that part of my life for a long time now. And now I've been forced to be confronted by it. And I see a lot of parallels between that and my life here. Not my choices, I should say. I wanted to be done with that part of my life, but the more I see it, the more I see that my stupid decisions there impact me even now.
Such as?
I could blame what's happening right now on my upbringing, that I never really learned how to really have a healthy relationship, but that's not an excuse. I should have gone and asked somebody. I should have tried to learn. And I heard it.
She puts up a pen. She has a pen. She puts up a pen. You do have a proclivity for first making excuses. Let's return to the Mother's Day issue. She looks down at her wrist computer. When confronted with the issue, look, you did what you did, or the lack thereof. You didn't buy Major Lasley Mother's Day gifts. Okay. That's irrelevant to the point that when it's brought up to you, the first thing you say to General Lorelei is, well, I didn't know it existed.
Yes,
Weak men and women make excuses, Ash. Are you a weak man, or do you fancy yourself a strong individual?
I don't know, ma'am. I want to be a strong man. I just don't know.
Well, a weak man would not survive training with Major Leslie. A weak man, she looks over at Julius, would not wear Ranger Cadet badges.
Understood, man.
Understood.
I don't think Julius shares the issue you share, Ash, where you look for excuses. But you do, at least you know you're correct. That is what you do first. You tend to find a reason to blame.
I do.
Perhaps this goes back to being a slave. When something would go wrong, you would look for an excuse to avoid a whatever this individual who owned you would do to you.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a
Well,
good way.
that's an understandable thing, but you don't live in that world or time anymore. You live here, whether you like it or not. You live here. It doesn't work in the civilized world. It's not befitting of a major, or even a private in EarthGov's military. And it does not work in personal life. As you're seeing right now, as you hear Mercurius tumbling down the fucking stairs. I like to imagine there's glass here. You see him tumbling down the stairs. She looks over her shoulder. It does not work, especially in personal relationships such as marriages.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me something. Tell me something. Commander Integra, you were there, right? I'm sorry, Integra. Yes, I was there. What did they do when these two girls... Ash, you tell me. What was the first thing you said when the girls found out the flowers weren't from you? Let me guess. You defaulted to talking about Malcolm, because that's all you can think about, right? Because that's all you dwell on is... Okay, Ash, well maybe instead of talking about Malcolm and saying how creepy a nice gesture of sending flowers is, you simply say, you know what? This is a good idea. I could learn a thing or two from Tommy. I'm sorry, baby. You give Saris a hug, and you ask her if there's anything you can do from her. She's tapping her hands on the desk, moron. She looks over at Julius. How did you manage to cause this? And she points out to Mercurius stumbling up.
I was frustrated, and I said something I shouldn't have to Pequod. To be more specific, when she mentioned that I should buy her an Escalade or roses or something like that, I said maybe.
Wonderful! She smiles, just wonderful. If anybody knows you can't afford one for her, it's her. The reason she brings it up is because Pequod is a clingy girlfriend, wouldn't you say? Fiance, wouldn't you say?
She is attached to me more than other people.
Do you like it that way?
I can't say that I don't like it, man.
That's good. You just need to reaffirm that you're working to get one for her. At any cost, instead of saying maybe.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you can avoid things as Mercurius walks up the stairs and you see him tumble down again. As if somebody very strong, not a pregnant woman, pushed him. And he just looks up the stairs. You see him staring up. Then you can avoid things like this, Julian.
Understood, ma'am.
Looks over at Ash. So, what else is bothering you, Ash? You've caused World War IV here in the apartment. Understandable. My dress ruined. Thank you.
I don't know, ma'am. I just feel like I never make the right choice.
Do you think about the choices you make, or what you say before you say it?
I try to, but I just... feels like I always have wires crossed or don't understand what's actually going on, and I make the wrong choice as to what to say or what to do or everything.
What was it like back in Gallia? Did you have a lot of social interaction? Was the political, I'm not even sure the word, species hierarchy to where you couldn't interact with people very much?
Well, for one, I was a slave. The most I really interacted was fetching things for Morgano. But after that, I had killed people. I was worried about being punished for my misdeeds, so I was on the run. I largely kept to myself, doing odd ends, simple bounty work, clearing out predators, that type of thing. I didn't have much social interaction until the last 10 years of my life, ma'am.
What about you, Julian?
I didn't either, but that was mainly by choice.
Every person you meet and approach, whether you have a rapport with them or not, as you know, is a different individual. Everybody's likes, tastes are different. The way everybody will perceive you is different based on the individual. She puts up her hand, still see this scrawny little redheaded boy who came into the headhunters and the older yet handsome looking man who came in with him a long time ago when I see you two. Do you know why I see you that way?
No, ma'am.
Because that was our first interaction. You left a wonderful impression. You seemed well mannered, with the exception of Julius not enjoying his time in the military, which is understandable. Leave when you'd like. She smiles at you. However, you still kind of act like those children. How old are you now, Ash?
Damn near 40, ma'am. 38, 39.
Right. You're that old. So, when the time comes to try to get Saris and Sasha on your squad, from my understanding, you ask General Rico for help. Not even wondering if there will be consequences. And what do you use as an excuse to shield your actions? I was tired, having visions of Malcolm. Whose fault was it you were tired? You were refusing to take the sleeping potion. You were refusing medication. That is your fault, Ash. You do no favors for yourself. And Julius, it is understandable to be angry. I'm sure you have a temper given your horrible upbringing from what little I know about it. It's understandable to be angry. Shall we strap a watermelon to you for 9 months and see how you feel? And then make you push it out of your asshole. Twice!
Julius nods. Understood.
Try to think before you speak. I think that is the lesson of whatever happened this morning. Obviously, you have good intentions. Look at this apartment. It's adorned in these are for Pequod, right? And she's pointing around.
He nods.
Yes.
You're on the right path. But to my limited understanding of Major Lazuli, Commander Integra squeezes Julius's hand because she knows what's coming. Julius, telling somebody you love them once doesn't do anything. Maybe in your world it did. But it doesn't matter here in the civilized world. You can tell somebody you love them once. What does that really matter if you never show it? I can tell you, I care about you two. But if I refuse to come to these sessions and help you, if I refuse to give you medical treatment, would you feel as if I cared for you?
No.
He scratches his chin. Your actions speak louder than words, man.
Exactly. I think you have the action portion down. You take care of Pequod to the best of your abilities. But you have to understand, Julius, there's more to a relationship than just getting in bed, having a wonderful time. You could do little things for it's the little things that count. Give her a back massage. Give her a foot massage. Cook her something special when she's not expecting it. The small things. One flower. 60 bouquets of flower is overboard as far as I'm concerned. One of the loveliest gestures Sergeant Hamer ever did for me, he simply bought me a black rose. One. One black rose. Just one. Commander Integra would remember if she wasn't crazy back then. As Commander Integra nods. That's what kicked it all off. Just one black rose. My favorite type of flower. Just one. It's the little things that count, Julius. You can work towards the Escalade someday. You understand, had you been a decent soldier, you'd be a higher rank and potentially could afford this Escalade before the prices skyrocketed. As you see her roll her eye.
Julius nods.
Your actions, you are only accountable for your actions. You were a terrible soldier. The only reason you still have a career is because of General Lorelei and the fact that you were intimately involved with General Rico's daughter. Any other soldier would have been shot, Julius. You're aware of this.
I am, man.
And as far as you go, Ash, the world of Gallia. What else bothers you from there? You had a bad life there, I understand. But what is bubbling up underneath the surface that you're not telling me?
I'll just be honest. It feels like I'm almost cursed in a way that people who are around me always end up getting hurt. People,
Such as?
well, Gulchin, the young man who was on ISIS squad before us. There's everyone who was on the Majestic.
Were you there when he died?
I wasn't.
You were not responsible for his death. Would you being there have changed it? You would have died too. Most likely.
No, it wouldn't have changed it, but his death is a direct result of what happened on the Majestic, ma'am.
That is true. And had you shot Malcolm and killed him, as I'm sure you both wish you did, or in Julius's case, beat him, she grins, you'd be jailed. Until the whole investigation was finished, and then you would have gone through how long trials and court-martials just to prove your innocence. And after all that, odds are you would not be part of the military. And do you know what not being part of the military means? No Ceres, no Pequod, no Integra, no Icy, nothing.
Yes.
You would not receive the special treatment you receive now.
I understand, ma'am. Just what happened to Commander Integra? What happened to Ceres? What happened to all of them? That hell. I know I'm being an idiot. It gnaws at me.
Commander Integra is Commander Integra, and she looks at Commander Integra's fault. She chose willingly to believe Malcolm and... What was his name, Julia? She looks over at Julia.
He called himself Gurok, but it wasn't actually Gurok.
She chose to believe those two, when all evidence suggested Ash would never do such a thing, because Ash had been a good boyfriend for how many years, Ash?
5.
She looks at Commander Integra. It was her fault. And Commander Integra nods her head once, and looks at Ash, and nods her head again. That is not on you, Ash. The deaths of these colonists, the zombie outbreak, the newly discovered death of artists, from my understanding.
Yes.
These are not your sins to bear. Why didn't you shoot Malcolm if you dreamed about it, Ash, so much? Why didn't you?
Thea, I didn't want to lose everything, ma'am.
Then you made the correct decision. Because if you look around the apartment today, not only do you have everything, but you have more than you had when you left the Headhunter. Money, more family, you're missing a piece or two here or there in Major Lazuli. And, what was her exoframe companion's name?
Blitz.
But you can work to get those things back.
Yes, ma'am.
What else, Ash?
I don't know, ma'am. I just said the thing. I've been letting fear rule me for so long. It's hard to stop it. But I have to. Because it gets people hurt.
Well, clearly you don't let it rule you when you fight. You came back how many times injured to the upteenth degree in your Headhunter days?
But I do let it rule me when I fight. That's what drives me, ma'am. Fear of death, yes, but just fear of not having them. Julius is fueled by anger. For me, fear is a very powerful tool, a motivator, ma'am.
Because Argano?
Yes, that fear of what he did, I learned how to, I guess, harness it, you could say.
Fear being a motivator is fine. Understand you walk a thin line, though.
That's
Perhaps you overthink and fear too much, and then it leads to things such as you see Mercurius go up the stairs with, he's using like some type of lid shield, something, and they're throwing shit down at him, and he's walking up the stairs, trying to get up there to get Rocco's food.
yes. I I want to be safe about the choices I make. I want to know the variables if I can, because if I know them, people don't get hurt. At least that's what I think. And it's proven true, but I
Yes,
do
but
hope-
you can't know all the variables. It's just, how have you been a soldier for 7 years? You can't know all the variables in life or battle. That's why you're trained to deal with the situation when you are dealing with variables you don't know or don't understand.
I understand that, and I can deal with that in combat. I'd like to say I'm a good soldier in combat, and in those situations, it's... Again, it is an excuse that doesn't excuse anything. I never was taught that. I'm figuring it out, and that is not an excuse, because I should have come to someone like you, or the commander, or fucking Tommy Wiseau, and learned.
Give an example about a situation in the, air quote, civilian theater that you would like to know all the variables before making a decision.
Well, before I made a decision on what to give Saris, the first gift I ever gave her, I went and asked and tried to learn everything she liked. I tried to learn how to use the E-net and figure it all out before asking her, and then it turned into just lazily choosing for me, because I didn't know.
Or you could have just acted spur of the moment, got her something small, like a black rose. The little thing.
That's what I'm trying to do now.
When it comes to your girlfriends, when it comes to your family, your friends, you should act on your positive emotions, not for your health. She points at Julius. Hit hunk. I hear that didn't go well for you last time you tried.
Very much not so.
Right. Perhaps where you come from, your mother told you showing affection is beating people. I have news for you. It's not. I'm sure you would not like it if you... Would you like to see General Rico punching your wife?
I would not, ma'am.
Oh, well, then there you go. There you go. She says through grit teeth and just shakes her head at Juliet. Act on your positive emotions when it comes to these people in your life. Your captain, your mother there, Ash, your wife, Julius. You don't always have to plan everything, Ash. You don't always have to think methodically. If you think methodically and wait too long, perhaps you end up in an example like today. I'm sure you two have thought about buying them things. Look at all this crap you bring for Pequod. This Malcolm memorabilia, which, by the way, this stuff is becoming very expensive right now, Julius. As she gestures back to this picture. You're sitting on a gold mine, whether you like it or not, Julius. I know people that would pay a high price for that picture right there. That being said, act on your positive emotions. Spur of the moment is okay. If you overthink things, you end up in a situation where somehow Tommy Wiseau has upstaged you. Unintentionally, I'm sure. Why did Tommy send all those flowers here?
He's interested in my mother.
He has no chance.
I wouldn't say that. Malcolm had no chance. Tommy is rich and nice. That's a non-zero chance.
Perhaps. She laughs.
She could
What
do
else?
I don't know. This is... How do I put it? This has been eye-opening in many ways, ma'am. I think I understand at least what I need to start doing. I need to start letting... One, being more spontaneous. I need to start letting other things rule me. I need to stop being afraid as much as I am.
I think you do. Letting fear motivate you is a thin line, Ash. You step one way or the other, both will be the wrong direction. I won't step in Commander Jiren's field of teaching. I'll leave that to him. I think it's a good thing he's here to teach you. But what I will tell you is you can't let fear rule you. Maybe you did all those years in the Headhunter, and it worked for you. One of these days, you'll let fear rule you, and you'll face an enemy that can turn it against you. And you'll die. Horribly. Maybe you won't lose your hand. Maybe you won't get shot, but you will die. Horribly.
Yes, ma'am.
Or you'll make the wrong decision. Or you won't be able to make a decision. Fear is not a motivator. It's a poison. The basis of all military training is to repress fear, not drive it. If you went through EarthGov training and you're still using fear, you should be discharged, and I will happily discharge you. And she smiles at you, because that makes you a liability to this squad, and this squad cannot fail, Ash.
No, it can't. That's why I'm going to find something new. I think it wouldn't, even if I wanted to keep using it, it wouldn't work anymore.
The simple fact of the matter, and I'm sure you've been told this, but whatever happened in Gallia, it happened. It's over. You can dwell on it all you like, being a slave, doing whatever you did there in Gallia, having a horrible upbringing. She looks at Julius, having those runes, I don't even know the word, but carved into you will say, these are horrible events. None of them matter in the grand picture of what's happening here, now. And I'm not talking about a potential end of the world. Do you know how many people died probably on the planet Gallia? Or the continent, whatever you called it back then. That probably wish they could be here right now, with a beautiful wife, a family, a supportive captain, beautiful children. He looks at Julius. Probably every one of them wished they were somewhere else when whatever came for that planet came for that planet. You should just be grateful to be here. Let the past be the past, Ash. You should take a lesson from Julius. His mother's here. He reconciled his differences with her and moved on. Maybe they don't have the best relationship, but they have a relationship. There is nobody you can reconcile your differences with. From my understanding, there's no... Well, I don't know. There's the SIS agent that is the only other survivor of Gallia, but there's no bad blood to reconcile there, right?
No.
So there's nobody for you to reconcile your differences with other than you to reconcile your issues and mistakes with yourself. And simply move on.
Yes, ma'am.
Does everybody here know about your storied history, Ash?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they hate you?
No.
Does Sarah still love you?
I'd like to say yes.
Believe me, they wouldn't act that way if they didn't love you. They would just ignore you. They would not have outbursts like this. So, then, why do you care anymore?
You know what? I've spent a long time afraid of getting mine for what I did. But the more I think about it, and the more I talk with you, I think I already have gotten mine.
Malcolm?
Malcolm, my life in general up until this point. I've gotten mine. He kind of stands up a bit and sits back down. You're right. I have let that hang over me for so goddamn long. It's gonna be hard to change this, but I am done letting it hang over me.
She puts her hand up. Just be the man you want to be. What do you want to be? A good husband, a good brother, a good son, gestures at Commander Integra, a good sergeant major, a good older brother, she kind of gestures out to Icy, a good friend, a good godfather. Be the man you want to be. One thing I think, now that I'm privy to your storied ancient history, You did bad things. And what did you choose to do to try and separate yourself from them? You sit on a moral high horse. This moral high horse you sit on does not matter, Ash. Nobody cares. It doesn't owe you any favor. It doesn't get you anywhere with General Lorelei, does it? It doesn't get you anywhere here in EarthGov. Yes, you're a good soldier, but that has nothing to do with your moral high horse you sit on. Does it get you anywhere? No. So come down a little bit and just be the man you want to be. If nobody here hates you for what you did, obviously you're doing something right.
Yes, ma'am.
This moral high horse you sit on gets you nowhere. It really doesn't. What has it done for you? Except make people think you're posh or arrogant in some ways. Or perhaps you're altruistic, but you're so altruistic people can't understand why. Because you're just trying to run from what you did. Somebody like General Rico is altruistic for the right reasons. Trying to do right in his position, the people under him, the people that depend on him and rely on him. He is not sitting on the moral high horse to escape shooting up a village, killing unarmed civilians.
No, he's not, ma'am.
If you look at it this way, she frames a square with her hands. Shoot village, kill people, sit on moral high horse. It just makes you look like the biggest hypocrite in the world. You did what you did. Move on. Be the man you want to be today. And that man has to win the coming fight. She's putting her hand on the desk.
We're going to win, ma'am.
Asherion Valorius and Julius Rainfall. There's 4 of you. There's Asherion Valorius from Gallia. There's Julius Rainfall from Gallia. And then there's the boys that were dropped here. Whether they wanted to come here or not, they ended up here. Whether they wanted, she looks over at Julius, to be in the military or not, they were. You're different people than you were back then. Just like the SIS agent. Cursed, I've worked with him. Cursed, crazed, confused. But now has a purpose. And now is a quite useful asset to EarthGov. Yes? 2 different people.
Yes.
As you see Mercurius tumble down the stairs one more time with his... He had like a garbage can lid, and he gets up and just throws it up the stairs in anger and walks this way.
Yes, ma'am.
You ran from this threat in Gallia. Whether you knew it or not, you ran from it. No running this time. You'll have to face it.
Yes, we will. And it needs us to be our best.
If we hope to win, yes. I want to try something before you say something, Ash. Excuse me. She pulls up a picture of Major Leslie and turns it right at Julie.
Why are you... May I ask why?
She doesn't say anything and just moves it closer towards you.
He's just staring at it. And his knee starts to bounce, and he starts picking at his lip. I really miss you, and I want to give you the present that I got you. I'm gonna put a little picture of your son and a hunk in it, and yeah.
Your turn. And she turns it right to Ash's face.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I was not the son you deserved. I'm going to be better. I'm going to be worthy of you. Gift. traits, yes, but I just want to strive to be worthy of having known you.
Closes the picture. How hard was that?
Wasn't as hard as I thought it would be.
Hard, Julius? Sweating?
What? He grits his teeth for a second. Wasn't hard, man.
It shouldn't be. It should be very easy. Just tell people exactly how you feel. Doesn't matter whatever happened in the past. Maybe you should have bought her gifts. Who knows how... I'm sure she would have been grateful. But I think the antithesis of the problem is simply showing gratitude.
Yes.
Understood.
One should not have to bribe somebody with a game man to stay in Earthgov. And one should not simply say, from my understanding from General Lorelei, all Major Leslie had to do was ask. So she offered to buy you a game man to keep you in Earthgov. And your response, thank God we have somebody that can read minds, was simply, yeah, I'd probably end up in jail anyway, so I'll stay. Instead of saying, well, I wanted to stay anyway because I wouldn't be able to be around you, Mom. Or if she wasn't a mother figure, I wanted to stay and train with you anyway at that point. Is it that hard to show affection? You show it to Pequod. If you can't show it to others, you're not going to get far.
Yes, ma'am.
Shall I pull up the picture again, Julius? And she turns her wrist computer towards you.
Anything that I want to say to her, I'm going to say to her face. Not picture face. Her face to face.
She puts her hand out. I don't know the particulars of Major Lasley's state of mind. But imagine, if you will, you look upon somebody as a son. And let's just disregard the game man thing. Imagine you give birth, your exoframe friend of how many hundreds of years, because Major Lasley's old boys, whether you realize it or not, as is Zuletta, dies. Were you aware Major Lasley and Hunk were searching for you two on the frontier? She's pointing with her fingers at you.
I believe he's mentioned that, ma'am.
So they spent how much money searching for you? Not on EarthGov's money. Major Lasley's very expensive, not so fuel efficient ship. And they searched for you. Riddled with guilt. And then one day, after losing Blaze, probably accepting the fact you're dead, you show up with your mom, Julius, after you acted the way you acted all those years. You have Pequod, in part by Major Lasley's doing. You couldn't afford anything for Pequod, because you were, note the fact I said were, a shit soldier. Yes, Ash didn't get promoted either. Why would they ever promote Ash when he's attached to a shit soldier? You made Ash look horrible. Yes, he looked like a, quintessential EarthGov soldier. But you did nothing but bring the people around you down.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I did.
Do you really think if Master Chance wasn't involved in the council, you would have been accepted for Alpha 9? Alpha 9 is the most successful Arcane Council strike squad. Yes, they were wiped out. Yes, it's Malcolm's fault. Alpha 9 is a historic squad. Only the best of the best get on that squad. Speaks highly to your friend Golchan, who I have no understanding of, nor do I need. But you understand, you never would have been on that squad, even if Master Chance was not there, because of you. She points to Julius.
You know,
I'm sure General Lorelei told you this, but you ended up where you ended up because of yourselves.
Yes.
Right. And she doesn't smile, she just purses her lips and looks at Julius.
If there's one thing that I have been trying to do better, it's be a better soldier.
You'll have to be. And I think you are, and I trust you will be. I think you have a better understanding now of the stakes. But understand this. Every soldier, any soldier, I should say, that did what you did would have been shot, hung, dishonorably discharged. Dishonorably discharged means no chance of reinstatement, no benefits, no money, you're barred from every EarthGov facility. You will, and she points to Julius, pay your comeuppance. You are to be discharged if you cannot defeat Commander Jiren in single combat at the end of these 2 months. You will be discharged by General Lorelai's orders. She smiles at you. So you should take the coming months very seriously.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not get away with what you did. You will defeat him, or you will most likely not see Pequod anytime soon. She smiles at you, and I don't enjoy saying this. This is quite awkward. And I don't think Commander Jiren wants to do this. But it is the situation we have at hand. Perhaps I'm out of line for telling you now, but I would rather tell you because I care about both of you, and your wives, and your friends and family, and want you to understand the stakes that are coming your way.
It is exactly what I deserve, ma'am. Thank you for telling me.
Commander Integra, has Commander Jiren ever lost in singles combat? And Dr. Country, he's lost to Major Leslie, and Major Leslie alone. And she closes her wrist computer.
Well, that's... I don't look on the chances. Look on how you'll make the chances go in your favor.
If anybody can beat him, it's Major Leslie's son. She looks down at the floor, realizing she stepped in chocolate milk and just groaned.
You'll beat him. I believe in you.
Yeah, I got it.
He looks over at you, Ash. You're safe, Ash. You were an exemplary soldier.
I try, ma'am.
You don't try, you do. You do. Maybe you don't realize it, but you do. You wouldn't wear that Ranger Cadet badge if you weren't.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe General Lorelei gave Julius the badge as motivation.
Maybe. Is there a limit to how old scars can be before EarthGov can have them removed?
No. It's expensive, but I'll take care of it for you. If you want to get all those horrible scars adorned across your body removed.
I feel like if I'm going to unleash the shackles it had on my mind, I should also unleash the shackles that past has on my body, ma'am.
She looks at you and nods. Then assure me you'll pass your training, you'll do the best you can, and you help him, she points to Julius, in any way he needs. You help each other, and I'll take care of those scars for you when you both return, not discharged, she smiles at Julius, to Gateway and see me.
Yes, ma'am, like I always used to say in the Headhunters. Changed a little, to paraphrase what I used to say. We are coming back.
Very good, she smiles. Anything else before I leave?
Thank you. I've needed clarity for a long time, and I didn't know how to get it.
You're welcome. That's my job. You'll be happy to know the planet of Gallia is going to be cracked. I don't know why we have to, but General Lorelai's seen fit to do so.
If we crack it, then there's never a chance of those orbs being used against us, ever.
And whose idea was this?
Pequod.
She looks at Julius for affirmation.
Yeah.
Now, if she didn't love you, would she want to crack a planet to assure you stay forever?
If I didn't love someone, I wouldn't do it.
There you go. She smiles, steps through a bunch of crap. I'll see you both, looking right at Julius, at the end of your 2 months with Commander Jiren. Right?
Right.
Good. And she walks out.
All right. Stands up. Time to face the music. I'm going up. Whether or not you want to, you don't have to, Julius, but I'm going up. I need to talk to her.
Of course I'm going up. What do you mean?
Come on out. Commander Jiren's standing at the stairs looking around.
Commander, salutes.
What the hell? He turns and salutes the both of you.
We told you they were angry, sir.
This is ridiculous. I'll handle this. Stay here.
Wait.
What? Comes down the stairs.
No. I need to handle this. It's our doing. We need to fix it.
I understand that, but I'm going up first. 1 sec.
Okay.
He goes up and disappears.
Let's...
You hear a loud scream of, "Get the fuck out, Baldy!" And he comes back down. Right. And he says his arms crossed. I don't enjoy... You realize my species cannot willingly grow hair.
Yes,
Yes, sir, understood.
I'll be waiting for you down here. He just... give me one of these. And he takes one of the rags and helps on.
let's go on up. He's gonna head up.
Well, Commander Integra joins you. They are nowhere to be found. So is Ash's token. I'm not sure what happened to it. Oh, it's right there. I can't see it. Wow. Okay, yeah, they're nowhere to be found. Commander Integra's not here. Excuse me.
Okay.
They're nowhere to be found.
Ash is gonna go over to Saris's door and knock.
What's Julius doing?
Julius is gonna go over to Pequod's room.
All right. Ash knocks on the door, and there's no response at first.
Going to knock again, please. I need to talk to you.
What do you want to talk about, Ash? You can say what you want out there.
I need to tell you I'm sorry. That I know I've been a bad fiancé to you. I got so caught up in my own woe is me stupidity that I didn't even think that you deserved better than that. And I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. I love you more than life itself. And I will be better. I just hope you're willing to give me a chance.
The door slides open, and she's just standing there, pissed off.
I know. That the first thing I thought about when you saw those wasn't to get you one, it was about that asshole. And I was...
Yeah, it was about Malcolm, and how creepy it was. Honestly, Ash, some lazy-eyed guy who likes Davine, thinking enough about her to spend all that money? It's not the money, it's just the gesture. You need to get over yourself, Ash.
I do.
Because honestly, Ash, I got along without you once. I can do it again. You need to move past Malcolm.
I do, and I'm going to. I'm done letting the past rule me, which is why I have something for you.
Yeah, what's that, Ash?
He's going to go into his things and pull out the frame that's left of the pepper box. This is the last thing I have of that place, of my past before you. I'm done letting it be something that constantly rules my mind and distracts
That
me from the now.
then airlock it. Points up here.
If
Prove to
that's,
me you can get over yourself and grow up.
if that's what you'd like done with it, then that is what will be done with it. Come.
Get over it. You guys can go up. Julius, what are you doing?
Before he knocks,
Mercurius is with you.
before he knocks, he's going to open up his locket, take out the picture of him and Davine, then print out a picture of Pequod and a picture of Lazuli and put them in the 2 slots.
All right. As you're doing that, Mercurius takes the guillotine umpire mask and puts it on.
He knocks.
There's no answer.
Pequod,
What?
can we talk?
About what, Julius? I'm busy in here.
About how stupid your fiance is?
Well, there's a lot to talk about that. As the door slides open, Mercurius with the guillotine helmet on, put that back. He puts it back, and he texts you, "Good luck, sir," and he leaves.
There very much is much to talk about.
Fine, talk about it here. You can stay out there. You're not coming in here.
Of course. Your fiance is very stupid. Ma'am, he lost his temper when he had no right to. He yelled at one of the most important women in his life, nay, the most important woman in his life, tied with his daughter. The woman who gave him children, the woman who loved him unconditionally, the woman who both he would do anything for her and she would do anything for him. He lost his temper. And he would like to say he is so very sorry. And he takes off and he takes the locket and he would like to give this to you.
She takes it, opens it, sees the pictures inside. You see her gulp big. She looks up at you. Yeah, well, this fiance's wife is kind of a brat sometimes.
No, it's your fiance's fault.
We can agree to disagree as she puts her hands around your hips and leans into you.
I love you more than anything, Pequod.
I love you too, but it's not easy being pregnant, and the past 2 years have been hell. Absolute hell.
I'm not going to say that I truly understand because I don't truly understand. And he cups her face with his hand. I am here for you.
She leans up, reaches up, and gives you a kiss, and I'm here for you. I don't deal with things like missing, like regret, and missing Major Lasley well. And I think I take them out on you sometimes, and I am sorry.
It's okay. I deserve those things.
I feel like a jerk too. I took her money and didn't do anything for her. If I'd known she bought you the game, man, I would have said no.
Yeah. Trust me, I feel just as bad for that one. But there are ways to make up for those things. And the way we are going to make up for those things is me beating Jiren and finding out where good old Mom Leslie is.
So he knows.
He does.
Could we just have General Lorelei read his mind?
A man has his word, and not much else, as he said. I want to keep my word and beat him to do it.
She rubs your face with her hand. I understand. That's fine. I know you'll beat him. And she smiles.
Well, I am the son of Lazuli, and he gives her a kiss.
Well, I'll come down to the bunker, squeezes into you, and I'll cook you something tonight. You're going to be training all day and most of the night.
No, you will not cook me anything. I am your cook, madame. I am your chef, in fact, as Lorelei likes to call me.
She does like your cooking, Julian.
That she does.
Sorry, Julian. She gives you a kiss. Sorry, Julian.
It's okay.
When are you leaving?
As soon as Ash is done, we are going to head down and see Jiren.
I'll come with you. And I'll be at the bunker tonight. And Julius, I do need an Escalade, but not anytime soon. I only really want one because they're great family cars, and I want more than 2 kids. We make beautiful kids, Julius. We gotta have as many as possible.
We do make beautiful kids, and I am going to be the best soldier that I can to climb up the ranks as best I can, just to make more money, just to get you that Escalade.
She smiles, and let's go see Ash.
Maybe we should leave him to his own devices. He is trying to apologize to Ceres.
Oh, let's go down and see Jiren. And she smiles.
That sounds like a better plan.
All right, Ash, go ahead.
Walk up to the airlock, toss it in, close it, and airlock it. I'm done with it.
She watches it fly off as you continue.
I have you. I have this now. I'm done worrying about the past.
You need to be. She puts her hand out. You have to be. Do you know how many chances I had to move on from you with another person?
Probably a lot.
People who don't dwell on things, people who don't make excuses. You have to grow up at some point, Ash. She watches it continue to fly out the airlock. I think this is a good first step, but when we were back in the Headhunters, your age, whatever it was, we were kids, all of us. We're not kids anymore, Ash.
No, we're not. And I'm going to try to be the man that you deserve and that they deserve. No, I'm not going to try. I'm going to be.
She gives you a hug and a kiss on the cheek. I'll hold you to it.
You better. I do love you so much. I'm sorry that I'm not good at showing it.
You can start. It's a good start, these gifts. But honestly, Ash, it's just the gesture that counts. The thought that counts. I don't need money. I'm not like Pequod. I don't need a fancy car or anything like that.
You know, maybe I understood. He's gonna put his hand on the necklace she's wearing. Maybe I understood a little better when I was a dumb kid.
I think you did. You went out to the frontier and you came back not the same person. You came back I don't know how to say it without being mean.
I was a broken old man, let's be honest.
Broken is one way to put it, but I don't know. It's hard to explain. It was just unflattering, Ash. You blame, you look for excuses. That's not the Ash I remember, anyway.
No. I let him get to me. I let him strip away a lot of my armor.
He's a meme. That's all he is. That's all he ever will be.
He is, and that is what he will be. which is why I'm done letting him have power over me. I can laugh at him, I can be distasteful at seeing him, but I'm done letting these people have power over me.
I hope you're telling the truth.
I swear to you, I am. And most of all, he's gonna grab her and just hug her. I am done being afraid.
Good. There's no room to be afraid anymore.
No, there isn't. I've said this before, but up until recently, I never had anything to fight for but survival. Now, he's gonna just hold her hand. I have you, and them, and everything. Things far more valuable than I could ever put to words. To fight for. And to live for. There's an old saying I heard once that speaks to me now more than it ever did, and it was, many people believe that dying for their people is the greatest sacrifice one can make, but the truth of the matter is that the biggest sacrifice a man can make is to live for his people.
You always had these things. You always had us. Even back in the Headhunters, you were just... I think you were always just too caught up in yourself and your problem. Everybody has problems, Ash. Everybody's had it rough at some point in time. You either get past it or you don't. At the end of the day, you only destroy yourself.
Yes, you're right, and I was destroying myself. But I am moving past it because I am choosing to live for you.
She gives you a kiss, I will hold you to it, but you'll have to prove it to me.
Of course. Do you want to come down to the bunker while we're training?
From my understanding, Commander Jiren's going to send a shuttle for us when your training's complete. We're not allowed to be there during the time you train.
Okay. I understand. I'm going to train and work harder than I ever had for you. You deserve that.
Not just for me, Ash. She puts her hand out. You came back from the frontier with this. This is the end of everything. For everybody, Ash. If we lose, it's over. You're the one who told us.
Yes, it is. I'm done losing. I'm not going to again.
Neither am I. And she hugged.
He's gonna just hold her. Never again. Gods, if this moment, right?
It's a good line.
It is. Bit cheesy and posh, but yes.
We have a Gods of This Moment jacket for Commander Jiren. If you can get him to wear it, I think that would definitely be a nice picture here in the apartment.
I'll try. I'll try. There. Gods. I just can't speak to how much I'm gonna miss you. I just got your back.
I'll be there. I look forward to kind of going back to the bunker. It's home.
It is.
This is home too. Raven Rock was never really home because it was so crappy. But if you remember, I spent more time in that bunker at the beginning than any of you guys.
Yes, you did. Because Lazuli, like everyone else, saw how special you are. What was that thing I said all those years ago when I gave you that necklace? That I saw one of the rare bright spots of the universe and wanted to preserve it?
Yep.
I think you shine now more than you ever have. You're beautiful, a trailblazer, one of the most powerful women in the world, yet you don't let it get to your head. You're incredible and special in every way. And I am the most fortunate man alive to have just known you.
I think the same. Fortunate, anyway. How many girls can say they dated a time traveler or were married to one?
2, counting you.
But things like this don't just happen. There's no such things as coincidences. It happened for a reason, and she smiled.
Yes, I don't believe in heart-written fate. There is no one who tells us what our lives must be. But I do believe that there are things that need to happen for a reason. That Dale fellow found out what he did for a reason. Why else would it spit us out right when something was needed most? It's too much of a coincidence. Why would it spit me out in just the right moment to meet the greatest woman to have ever lived? Big smile on his face.
She smiles. No coincidence.
No.
Come on. She puts her arm around your back. It's time to go, I think.
It is. It is. Let's go.
Right there. Well, the girls come down and see their, the result of their action.
It's impressive, actually.
Pequod with Julius, not fully down the stairs yet.
Julius is carrying her down the stairs.
Oh.
I'll move her down here with you. Right here. She looks around. Jiren looks up at both of you. And then the girls. You're pregnant. But you. He looks at Saris. You'll clean this. Alone. Everybody stops cleaning. Go back to doing whatever you were doing. You'll clean the apartment, Saris. And she, yeah, and starts cleaning. And Hunk, I'll help. And everybody goes back to cleaning, and Jiren, fine. It can be a family affair. As for you, he looks at Pequod. You're lucky you're pregnant. And she, yeah, I know. And Sasha moves out of the way. He walks around, what a mess.
Yeah. Most impressed. I didn't know we had that many condiments.
Pequod, I can gestures. Julius, set me down, honey.
He sets her down.
I can clean Mercurius. As he comes over, he looks like the back of a garbage truck, basically, and she starts cleaning him. Jiren looks at you. Are your goodbyes said?
Yes, they are, sir.
Captain, as Icy stops scrubbing the wall, and right. Ash, procure your weapons, and then we're leaving.
Will do. He's going to gather them up, put them in a case, and drag it behind him.
Poor Pequod cleaning off Mercurius. Jiren looks at her. I'll send the shuttle tonight. It'll be late tonight. If you're not awake, I'll send it tomorrow night. Pequod, I'll be awake. And he, good. And he looks over at Saris. You'll have this place cleaned by tonight. And Saris, yes, sir. And Icy, alright, I guess, we gotta go to the Nova. And Jiren, yes, I can get up the stairs without being insulted this time. He walks up the stairs and disappears with Icy. That's Hunk. Good luck, boys.
Thank you. We're going to need it. Goodbye, everyone. I'll see you soon. And blows a kiss to Saris.
She blows one back.
Before they leave, Julius walks up to Hunk and gives him a hug. I love you, Dad.
I love you too, son. He's holding you. Come here. Into the gym. And he walks to the gym. What kind of father am I if I don't? And he reveals his face to you.
Holy.
And he gives you another hug. I've always been proud of you, son. Always. I should have shown you this a long time ago. Mystery man, Dad, but your mom's helping me through it.
Julie starts to tear up as he hugs him back. And he pulls back. You need to show Icy this.
I will. But, at the right moment, a moment like this. I was thinking for her birthday. It's coming up pretty soon.
That's a good idea. Why did you wear the mask? Look at you.
He shrugs. Growing up, I kept to myself. I was a loser and a loner, and when I hit 18, I thought there's no better way to make myself unloserfied than to join the military. You get the uniform and all this stuff, but I was never good socially. And then I got sent to the headhunters. Commander Integra understood my strengths and weaknesses, let me parade around in a balaclava, as they call it, until she got me. Do you remember the old mask I used to wear? The old
Yes,
get
I
up?
do.
She had that all made for me. She was a mom before she was a mom to Ash and you, mom to me, another mom. And I hid behind it for a long time. Only Leslie and your mom really have ever seen what I look like, and Suletta. And Blaze once, by mistake.
Julius smiles at him, hugs him again, and he takes the locket that he has for Lazuli. I need a small favor.
Anything.
All I need is a picture of your face and a picture of Julius to put in here.
Take a picture, Davine. And he turns to Davine. He smiles.
Davine has a mop and she's looking around. Right. She puts her wrist computer up, takes the picture, prints it out, and hands it to Julius.
And here you go. He prints out a picture of his son.
Thank you, Dad. Truthfully.
You're gonna do good, and you're welcome. You're gonna do good with Jared.
I gotta. Who else can beat him but Mom?
You?
Exactly.
She didn't train you for all those years for nothing.
He nods. She didn't train you for all those years for nothing. He looks
That
at
is
Eddie.
true.
Go a bit easier on him. I mean, he's just getting back into the swing of things. Come on. And she rolls her eyes. Fine. You can have breaks every hour.
He smiles and pats the smaller beer belly. We're getting there, slowly but surely.
He pats his shoulder. All right, I should get back out there. Thank you for any gestures to him. This.
Thank you, son, for being, and he hugs you, my son.
He doesn't say anything as he starts to tear up.
None of that, don't. Save that for Jiren, he's probably gonna make you two cry. He laughs.
I hope he does. I'll see you later, Mom, yeah? She nods. I love you very much, Strawberry. Please don't call me that anymore. Oh, what? You loved it when you were younger. He puts his arms up and walks out of the gym.
Mercurius.
Hunt comes out with Julius. Mercurius is cleaned off by Pequot.
Could you leave the... He whispers, the bat toy that I got her on her bed with a note that says, "See you soon. Love, Ash."
He nods his head as Pequod starts wiping his eye thing off, cleaning it off.
Thank you, boy. Well, leave it to General Rico's daughter to be this proficient with all types of weaponry.
Pequod looks. I actually didn't hit him with this much. That was Sarah. But I was the one that slammed the bouquet on his head.
That's a good shot.
Poor guy. She starts cleaning off his chest.
He puts up with so much.
He does.
We need to get him a voice box at some point.
We should have it be like a Tommy Wiseau voice box.
Oh, gods. Well, have you seen your gift in the kitchen yet?
Which one?
Oh, the new one. Malk Hellscream.
Oh! Well, you guys can tell me about it at the bunker. I don't I never heard of Malkel scream before.
We'll tell you. He's gonna rub her hair. I'll see you later, little sister.
Good luck!
Thank you. Alright, time to face the music.
Hunt gives you both a thumbs up. It's the same as you did years ago. It'll take a bit to get back in the swing, but once you're in it, you're gonna be in it. Just give it your all and you'll be fine.
Alright. Thank you, Dad.
You're welcome, old man. Come here, son. He gives you a hug.
Gonna hug him. I can't be that much younger than you at this point.
Ah! You look better than me. You don't got one of these, and he pats the beer belly. It's shrinking slow.
I suppose, but you know, look at his arms. A beer belly that's covering a ton of muscle is better than, and holds up his very thin arm. That.
He chuckled. That's gonna change pretty soon.
Oh, it will. I could barely carry my fiancée to bed.
Oh, don't worry. He walks out here, starts cleaning. Commander Jared's gonna change all that.
Well, I hope so. Alright.
Alright, Master Sergeant.
Jennifer's gonna bring up baby Lasley to Julius before you leave.
Step to the side.
He's
There you
gonna
go.
hold her up. Yeah, so they're face to face. Alright, now you be good for Mom while I'm gone, okay?
She laughed.
I don't want no problems, because then I'll hear about it.
She smiles and gives you a kiss.
Alright, I love you, kiddo. Be good.
Jennifer takes her back. Good luck!
Thank you. He's gonna rub her head. Goodbye, little one.
She walks off, and you go to the Nova.
I'm gonna start teaching her to shoot soon, if that's okay with you, Julius.
She's 2, Ash.
Jesus.
And I'm not saying give her a gun, but toys. There are little games I could teach her with little toys that can help improve coordination. I'm not gonna give her a gun until she's about at least near 10. Dear gods. Well, a Nerf gun earlier, maybe.
Let's wait to teach her shooting until she's at least a teenager, Ash. At least. Because if a child can learn to use a gun, they are going to, and he gestures to the armory, they're gonna want to find one, and they're gonna want to shoot it.
That's fair. Although I would like to get her a Nerf gun at some point, because, oh, that'll be fun. Now, what I meant was more teach her the coordination. You know, little games, toys like, clockwork toys, that type of thing, twist toys.
Maybe I'll have to think about it.
In fact, I could teach I'm going to be teaching memory on. I could teach little Lasley about that. I actually know how to make some decently complicated clockwork puzzles, toys, all of those things.
I'm sure she would enjoy it, Ash.
I can make toys that walk and sing. Now, the sing part I'd need specialized equipment for, but the walk and jitter around, I can make things that a baby would like.
Alright, Master Sergeant, get up those stairs.
Jiren appears at the top of the stairs. Done.
Yes, sir.
Get on the Nova.
Yes, sir.
You get on the Nova, and you land at the old familiar training ground. Jiren's walking around, inspecting the place. Icy, looking around up here at some type of equipment that's been set up. She has her wrist computer out. Jiren looks around. Long time no see. This place for you two boys?
Yes, sir.
Aside from a short while, yes. I've forgotten. It's strange. When I first came here, I couldn't feel any energy from this place, but I can almost sense it now.
About you, Julius.
I've always been able to sense it somewhat, but ever since she taught me to be more attuned to ki, it comes more naturally.
Understand this. Puts his finger up. I'm not here to be your judge, jury, and executioner. Whatever mistakes you've made in the past don't matter to me. Understood?
Understood?
Yes, sir.
We all make mistakes. He walks closer. We all have moments of weakness. Walks closer. We all look like morons sometimes. Puts his hand on Ash's shoulder and looks at you like losing the EarthGov games all those years ago. And he chuckles very slightly.
I promise you, sir, I have looked like a moron far more often than you. You move past it. We have to.
Your transgressions, he looks over with Major Leslie, that haunt you, perhaps both of you, don't matter here, today. They won't matter if you complete the training successfully. What matters is what was robbed from you, in my humble opinion. This is my opinion. Again, I'm not your judge, jury, and executioner. I am your trainer. He puts his hand out and puts it to the ground in a fist. Your warrior spirit. You must be centered. He looks up at you guys to face the conflict that is to come. I believe Malcolm may have robbed you of things like your vitality, your physical form, maybe your morale, but truly what he took from you is your warrior's spirit. And he looks at both of you.
I think you're right. I need to build up a new one.
Warriors would not have been able to beat my... No. Soldiers that are not warriors, that lack the warrior spirit, could not have beat my team all those years ago. At one point in time, he grabs some snow, holds it up, and lets it fall out of his hands. You had that warrior spirit. I believe Malcolm robbed you of it.
I believe so.
Whether he knew what he was doing or not.
What fuels you, sir?
What fuels me?
Yes. What do you use to fuel yourself in battle?
Prior to my defeat at the games, looking at both of you back and forth, I believe it was my arrogance that fueled me. Nowadays, I'm centered. Puts his hand back to the ground again, and you see the snow start to lift up as if he's controlling it with his mind. Major Leslie taught me to center myself. I believe she tried to teach you two that, probably in your early training with her.
I believe so. One of the first things she told us, or asked us, was if we knew who we were, because one could not be a true warrior if they don't.
What fuels me isn't something like love or friendship. It's wanting to be the best I can be, to face the threats to come. I'm very grateful to be a part of EarthGov. My life would have been a simple, boring one were it not for EarthGov. It would have been a monk's lifestyle, living in a temple, protecting wildlife. Noble goals, but not for me. I want to be the best I can be at all times, to face the threats and the enemies to come. That is what fuels me. Nothing like love or friends. If that's what fuels you, then that's what will work for both of you.
Thank you, sir.
Negative emotions, puts up his finger, are not fuel. Fear, rage, perhaps. But even Major Leslie is not fed off rage. She does not feed off rage, not anymore. Rage is uncontrollable. I believe you had a uncontrollable bout of rage. I've studied the mission logs of Squad Sigma, Julius.
You're referring to the exoframe you took down, sir.
Yes.
Yes, I did have a bout of rage, sir.
Do you think in that state you could protect your wife and family and defeat the enemy to come?
Defeat them, maybe, but my goal is to protect people. And in that state, in a state of bloodlust and rage, no, sir.
The key is centering. Puts his hand down to the ground again. We're going to center you. Whatever happened in the past doesn't matter. Not here, not now. And it won't matter in the heat of battle. It won't matter in the months to come. the trials you'll face. All we can do is prepare ourselves to the best of our abilities to face what's to come. And he crosses his arms and looks at you both.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That is the impetus of being a warrior, the antithesis. Preparing ourselves for the threats to come. He looks at both of you, fixes his glove. Let's see where you stand. And you see steps back, all the way back here, walking backwards, and hunches down into a fighting position. Understand this before we begin. He closes his eyes, puts out his hand. I take no joy in what we'll do. I take no joy in hurting you. This, closes his fist, is only the beginning. And hunches down deeper into his fighting stance.
Of course,
Yes, sir.
sir.
Roll initiative. As he hits the fighting stance, hold nothing back. Use your greatest weapons, Ash. Whatever you deem your greatest weapon.
Yes, sir.
He's in his fighting stance waiting. Go for it.
All right. You know what? He's gonna pull out his pistols. Pull them out. First shot is probably gonna be with Ravage. Where is it? There. Oop, that was the wrong one. Sorry. That's the sharpshooter. This is the right one. Sorry.
You see the bullet stop right in front of him and hit the ground. His eyes are closed in his fighting stance.
Right. Second shot with Ravage.
Bullet penetrates the barrier and hits him, and he does not move. You don't see any blood or anything like that. Not even a tear on his arm.
Sorry, I'm thinking. Third shot with Ravage. Okay. Offhand shot with the... I'll use the void-infused shotgun. Let me find him. Okay. Boy. Alright. It's fine. He's gonna move over here. We're gonna have to work together, Julius. Careful. And that'll be his turn.
Alright, Julius is going to bonus action light up one of his fists. Or D6. There we go. And then he's going to run over here, and they have the plastiques, right? Did they bring those along?
Yep.
Alright, he's gonna throw a plastique.
Understood. Let me find that in here somewhere. Right here. Yep.
Cloud of smoke goes off. Smoke dissipates, and you see almost like red flares of energy coming up from his feet up through his body, and he's still standing there in the exact position.
All right.
He lets out a long breath right through his mouth.
Let's do this.
He opens his eyes. You see his eyes start to glow red. And you see the trees around you start to lift out of the ground. Forcibly. And large tree stumps, logs, still with the feathers on them, now surround you. Take a good look at their positioning. 4 of them just floating around you. And see more energy flowing through him. And that will conclude his turn. He does not strike.
Okay. Alright, first things first, take a shot with Ravage. Oh boy. Second shot with Ravage. I'm also going to spend a grit for deep impact shot. So he needs to make a... where is it? It's in here somewhere. A con save. I believe he needs to be to 17. Let me make sure. Yes, a 17. Okay, his AC is reduced by 1. Third shot. Boy. Bonus action, I'm going to put Hex on him, giving him disadvantage on strength checks. And I'm going to action surge. Another shot. Okay, here's the Hex. Another shot. Third shot. Here's the Hex. And final shot. Spend a grid for advantage on this one. Okay.
They hit him, the trees stay where they are, and he does not move.
Okay. Moves a little closer over to here. You're up, Julius.
Ash, if I hold his attention, do something about these logs, yeah?
I'll do what I can.
Bonus action to light up his other fist. And then 10, 20. Position himself like that and 2 attacks? Yeah, 2 attacks against him.
They hit, you feel the connection, but he doesn't move. And you hear him let out another deep inhale and exit.
Alright, on one of the hits, I will apply the brand to him. So if he attacks me, he gets 5 psychic damage.
Okay. You see him, he turns and looks over his shoulder at you. Julius, what do you do?
Prepare?
So, as he's looking at you, the 2 tree trunks come in and slam Ash for 8 points of damage in the hips, in the side of your body, since you're standing in between them, causing you immense amount of pain. See the trees slam into Ash, Julius, and he turns around to you. It's too quick. He's too quick to even notice, really. But he turns around and punches you right in the chest for 12 points of damage. And it sends shockwaves throughout the earth around you. And it sends you back. He's not done yet. He's going to punch. You're nowhere near him. But he does another shockwave punch. And it hits you as if he was right on top of you, hitting you. The force of it hitting you right in the chest, sending you back again. And he's holding the ash in place with the log.
Alright.
You better come up with a better plan than holding my attention, as the logs constrict around Ash, and these ones move closer to Ash, trapping him.
Okay.
You can still shoot.
He's gonna pull out the Ripper and try and cut out.
Alright.
Attack 1. Attack 2. Attack 3. And
You're free.
get out of it. Okay. Look what I can do. He's gonna move over here, and that's all I can do.
You're up, Julie.
Alright. This is going to move over to the logs and attack both of them with one attack.
Got it. They gone. They fall down. Snow kicks up everywhere.
Okay. And then he's going to run at Jiren and spend a key point so he can do 2 attacks against him.
I'm gonna use my solid eye to give you advantage on that first attack at the expense of 3 grit.
Okay, I'll re-roll it.
The 29 hits. But, hang on. The 29 hits. It's rolled as a miss on your end, but it hits because it's not quite an attack you understand making. I'll explain as we go, but one moment. Take a good look. It hits and he catches the fist. So it doesn't hit him, but he catches your fist. And it's smoking. You did 18 points of damage to his hand. And your hand is smoking. And he's looking at you blankly. Ash, you see Julius standing there, and his hair is white. Commander Jiren lifts your arm up in the air, Julius, so you can see your arm no longer having runes on it.
That's freaky.
You see Icy come up. That's like and Commander Jiren types on his wrist computer and shows you a reflection of yourself with your white hair.
Oh, that's not something I've seen in a while. Why are my runes gone? Why is my hair white? I don't understand a lot of this, sir. Am I in trouble?
He looks over at you, Ash. Doesn't say anything.
He's laughing. Oh God, I knew it.
We'll discuss this at the bunker. For now. And he's going to do this. You remember this from a long time ago. So you gotta beat him.
Ooh. Oh.
Oh, so close! So you take the, I believe it was the...
30.
30, yeah. 30 points of damage from him. He wins the spar off. Turns to... Puts his hand out, like, kind of like cutting through the air. He sends a shockwave of energy at Ash for 7 points of damage, knocking yourself back as much as you can. You're kind of close to the edge of the map. I think you're less than 40, but you get sent back 40 feet. He's going to finish by doing this to Julia. Strength check of 24 or higher.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah.
Yes, sir. And he tosses you into Ash, and you'll both take the 4 points of damage. And it really hurts your arms. It gives you vibes of when Leslie dislocated your shoulder, Julian.
Oh. This seems very familiar.
Yeah. Alright. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna try for triple tap. Alright. I'm gonna do that.
Gestures out.
Hmm?
He gestures out. Go right ahead, Master Sergeant.
Right. Put his wrist out. Fire the missile for triple tap. So con check. So, he's thrown in the air. Julius, you get your charged key blast. And there we go.
Okay, he's up in the air.
For the second thing, for the first time, since I keep forgetting that I have it. Where is it? Trying to find the name. I'm gonna use my vented barrel to make 3 attacks with this action. Boom. Advantage on this one. Boom. Oh boy. I'll make 1 more attack. Oh, I'll spend the grid for it since I accidentally pressed it. Okay.
Mhm.
And offhand with Aether. So that's 2 more pings of Hex. You gonna move over here? Alright, come on. Alley-oop.
Oh, sure.
Well, he's in the air, so...
Yeah.
Alley-oop, yeah. When I can reach it. Can Julie still limit break freely here?
Here you can, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he'll spend a key point to limit break and fly up to Jiren. And then yeah, let's try it. An alley-oop.
Is that enough?
It's supposed to be a 16 check.
He goes farther up in the air.
Alley-oop?
See him flip backwards a little bit, catches himself, puts his hands out to his side. In fists.
Good.
I remember that pose a lot from her. And that's all he can do.
He looks down at Ash. You see him do the old Lasley pose. His is a little different, but he reaches back with his arms and then thrusts them forward, and he starts thrusting them so quick you can't even see how many times he's doing. And he hits Ash with a staggering Kai volley for 21 points of damage from the sky. Blowing up the ground around Ash, pretty much. Just fucking raining down artillery on Ash.
Okay.
He then looks over at I like to imagine you're a little bit below him, but out of the way of the Kai volley. His eyes start to glow purple. When his eyes start to glow purple, Julius, you don't see his body moving or his fist moving, but you get knocked the fuck out of the sky and you feel a sharp pain just like somebody stabbed right into your skull. And you fall down on the ground. And the red energies that flare up around him are now erupting around him. He lands down on the ground, and I believe you'll remember this one, and he flies up to Ash. And he hits Ash for 320 points of damage. And then turns to face Julia. Out of tricks, out of time. And he's staring right at Julius as he's looking up at him on the ground, from the ground.
Out of tricks, out of time, not out of fighting spirit. As it's his turn.
You can go. He's done. And Ash is out of the game, so it's you and him.
He rushes towards him, and 4 attacks.
He's catching each blow you try to make at him. He catches your arms and crosses them very uncomfortably. You're too slow. He stares blankly at you.
I could always get faster.
He lets your arms go forcibly. Let's see about that. It's another flurry of blows. All right! Nice. So you beat him in the flurry of blows. And he takes the hits. He looks at you. That's all he's gonna do.
4 more attacks.
Nice. He takes the hits. Looks at you. Perhaps Malcolm didn't rob you of all your fighting spirit. He reaches down and hurls Ash over to Icy. He moves back, hunches down into his fighting position. You feel shockwaves throughout the earth, and you see, even though this isn't here, you see a crevice kind of like this appear behind him, and lava from the geothermal portions of Antarctica around Lasley's training facility start to erupt behind him. And it is letting off a lot of heat. Ash, Icy sticks you in the neck. You come back at full health with a med shot. You're fine. She sticks you in the neck. You're at full health, but just stay out of it, Ash, for this portion anyway.
Yeah, that still hurts.
And he is going to... Remember this one fondly, though it's not a spell anymore. Major Leslie has helped him perfect it, so he raises his AC. He's staring at you with lava erupting behind him. You'll have to dig deeper to defeat me.
Julius cracks his knuckles. Sounds like a plan. Rushes towards him. 4 more attacks. Even though they can't hit.
Nope.
Need a nat 20 to do anything.
You try your best. He catches the blows, some of them. Yeah. He catches them, looks down at you holding your fist. You are slow and have forgotten what Major Leslie has taught you. And doesn't say anything else, just staring at you.
He doesn't say anything to him, he just stares at him.
He puts his hand in your chest. I suspected nothing less. This is finished. And he blasts you for 44 points of damage, point blank, but it doesn't bring you down. You see him smirk a little bit, realizing that it did not bring you down. And he, go ahead, warrior, make your final move.
I forget what the heal was for Undying Rage. Was it 25d4?
Yes. I think so, yeah.
Alright, if it's different, I apologize, but I'm just
Okay.
gonna go with 25d4.
He watches you burst. Go ahead.
He's gonna make a... I believe that would only be 2 attack. 3. No, yes, only 2.
He watches you burst with energy, back with vitality. Perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps you haven't forgotten. As he catches your blows with his hand. Maybe Malcolm only robbed Ash of his fighting spirit, and not Julius Lazuli. He's staring you right in the eyes when he says the Lazuli, not Rainfall.
Julius smirks. I like the sound of that.
And he's gonna do it again. Let's see how fast you really are. That is gonna be hard to beat. Damn. Alright, so he plants the 31 points of damage into you. Make your move, warrior. The heat is starting to get extremely intense from the lava. Like, even Ash and Icy can feel it all the way back here.
Yeah, just 4 more attacks.
He catches each blow, and as he catches them, I understand your weakness. You relied on some type of parasite to get you through your journeys with Malcolm. It did you no favors, and he's holding your hands looking down at you. It robbed you of your vitality. It was, as he twists your arms, a crutch, and he looks right into your eyes.
Understood, sir.
You understand to unlock your full potential, and strike like you struck me moments ago, you will have to leave that creature as he's twisting your arms behind. And he just glares down at you, and his eyes start to glow purple.
Behind, you mean never use it again?
If you unlock your true potential while wearing that creature, you will kill it. Perhaps it should be a special weapon, a secret weapon. But I would not wear it if you want to pursue this path, the path of that strike moments ago. At least not regularly. He's twisting your arms, causing you a lot of pain. I'm sure your wife would appreciate that.
Yeah. I don't want it to die, so I probably won't wear it.
Very good, warrior. Rest now. And he headbutts you for 110 points of damage. Ash, when he headbutts Julius, it doesn't even look like he flinches. Jiren, he's just BAM! Just like a fucking ram hitting, a wall or another animal. Knocking Julius out cold. He picks Julius up and carries him away from the lava as it subsides and goes back into the earth. And he gently sets Julius down next to Ice. And she sticks Julius in the neck, and you come back with a splitting headache.
Hey, cat.
She's looking down at you. You're okay?
Besides the headbutt? Yeah, perfectly fine.
Ash, let me
Yes.
see one of your handguns.
He's gonna hand him Ravage.
He holds it up in the air. Did Major Lasley tell you you relied on these too much in the past?
Yes, sir.
He spins it in his hand, hands it back to you respectfully. I believe he stands back. She was correct. We should work on centering you. Did she ever have you meditate, Ash? Or just Julius, as he helps Julius up, brushes the snow off of...
Just Julius, sir. I don't know if I have any aptitude for learning key attacks, so we didn't pursue it.
You probably don't, but that does not mean you can't meditate and gain the benefits. If you would like to, I will gladly teach you. It is my duty.
If you are willing, sir, anything that can help me.
That is why we are here. He looks over at Julius. We have things to discuss at the bunker. Until then, physical training. Major Lasley used to make you run miles and miles and miles.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
There is a hill here called Hill Currahee. It's 13 miles up, 13 miles down. We will do it 25 times. Ice, you see Icy's face go white. Then we will go to the bunker.
Yes, sir. Sounds like
Yes,
a
sir.
wonderful day.
It starts to rain right as Ash says, "Wonderful day," and Icy, God damn it, looking up at the sky.
Oh, I could say something to make it worse.
No, Ash, please, let's just go. And she starts walking off.
Still better than that punch, gods.
As
Incredible.
she's walking by up here, types on her wrist computer. They even set you up a target range, Ash.
Oh my.
Commander Jiren spared no expense as he puts his arm around Julius and helps him walk.
Walking with him. I need it. I should have been hitting you more than I was.
That will come in time. He looks over his shoulder at you. That I have no doubt of. You're just out of practice.
Yeah.
Now you go to this hill. 13 miles up, 13 miles down, 25 times. Do the math.
Yeah.
You are fucking dead to the world. You're not dead, but you are exhausted, and you're not used to this type of intense physical training, which compounds even more. You haven't done it in how many years? You stagger your way into the bunker. Jiren looks around, and Icy's in the kitchen, and Jiren looks back at you. Shall I call the girls?
If you would. Yeah.
Please rest. And he points around the room and walks off. I'll be right back, Julius. Don't die on me just yet. As he disappears.
He salutes him as he walks off. All right. What do you want to eat, Icy?
Icy slams her hand on the bar here. How the fuck is he not even winded after all that?
I don't know. He's just real strong.
That's just not fucking fair! She throws a can of soda against the wall.
He trained with Lazuli for a long time, was already strong as he's just laying in his chair, and has an aptitude for key and magic. He's a badass and in the most kind way I could say it, a monster.
Icy, fuck this. I'm ordering pizza. Fuck it all. We burned off all the calories, no cooking. What do you want on your pizza? Pizzas, plural.
Pepperoni only.
Julius, just sit down, we're ordering food. Pequod and fucking Saris can bring it from Gateway.
Hey, you just get anything you want, boss.
Fine, I'm ordering the whole fucking menu. We've burned off enough calories for the year as far as I'm concerned. And she's leaning on the bar, drinking water profusely.
You didn't have to do it with us.
That a good leader does. Lead by example. What would Malcolm have done?
Fair enough.
Sit in a lawn chair.
She starts laughing.
No, he would have had us pull him in a chariot while he whipped us.
Jiren comes back. He lets out one breath. That was a workout. And I see, how the fuck? And he just sits down.
You're something else, I mean that in the most, best way possible, of course.
He puts his hand up. I owe it to Major Leslie. I was not at the peak of my strength before her. Julius, sit. He points to the chair.
Peak.
Yes, sir.
There's no such thing.
She staggers over with water, comes over, hands Ash a bottle of water.
Thank you. He's gonna
Jiren pulls up his wrist computer. Tell me something. How often did Malcolm leave you to your own devices against multiple combatants?
Too many to count, sir.
Every other combat.
And you never found it strange that somehow you made it out, fighting 12, 13 armed opponents unarmed.
I just usually equated it to Leslie's training.
Indeed it was. He pulls up his wrist computer. I've reviewed what combat footage we have from those instances. Watch here. And he shows you footage from the Dark Star where you're surrounded by the cultists and your body's acting on its own. You're striking on your own, just like Leslie. And you're too fast to see. Footage from your perspective would be too hard to understand. That's why this footage is rare. This footage comes from, I believe his name was Xerix. And he looks over at Ash.
Yes, I exoframe. He was
Watch closely. As you're striking them without realizing, you are slaughtering them. Wholesale.
I don't understand, sir.
I believe it was fight or flight. You were pushed to your limits, and Major Leslie's training helped you go beyond those limits. That strike earlier today, he pulls up his wrist computer and you see your hair is red again, and your runes are over your body again. Proves it. This was not an anomaly. These things happen. You weren't quite aware of them, because in the heat of battle, I'd imagine you were just happy to survive. You were trying to survive. Malcolm leaving you against multiple opponents, unarmed, pushed you beyond your limit.
Hey. He leans back in his chair. So it was just this white hair and no runes. This is just another form of limit break?
It is the perfected form. I believe you have, in your state, it is the unperfected form. Did you ever see Major Leslie fight at her peak?
Once during mission we had when she fought the Archfiend King.
That would be the perfected form. Too fast to hit, striking controllably. Your strike today was uncontrolled. That's why I was able to catch it. Were you in your perfected state, you would have struck me and actually did damage. He looks over at that.
Yep.
You could strike so fast you would bypass one's defenses. In other words, AC.
So, even if you had this barrier up, I'm not sure what you call it, but the barrier, would I be able to strike through that?
I would not be fast enough to block your strikes with it. I have lost to one individual in single combat, and that is Major Lasley. She is too fast for me. Even at my peak, she is too fast. She has defeated me many times.
He nods, so that's why you were saying I was slow.
Too slow. With the exception of one strike. Again, it was sloppy, that's why I was able to catch it. It still hurt as he shows his hand and his glove is seared, and you see his flesh. It's the true state of mind, or so Major Lasley says. I have never achieved it. You have, at least the beginning. That's why your runes disappear. Your hair goes back to its natural state. Your blood is not of cursed blood. If that's my understanding of blood hunters. Sorry, I do not know that much about them.
No, that's the gist of it, at least for me.
This is why your parasite would be killed. It is not part of your true state of mind or body. It would be killed were you wearing it if you were to go into this form. I would venture a guess incinerated. And he looks at you and takes a sip of water.
Well, we wouldn't want that, would we?
It's
No.
instinct. It's, that's what it is. He's gonna sit up. It's instinct you're talking about. But a higher and evolved form of it. It's the way I feel looking down the sights of a pistol. Everything, for me, in those situations, everything slows. It's like the world's moving around me in slow motion when those situations, life or death, happen, but this is on another level. Perfected. It's incredible.
Major Lasley is a powerful woman. He takes another sip of water. She cannot see the future. She went soft on you. Both of you. She looks back at Ash, or he looks back at Ash. But she did it for her reasons and her reasons alone, and it is not our place to judge. If she deemed fit, then it was the right decision. I believe in her and her teachings. But she did prepare you. It was Malcolm's poor leadership that got you in situations that pushed you to this point. I believe, anyway. You probably most likely would have achieved this if you had continued training with Major Lasley. Fate saw fit to deem it different, and you went off on the doomed Majestic with the crazed captain. Colonel. Captain! God damn it. He takes a sip of water.
Chuckles. Yeah, I do the same thing, sir.
Well, everywhere you look, Ash, it's Colonel, High Overlord, something, I saw Constable Chance as something he did. Don't get me started.
Commodore. Trust me, I know. We lived with it for 2 years.
I wish you guys had been in relay range. You could have called me, though you probably did not think you'd ever see me again, but you could have called me and I would have came and rectified the situation.
I'm glad we did see you.
I am too, as he's looking at his hand. That was impressive. And he looks at Julia.
Not impressive enough. Didn't actually hit you.
He puts his hand down. Have you been told? You know what I'm talking about. And he looks at you.
The fight at the end of the 2 months?
Mm-hmm. And I see what?
I have been.
What fight?
Oh, A bit of a training exercise. Me and Jiren are going to fight in single combat. If I do not win, I'm out of the military.
She spits water all over the table. Jiren looks down at it and looks up at you. Since
Julius-
when?
Julius stands up, gets some paper towels, and starts wiping the table down. Ever since I joined up, basically. You know, poor soldier, poor this, poor that. Basically, he gestures to himself. I'm the image of poor in the military, so this is my comeuppance. This is my test to see if I can truly be a soldier fitting of EarthGov.
Jiren takes a sip of water. I am his another sip dragon, if you will. He has to defeat me. General Lorelai's orders, Nicole. And she just looks shocked. There's no way around it. However, with my teaching and his aptitude and the foundation Major Lasley placed, I think we're fine. And he smiles. I can't believe I'm happy about being beaten. Takes a drink of water.
I agree. No offense, sir, but he can do it.
I cannot contend with somebody at that state. Puts the water down. Look at my glove again, and he shows you his hand. Perhaps one day I can reach it, but I cannot contend with somebody at that state. Your name, whether you like it or not, Julius, is not Julius Rainfall. It's Julius Lasley. I'm sure your mother is a wonderful woman, your biological mother. But Major Lasley is your mother. And he takes another drink of water. You're quite lucky.
I 100% agree.
No Rainfall would do this to me.
If I may, sir, I disagree with you saying you're at your peak. Everyone has room to grow, even one as incredible as you. You just need the right mountain to climb.
In the coming conflict, perhaps I'll find it. I'll be there to assist when I can.
I would hope so, sir. It'd be a pleasure to actually fight alongside you.
He puts the major insignia down on the desk and just leaves it right there so Julius can see.
A bit of, what's the word, inspiration? for me, sir?
Perhaps. Perhaps.
Well, it's very good. You know what you're doing. And he goes over, throws away the paper towels, and sits back down.
I've got to ask, and be honest, did any of the shots that I took do anything to you?
No. As he takes a sip of water.
He's gonna laugh. I thought so.
No, and it's not to be expected. Everybody has their place and skill set. We don't choose our talents, we're born with them. It's our choice whether we explore them and find new ones. A fighter like you, with all due respect, stands no chance against a fighter like me. A fighter like Julius, however, does. Strengths and weaknesses. Think Archfiends. Did Ceres accompany you on your battle with the Archfiends with Major Lasley all those years ago?
No,
Why?
I would assume because their blood seemed to be very toxic.
He nods. Vampires do not match up well against Archfiends.
That's true.
Everybody has their strengths and weaknesses. You are not expected to beat somebody like me, Ash. You are expected to get back in fighting duty, shape, and pass shooting trials, which will be trivial to you once I'm done with you.
Good. You two are fighters of your own power. I'm a tool user. Give me the right tool and I can beat anyone. But it's all dependent on the tool, not me.
I do think you rely on them too much. He looks over at you. It was very smart to try and use the Ripper to break yourself free. I think in the past, you would have just continued shooting held in place.
I would have.
That is why I pinned you with the trees, to see what you would do. Not for fun. I take no enjoyment in hurting you.
Of course, a, te- a teacher wouldn't. I do rely on my guns too much. Because like you said, I'm not a fighter like you. But I think I can rely on my mind a little more. Funny enough, do you know what opened my eyes to that?
What's that?
The dance I had to do with the Torgis and the Epion. I tried to force the Torgis the way I would a pistol, make it do what I wanted. That doesn't work. It is a mutual decision to do anything when you're in those. I imagine that dance is somewhat similar to what it's like for you two to launch those key blasts.
We will work on meditating with you. You will have to be, as I said, makes a fist, centered. Your mind, body, and spirit. And soul. Two different things. Spirit, he looks at Julius, and soul looks back at Ash. Two different things. But from my limited understanding, not that I would ever get in one of those mobile suits. You see him almost look scared for a second. One must be concentrated when operating them. So Suletta tells me.
You do? Me being unfocused and trying to force it to do what I wanted almost killed me when I was piloting the Torgis.
What did, he puts his hand up, what did it do to you? I'm curious, merely to learn.
When I tried... How do I put it? Imagine that you're trying to push open a door, right? And you push as hard as you can, but the door fights back, hits you back, and shoves you backwards. I tried to make it do something, and a jolt went through me. As if the suit itself was screaming at me, hitting me, telling me, no, that isn't how it works. The same way you did. Telling me to, know my place, as if you could put it that way. It was like me trying to force you to do something.
Some type of mental damage. A return or feedback from the... I don't even know what it's called, honestly.
The Epion system. Yes, that's a perfect way to put it. It was like recoil. But if you put thumbtacks on the thumbtacks on the rifle, on the stock, sorry, it was like that. Or if you punched a door or a wall, that recoil that goes through your arm, it was like that, but through my mind. The more I tried to force it, the more powerful and intense it came.
He looks over at Julius when my eyes glowed purple. Much like my Infinity Rush looks over at you, Ash, psychic attack.
Yes. It felt... I've had psychic attacks hit me before. It felt similar to that, but more... This is gonna sound stupid, but more personal, I suppose?
Yes.
Intimate, that's the word.
Icy looks at Jiren, so, even if General Lorela gives Julius back his symbiote, we should just put it away? And Jiren, I would store it somewhere and save it. It could be useful. Major Lasley could tell you more. She has a better understanding of those creatures. But if you wish to pursue the path of Lasley, Julius, I would not use that creature more than once or twice.
Overall? So it's...
Overall. He nods his head. It drains your vitality, yes?
Yes, it does.
You cannot be at physical peak strength while using it. It's a symbiote. It keeps you alive to keep itself alive. It feeds off of you. The more you use it, the more it feeds. It's a plutonic relationship. But I wouldn't say a good one, Julius. Archfiends wear them because it's part of their biology, their makeup. You are not an archfiend. The Forge gave you it, which means it will be useful in the future. He wouldn't have given it to you if it wouldn't come in handy. That being said, I would not wear it if you wish to, as I said, pursue a greater form, one that even I cannot achieve.
Yet.
Yet. And he looks back at Julius. If you wish to fight like your mother, and be the true son of Major Leslie, save it for when you need it.
Understood.
But do not wear it. That, and I think your wife would be very happy. He does smile.
She has lightened up ever since Lorelai took it away from me.
Yeah. You know, you said that there are things that match up better, like a galactic game of rock, paper, scissors, right? I'm sure there are things that exist out there that fighters like you match up poorly against, but archfiends match up well.
Yes, Archfiends are very effective against basic troops. Earthgov was losing the Archfiend incursion to my... I was not around. He puts his hand up at that time. And if I was, I would not have been prepared to face them, but Archfiends are excellent against basic infantry. They are nigh unkillable. Some soldier with an assault rifle compared to an Archfiend, even a grunt, you fought them, you should know they are rather tenacious, especially when hungry.
And it's no different from me having different weapons for different situations. That could be easily used, sparingly of course, to break a front line of infantry to allow people through. Similarly to how the shotgun I carry is perfect for indoor close-quarter combat.
He nods. Every soldier, every warrior has their purpose, their skill set. The Archfiends joined EarthGov. He looks over at Icy. She's got a big smile on her face. They will be useful in the coming conflict.
So what you're saying is Julius is a toolkit fighter.
He takes a sip of water. Julius puts the glass down. Will be... I'm trying to think and remember how General Lorelei put it earlier today when you left Rico's office. If Julius is to achieve what I want him to, as he's playing with the glass, our victory is ensured. I believe those are her exact words.
Yeah.
I agree. One of a kind, that boy.
Julius's face is just shocked. He looks over at Icy. He looks back at Jiren. Okay, cool.
Gonna get up and slowly struggle over and put his hand on his shoulder. It sounds like you are to this war what Lazuli was to the Archfiend incursion. Julius, you will be EarthGov's secret weapon, my boy.
Exactly. As Commander Jiren takes a sip of water.
No pressure or anything, Ash.
I said it years and years ago. Remember that vertibird ride? No matter what I do, I will always be a grunt who's good at shooting. You are something special.
He takes another sip of water. The stakes must be high. He finishes the water for you to achieve what you need to achieve. Not only to defeat me, but to win. That is why you are threatened with discharge. She does not do this to be mean.
I understand.
Just like when the stakes were high, as he plays the clip of you key blasting so fast that Xerx's camera can't pick it up. Some poor cultist off the bridge on the Dark Star. Just like when the stakes were high there.
Julius nods. I understand. I get the feeling most of what she does isn't out of a place of spite or malice or a need to hurt. She wants her soldiers to be better, to match up to EarthGov's expectations, and this is what that will do to me.
Consider yourself lucky. Are you to lose in the fight with me, perhaps she will take you on as her private chef.
Oh, that's an even scarier proposition than being discharged, sir.
She does rave about your cooking. She was telling me something of, after our training is complete, we're going to go watch Jurassic Galaxy, and he shrugs. I've never been one for movies. I am accustomed to EarthGov's culture, but movies are not my thing.
Well, this one's more of a documentary of us desperately surviving against dinosaurs.
He looks at you blankly as you hear the doors of the bunker open and Pequod and Saris carrying a bunch of pizzas come in.
Aye. He's gonna take the pizzas, put them down, and then just pull Saris in and kiss her.
Pequod comes over to Julius. You look tired.
Nothing I can't handle, dear. He gives her a kiss. You look beautiful today.
You look great, but exhausted. As Saris gives you a kiss, Jiren types on his wrist computer and pulls up the picture of Julius with white hair and no runes, and Pequod, what? What did you do to Julius? She looks up at him, and I didn't do anything.
You can thank Mom for that one.
What is this? As she sits down looking at the picture in your seat. Even Saris comes over. What?
It's an perfected version of Limit Break.
Is this like she looking at the wrist computer and Jiren play the clip? She sees the strike and he catches it. This looks like Leslie.
He swipes over to the Dark Star and plays it for her.
Saris, what the hell? Watching Julius beat up 12 dudes? I've seen the beginning of this clip. Do the take them down, Julius thing.
Take them down, Julius!
I've seen the beginning of this clip, but EarthGov didn't show this. And Jiren, exactly.
I didn't even know that was happening.
His body is acting on his own, or as Ash put it, very well put, instinct. In this case, an instinct to survive. The perfected state is an instinct in which he can control. Which is what we're going to do. Help him control it. Pequod's just looking at it, shocked. White-haired Julius!
He looks down and winks at her. It's been a while since I've seen my hair like that. What was it? I lost that when I was 18, so... 8 years?
Your runes are gone!
Yeah. Apparently when I transform into that form, I change into my true form, my true self. So no cursed blood, no runes, no red hair.
He puts his hand out on the table. It's his perfected state of mind and self. What was done to him to cause the Blood Hunter right is not perfected in any way, shape, or form. It is, with all due respect, an abomination. Not that it can't be useful, Julius. It is. But in this state, he does not need it.
Perfect, Julius. I like the ring to that.
It doesn't sound too roll off the tongue, me.
But Omega Julius did.
Saris, I thought it was Omega Tristan.
Only when Malcolm was talking.
Icy eating pizza starts laughing.
I think it was you that called me Omega Julius for the first time, Ash.
I did. I never once called you Tristan.
Thank God you didn't.
Jiren looks up. Who was this Tristan you speak of? He looks confused. I saw no log of anybody named Tristan on the Majestic.
Malcolm.
Respectfully, sir, not a damn clue.
He starts laughing.
Sir, could you I know I'm asking you for a lot of training in areas, but could you help me tighten my hand-to-hand capabilities?
Of
I've,
course.
I've never been the best at them, but I believe that yes, talent plays an important role. With enough hard work, someone with no real aptitude can catch up to one as talented as you two.
We will do our damnedest. He stands up, sit, making room for you and Saris so you guys can sit together.
Thank you.
Icy's gonna come over with you guys so Julius can sit next down to Pequod. Actually, Icy's gonna crash on the couch. She's lazy and tired.
To kiss her, did you find what I left for you?
She brandishes it, shows you the bat. I did. It's the thought that counts. You know I'm afraid of bats, right?
I did not.
She starts laughing. But it is the thought, gives you a kiss that counts.
The Carl is a bracelet for you.
She has it on.
Gods.
Pequod's watching Julius fighting. Why didn't EarthGov show these clips? And Commander Jiren, they were very quick to cover these up.
I understand, like, I don't like the sound of it, but me being a quote-unquote secret weapon, but why cover them up?
He looks over at you. It has nothing to do with being a secret weapon. It's very simple. It's something most people couldn't understand. You don't understand it, and you did it.
People fear what they don't understand. It would turn you into something that's less a paragon of hope and more the way people used to view nukes.
Major Leslie did blow up 2 cities. As he takes a sip of water.
Much in the way that anything reminiscent of the Archfiend still breeds fear in many people. Something reminiscent of that may very well breed fear and resentment in people. There are many who are alive from that time period. This isn't ancient history, it's recent. Those wounds are still fresh. Makes sense.
I would like you, Ash, to focus. We will sharpen your hand-to-hand skills up. You should be able to fight on a basic level if your weapons fail you. That being said, you will focus more with your captain on your limited spell usage. We should bolster those. Let's be honest. He puts his hand down on the table. If you're at the point where you're throwing punches, we have lost. And he starts chuckling.
I suppose so, sir. I will say, it's one thing I'll give Malcolm. Him being an idiot and leaving those magic books out saved our asses a few times. Hex is a powerful tool.
I never knew you were a boxer, Ash. I saw a clip of you boxing today. It was from an angle where I couldn't see the opponent, but were you a boxer in your headhunter days? I believe the headhunters did have a boxing team long before my time in EarthGov.
No, he was back in Gallia, where I grew up. There was a bounty hunter in the very small guild they have who deemed fit to teach me a few things. He saw me struggle in a fight against some a gang of assholes who were harassing a young woman. He taught me a bit of boxing. I'm very amateurish, sir.
And who were you boxing? This clip I saw was on the news, though I'm not fond of watching it as of late.
Malcolm.
He just looks at you blankly.
To put it simply, he heard me mention boxing to Davine. She, humoring me, showed a slight bit of interest, and he got jealous because he's a creeper.
It's not my place to know these things. If you wish to divulge, I am all ears. That being said, was it not true? He looks over at Julius. Your mother was dating a Spartan, one of the most decorated.
Carter, yes.
He looks over at Ash. Was Malcolm not aware that she was in a relationship?
Oh my. He starts chuckling. Oh, he was. There's one moment. I wish I had it recorded, but I swear on my life this is true. There was a moment where I walked out of my room, one of the few times I was allowed to roam freely, and I heard him talking to... I'm going to call him Globnock. I will not deface the name Gorok by calling him that again. He was talking to Globnock, and he said, What does she see in that Carter? What does he have that I don't? And Gorok's... And the response was, Hey man, he's tall, handsome, a Spartan, showers her with gifts. I know! He has nothing that I don't have! But he's not even a colonel, yet he tricks her so. Must be Ash poisoning her against me.
Pequod starts laughing. Sarah's shaking her head laughing. He blamed you for many things, didn't he?
Oh, apparently I was a traitor. I was the reason we ran out of gas once. He blamed me for spilling water on the floor that he slipped in. Mind you, this was him who did it. Blamed me for his coat getting dirty. Anything. It was... You know the comical joke of someone who's got a feud with his neighbor and blames any little inconvenience on them? That was the reality of my relationship with Malcolm Chance.
What a strange man. Tell me something. What was your first impression of him? Nicole has told me her first impression long ago. What was yours, both of you?
You can go first, Julius.
Permission to speak completely free?
Absolutely. As long as we're here training informal at all time.
Out of respect for you, sir, I will not do that.
He smiled.
I believed he was a narcissistic, full of himself, prick who didn't know anything about anything when it came to combat.
He nods. Did you take him for the grave robber and... I don't even know how to put this. Thievery of stolen historic military artifacts.
I did not, sir. I just saw him as someone who was not qualified for his position.
Well, you were correct. As he looks at Ash, feel free.
My initial thought of him was a spoiled rich kid. So, someone who was born on third base yet celebrates as if he had hit a home run. Until he said a very specific sentence. He looked at us and said the words, You are fighters, not thinkers. Your only job is to... I forget the exact wording. It was something along the lines of, your only job is to allow me to do what I need to. And that's when I realized something about him. He is a spoiled rich child who was given everything he wanted. But most of all, he was a fool. A short-sighted idiot. Someone who is very shallow and does not look beyond surface level. Pompous would be a good word.
He nods his head. Most of my race, as I said, I am an anomaly. Most of my race would never be interested in military artifacts, history. I fancy myself, though I do not have a degree. He puts his finger up. A military historian, if you will. When I first joined EarthGov, the rich military history it has was intoxicating to me. How? I am not a fan of movies, but I have seen what I need to see from Malkiana Jones. Speakwat starts laughing. Those tanks and trucks were from a conflict called World War II that happened too long ago to care about. Where did you procure them?
Malcolm, to my knowledge, bought them from independent collectors, museums for exorbitant prices, sir.
And then he blew them up and drove them off cliffs.
Many of them, yes. I believe that there are still some in existence. I think they were stored at that Dale Fellows School, last I understood.
General Lorelei most likely has them. From my understanding, the planet of... We're just calling it Gallia, though it will not be around very soon. As you see Pequod's eyes light up, it's being cracked for some unknown reason. He takes a drink of water. There's a piece of pizza hanging out of Pequod's mouth. Big smile.
Well, since we're being honest, the reason it's being cracked is that that planet holds the something that could send us back to where we came from, sir.
Do tell. As he looks at you, I've been informed of your past, but let's put it this way. They gave me the cliff notes. That it does not matter to teach you, to train you, but in terms of taking an interest in you both as students, I do care.
Appreciate that, sir. We were born millennia ago on a planet called Gallia. Planet, country, and nation, and city. Very inventive, sir. But towards the end of our time there, a man named Dale, and we fell into it with him. Now we believe we were chosen. He saw the coming of what that thing behind the black hole is. He wanted to thrust us forward in time to escape it, which we did. He collected 3, I believe they were called time stones. They completed a ritual and sent us forwards, but muddled our memories. I've used this analogy, but it was like a photo album that had most of them taken out. We collected 2 of them, and in doing so, refilled the majority of that album. They're hidden behind these sites called shimmer sites. You can only go into them if you're accompanied by somebody who is thrust through time, and you need a soul, a spirit. So Mercurius units, for example, can't go through, but exoframes could. General Lorelei saw the future and saw that if all of them were collected, there's a very high chance that we would be thrust back to the very moment that we were sent here. And we would die horribly against the coming threat. Upon doing research, we found that cracking the planet would collapse the shimmer site that the third one is inside of, preventing it from ever being reached, but without undoing the ritual.
He shrugs, puts his hands out. Can't the Rangers just guard the planet? He looks at Julius. Do you know how many resources it takes to crack a planet, Julius?
We were planning on just letting that happen, and then he looks over at Pequod and holds her hand. Someone found out.
She glares up at him with the piece of pizza now out of her mouth, and he... Right. Looks away from her.
To be blunt, sir, as much as I believe the Rangers are the greatest fighting force in the world, we've seen what that cult has behind them. Yes? Something like that, it is an immense risk. Even if 20 Ranger battalions are guarding it, it is a risk. A loose end that, in theory, could be exploited to get rid of us forever.
Do you really think they care about you that much that they would try to use this against you? Do you have a storied history against these people? To my understanding, they are a new threat on the Galactic Board.
A new threat, but through us looking at what we've done, we've unintentionally muddied up their plans many times in the past, and we have a very personal bone to pick with one of the higher-ups.
I see Tewas and them go way back. Almost killed Pequod, Almost killed them. Almost did it again. And Jiren looks over at her and, and looks back at you guys.
Yes. I agree. And the thing about that is that not only do we have a very personal bone with him, but we've been muddling up and messing with Max Tech's plans for, well, 7 years now. And we know who Max Tech actually is.
Right.
We stopped them from using the Well of Souls. What was the other one that was notable? Something big. Well, we assassinated all of their leaders.
I believe I saw clips. There's a very popular clip. What it is called live streaming. They like to live stream a clip from a security camera in this city. I believe it was called Crise, and it is a clip of zoomed in, albeit, of you and Malcolm sitting on a tower for hours and hours and hours, and they just stream it on repeat and watch Malcolm gesture randomly. They even somehow pulled the audio. He's berating you.
Yeah, squeezing his glass hard enough. As hard as he can. Yes. That happened. Ugh. That did happen. He was not very intelligent, as I've said.
I do not doubt that. He was a fool. The king of fools. And Pequod, the king of colonels, and looks up at him and smiles as she leans back into Julia.
But we've done enough to become actual targets of them, sir. And if you think about it in context, Julius is one of the few who can use an Archfiend symbiote. I'm one of very few who can even pilot a mobile suit. While we are not as notable as someone like you, or Icy, or Pequod, or Ceres, we are notable enough that it would make sense to take us both out in an instant.
A thorn in their side.
Exactly.
Julius, your wrist computer starts ringing uncontrollably. Ceres looks at you. Pequod looks up at you. Who's calling you? I'm here! Jiren, are you going to answer that, Julius? It was ringing during Ash's, the last couple sentences Ash was saying.
I don't know who it is. He stands up. Excuse me, one moment. I apologize.
Pequod, no! What if something's wrong?
Okay. He answers it. Hello?
Ugh, Julius, where you at? I come up to apartment and can't find you. You see Jiren's head recoil in shock.
Oh, Tommy, we're not going to be at the apartment for about 2 months.
What you mean, Julius? I come up to see you. Looking for Ash too. I rewrite some portions of the script all night. It's close to 3 a.m. I want to get your take on this. You see Jiren's head slowly tilting.
Waves. Hey, Tommy.
Oh, Ash, how you doing? You guys look terrible. Who's bald guy? And he points at you.
That is Commander Jiren, the shield of the army. He's helping whip us back into shape.
What do you mean? Well, why not on Gateway, Ash? Where you go? Tell Tommy. As Pequod starts laughing.
We're at a place in Antarctica right now. Very notable to us and a very good training ground.
Antarctica very cold.
Yes, it is.
Well, give me the address, Ash.
Looks at Commander Jiren as if, should I?
Jiren, there is no address for this bunker.
Yes.
He just looks confused.
There's not really an address. We're in the middle of nowhere.
Tommy turns on the hologram. Julius, I come to apartment, big mess, but don't worry. Tommy have Brandon and John Kevin come and help clean up. Give your family a rest. I mop for Davine.
Thank you very much, Tommy. You didn't have to do that.
Saint Guillotine see his artifacts. He did not take them. Tommy told him they no longer belong to him. but he will want them back to defeat Domestic Menace. You going to help him kill his son again, Julius? As Jiren, what? And looks right at Julius.
Long story.
Yes, it's a long story, Commander. I will inform you of it. If the squad is assigned to that mission, and if we... Yes, we'll help him kill his son.
Well, don't worry. We went to General Lorelei office today, Julius. We tell her of this threat again, because apparently you guys forced Saint Guillotine out of apartment when desserts come. We tell her, she say it will be of your first mission when you guys are cleared for active duty, whatever that means. You will go down and beat Domestic Menace for all of EarthGov. True heroes, American heroes like Tommy. You see Jiren mouthing American hero?
Oh god.
Yes.
Yes. We'll defeat the menace.
But we must give Saint Guillotine his artifacts back just for a short time. Then Pequod, pregnant lady, can keep them. In fact, we find Saint Guillotine's holy robe, crusader outfit, catcher's, I don't know what called, breastplate. We find most of them. But we need helmet and holy pipe. You see Jiren mouthing holy pipe?
I'm sure we could part with these artifacts for a short while just to help with the Domestic Menace.
I come to apartment. I wonder where everybody go. Old lady with eye patch doing good now. She told me you guys leave for somewhere but wouldn't tell me where. So I figured I'd give my good friends a call.
Appreciate the concern, Tommy. And
Did you wait, did you get Major Lasley autograph for Brandon, Julius? He keep asking.
Not yet. We're unable to find her at the moment.
once we're finished with training, we'll be able to find her. We'll know where she is once we're done training.
Well, how long you think you'll be gone, Ash? Tommy does not like losing friends.
Looks over 2 months, Commander?
He is just shocked looking at Tommy.
2 months. And then we'll be back. Better than ever. I mean, if you want me to be in your movie, you want me to portray you looking like a bone rack. I need to put my muscle back on.
That is true, Ash. I write sex scene, but we are not going to have you do anything with anybody. No sex scene with other person or actress. We will frame it in a way where it just looks like someone there. You see Jiren mouthing sex scene.
Uh-huh.
And Tommy, I need you to show your ass to sell this movie.
Looks at Saris.
She starts laughing. Pequod starts cackling. Even Beat Tired Icy is rolling on the couch laughing. Tommy, I have a very nice ass when I was younger, Ash.
We'll do anything for you guys.
Tommy turns to Julius. Julius, do you think your mother liked that wine I sent her? Or gave her, excuse me.
I'm sure she did.
What do you think my chances are with her, Julius? Just be honest to Tommy. We good friends. Friends always are. Tommy never lied, Julius.
Truthfully, Tommy, your chances might not be great. She did just get out of a very close relationship with another person. He sadly passed away, so she might still be dealing with that grief.
Well, Tommy did not know this. He was just taken back by Davian's beauty. Had Tommy known this, he would never have been fast and sent flowers. But I think maybe instead of have date with Davian, everybody just come down to restaurant and we have big dinner. But I get to sit next to Davian at table.
We can arrange that, Tom. Yes.
That would be great, Julius. You know what they say, Julius? Love is blind. And you see his eye get it seems like it gets more lazy when he says.
Oh.
Yes, love is blind. I know that for a fact.
You want a cheat code, Tommy?
Yes, I do anything. Well, Ash, I don't know. Maybe for now, I think I lay low with Davine. I like see her, but I did not know she lose such close person. She need her space, but in due time, Tommy marry her.
Of course. She likes tea, Tommy.
What kind of tea, Ash?
What was it, Julius? It was... Oh, God. It wasn't elderberry, was it?
Oh, I don't know, Ash. What kind of tea did my mother like? She liked black tea.
Black, that's what it
Who do you think has the best black tea in all of Earthgov? Does anybody here know?
I wouldn't know, actually.
Pequod, oh, Nest Tea brand is the best selling, I think. And then Tommy buy all of Nest Tea Company and give it to Davine.
Oh,
Oh,
Tommy very rich, Julius. I'd be a good father-in-law for you.
I'm sure you would, Tommy.
Now, remember, Julius, no more fighting with girlfriends. You too, Ash. I'm tired of this. If you have any questions or you need help, any problems with these girls, just ask Tommy. I'm always here for you. But don't deny me when I do favors for you. But reach out if you need help, Ash. Part of being good friend is realizing when you need help.
of course, Tommy.
All could have been avoided. You should have just said, Tommy, I don't know how to be good boyfriend. I'm tired and confused. Just ask, and Tommy tell you. And if you need money, Tommy give you money for girls. As Pequod looks at Julius and shakes her head. Sarah's, no, that's okay.
Oh, I couldn't, but I will take advice.
Well, okay. Have to go get my Escalade serviced, and I'll see y'all later. And he disappears off the computer. And Pequod just, God damn it. Everybody has an Escalade but us.
Dear gods. Oh boy. That was
Jared,
just-
Jared looks at you, right.
Tommy Wiseau. A friend we met back in our hunter days. Well-meaning, but, well, a bit out there.
A fan of your mother's, Julius.
Yes, sir.
Many men are.
He puts his hand up. My race, it's wired into our brains. It is not some form of racism. However, it is wired into our brains in a way that, for instance, you find Pequod very attractive, Julius. Ash, you find Saris attractive. The way my race's brain works, again, believe it or not, is we are only programmed, for the most part, wired, programming being the wrong word, to see our own race as attractive. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Makes sense. Humans.
I even found your mother attractive, Julius. As he looks at you, the one time I met her. So, I can understand Tommy's plight. He shakes his head.
Julius nods at him. Understood, sir. And
Oh.
takes a sip of water.
Honestly, he's a good man. Davine could do worse. In the strictest, most honest way that could be said.
Jaren strokes his chin. Julius,
Yes. Yes, sir.
how long ago? How long into the journey was your mother? Did she start dating Carter?
Carter was there when she was still a dog, and then once she turned back, it just sort of started to snowball. I can't put an exact date on it, but
At least 8 to 10 months.
yeah, about that. 8 months into the journey.
Your mother, from my understanding, because she's been exempt from training, as he looks over at Icy on the couch, is a very accomplished combatant.
Yes, she is.
Perhaps I will spar with her someday.
Please
I'm sure she would enjoy it.
I'd
What does
say-
she like to eat, Julius? He just strokes his chin.
He raises his eyebrow. Fish. She's a very big fan of fish with steamed vegetables.
Just wondering. Pure curiosity. And he drinks his water.
Honestly, Davine is scary, sir. While I will say you and Lazuli have the edge in terms of raw power, she gives both of you a run for your money, or may even be more, or maybe even be better in just sheer perfection of her technique.
Perhaps. He kind of shuffles. Ash, Major Lasley would break her in 2 seconds.
Oh yes, Lazuli has a completely different level of raw power. It's not even comparable.
Yeah. Me, on the other hand, I don't know. Perhaps we'll spar someday. Just spar. He puts his hand up at Julius.
Nods his head. I understand, sir. I understand.
From
Takes a sip of
my
water.
from my understanding, you must understand, Ash. I am sure she is an excellent combatant. Probably one of the best. She is a sharpened blade, an instrument in a world of sharpened blades and instruments. One that stands out for sure. And her fighting form being perfect, she could probably learn much from Major Lasley. However, I would like to spar with her first, Ash.
Of course, of course.
And don't tell Tommy she likes fish, Ash. That's all I ask.
I won't, dear Commander. And
Wonderful!
please, no, I meant no disrespect to you or Mum by saying that.
I do think she's probably responsible for saving your life in many circumstances on the doomed voyage of the Majestic, so it is understandable. But know this. You have seen but a fraction of my power, and you saw Lasley fight at full power once. Davine is a woman. She would be destroyed by Major Lasley or General Lorelei. I don't say this to be mean. You have to understand your teammates' strengths and weaknesses if you are to succeed. Your limits and how to use them properly.
Of course. Davine is, to put it in a bit of a sense that I would think of, Davine is a razor-sharp blade, capable of incredibly precise and powerful damage, but can't do anything against a sufficiently armored opponent.
With the right tools, perhaps she could.
But Lazuli and you, and Lorelei, you three are...
I do not compare to the two of them. Your flattery is noted. However, Major Lasley easily defeated me at the peak of her strength. You see her. Oh, Did you notice that hole in the mountain we were running up?
Mm-hmm.
I went through the mountain.
Well, that is true.
Twice.
There's always a bigger fish in the pond, right?
Exactly. But if Davine is to be part of the squad, and she has the proper tools, she will do her duty, and he's struggling to talk. So, what kind of fish, Julius? And he looks over at Julius. I like calamari myself, Julius.
She likes the simple fish. Tilapia, salmon.
Virginia spot.
Yes, sir.
For her to have dated Carter, Julius, she must like strong men.
Yes, sir.
Not strange, Julius. Interesting. He takes a sip of his water. Very interesting. Carter was a strong fighter, to be sure, one of the most decorated Spartans. His loss truly impacted General Rico in a bad way. Pequod looks at Julius and nods her head. He was and is quite heartbroken at the loss of Carter and Nick.
I can imagine.
They were his favorite Spartans, but favorite is the wrong word, Ash. They were... Think of you and Julius and the Headhunters, Ash. You two were Commander Integra's bright boys. When something needed done, you two got it done. No matter the mission, no matter the odds. Those two were his Julius and Ash.
Yeah. Yes, I understand that. They were two of the greatest men I've ever known. Powerful warriors, but at the same time they had a softness to them that was needed. They were incredible. There's something to aspire to and something I aspire to.
What type of steamed vegetable? Does she like broccoli, Julia?
She does love broccoli, cucumbers, zucchini, carrots, mushrooms. Her favorite type of flowers, in fact, are asters. If I don't know why you would want to know that, but just in case you do.
Ah, any knowledge is good knowledge. Will never be used, but you see him look at Pequod and she's just grinning up at him. And he looks away and looks back at Icy. I'm sure you're happy to have Davine on the team. Icy, yeah, she's way tougher than these two. With all due respect, she didn't need therapy. Didn't she start training the next day after her surgery? Icy starts thinking back.
Yes.
That was her therapy. If she didn't do that, she would have been a lot different.
Most women would have been laid up in bed even after the successful surgery. She went right down to the gym and tortured Hung.
Mhm. She is incredible.
I'm shocked she didn't kill Malcolm, Jiren shrugs.
There were. Have you seen the legendary Bad Mother space clip, sir?
I have not, and Pequod, oh boy, grabs his wrist. You're gonna love it.
So there you are, the legendary bad mother of space. No, Davey, no, no! As he goes through a wall.
Jiren, nobody has a right to call anybody a bad mother.
Yeah, so after that, me, Carter, and Ash all had to forcibly hold her back to not kill Malcolm.
It was really impressive. Carter actually had to put his back into it, even in his armor. If
I can see she respects strong men.
Mhm.
Yes.
I can see that.
You know, hypothetically, if you wanted, I could help you craft a knife or a sword for a hypothetical person, Commander. Pure.
It would be a nice gesture. I'm training her son, and this is my way of showing that her son is an excellent student. I think that would be. Yes, he's starting to stutter as Icy. Well, her high frequency blades are done, but I was thinking of she needs a blade like a backup, like a last resort weapon. She made a suggestion. She wanted it to be called the Devil's Butcher Knife to make fun of something Malcolm said. Icy shrugs, lying on the couch.
If we're going with that, then a variant of the Executioner's Blade may be a good idea.
What is this, General's? Or, excuse me. The Colonel's Butcher's Knife, excuse me.
Ash, you go right ahead, man.
Oh my goodness, why am I having... Oh, isn't that the sword Malcolm carried for a while?
Jiren! Him with a sword?
Oh, God,
Yes.
it was... Respectfully, it was the worst martial arts I have ever seen. It wasn't even martial arts, it was a 3-year-old child being handed a sheath and whipping it around wildly. There are many times where I almost got my nose cut off just from standing right next to him.
And mind you, you know how most martial arts that use blades, they use long and thin ones for precision, right? Well, he's gonna pull up a picture of it, and it looks more like if you took a cleaver and you stretched it long ways, like the image of it. He had a very long and thick, heavy blade as his martial arts blade, so it would he barely could wield it, so it would randomly slap the ground, grind across it. It would have chipped and broken apart if Snarf wasn't such a good engineer.
He shrugs. So, he was into martial arts for a time. He had the Colonel's butcher knife. The reasoning behind this, and he looks at Icy, and Icy, Davine said something. She's grabbing her face, lying on the couch, and Pequod, Davine said something about it was his Malcolm Seagal phase. They made movies, and then one of these movies called, I can't even say, A Good Colonel.
Oh.
He wielded the Colonel's butcher's knife.
Oh, I remember that. Have you ever heard the name Steven Seagal?
I believe he was some type of fake martial artist from long ago, some disgraced movie star.
Yes. Malcolm came across some of his movies and decided that because Seagal got the girl, who was young enough to be his granddaughter, in every one of those horrid movies, that surely becoming that man would lead to Davine being his. So he became Malk Seagal.
Pequod, I think I've seen some of the DVDs, and Sarah's. I've seen like a good Colonel, Contract to Kill Ash,
Colonel Commander.
Colonel Commander, On the Deadly Majestic. The list goes on.
On Gods.
Colonel Commander. Jaren looks confused.
Yes. Colonel down below.
I just can't. I can't. Everybody starts laughing. That's what they're doing. I just can't. Everybody's laughing.
Yeah. I just laughing too. Yes, yes.
And Jared looks at you. About how many of these Malcolm Seagal movies did he produce, Ash?
Well, let's see, the ones we just named. Upwards of 6 or 6 to 10. At least.
My God. And he did all this to impress Davy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And none of this, he puts his hand out, none of this impressed him.
No, sir. None of this impressed.
Right.
He's going to pull up footage of Malcolm clumsily swinging the sheath and the sword around and nearly hitting Snarf. Do you think it would?
No, I do not understand why that man thought he had a chance with Davy. Even in his, I saw a picture of him a long time ago. He was well built. Granted, he did not look he didn't have the fire that you two have, that we have, warriors. All of us here, including you, even though you're pregnant, he points down at Pequod. But even in his state before becoming cursed, he had no chance.
I agree wholeheartedly, sir.
Malcolm, the best thing I can ever say about him is he was a paper tiger, sir. On paper, he should have been a formidable opponent. Son of a descendant of a line of wizards, grandson of an arcane council member, built like a linebacker, proficient in magic, able to fire weaponry. On paper, he should have been a formidable opponent that could pose a threat to most people. May even prove a slight irritation to some on the higher end. He never lived up to that, though. He had all the potential in the world to be something. But people like him are the reason why I say that pure talent is not enough.
Apparently, he was a toolkit wizard, but at least he claimed to be. However, I have actually fought alongside, and he points back at Icy. Not in training, in actual combat. That is a toolkit wizard. He points at her, and a fighter, but still. In this case, Alpha Niner, you need her to be your wizard, not fighter. We have enough talented fighters. He, from my understanding, was not a toolkit wizard.
Excluding use of haste, flight, and I think invisibility once. No, polymorph I'm going to count more as direct combat the way he used it. Yeah, that's it. Otherwise he was just human artillery.
Pequod searching on The eNet on Frontier message board sites pulls up, albeit it needs to be edited, but the cover for Colonel down below.
My God.
Kieran looks at it. Is that Davine in a blonde wig?
Yes, that is,
Well,
sir.
didn't he make her dye her hair?
No, I heard him talking about it, and he said something along the lines of, no, I cannot harm the sanctity of my sweet Davine. She must stay pure.
Hmm.
He looks over at you guys. Right. So we don't have an exact count of how many of these movies he made. That's understandable. We have, Sarah's, we have all the DVDs back at the apartment. Jared. Okay. Right. Tell me something, Julius, in these movies with Malcolm. You guys played in some of them?
Yes, sir.
Your mother enjoyed acting?
Not in these movies, no.
Correct. Okay, I understand. That's what I figured. What does your mother enjoy doing in her free time besides working out? Out of morbid curiosity.
Of course, morbid curiosity, sir. Well, she actually does enjoy painting quite a bit.
Oh,
she-
really?
Yes, she does. I personally have never seen it, but when I was younger, she would always talk to me about being able to paint when she was younger and how she liked how the paint landed on the canvas when she would brush her brush over it.
How old is she? If you don't mind me asking.
Um, 46, I believe.
You see him with his hands up, counting on his fingers. Oh, that's interesting. By my species years, we're only... There is a big gap. My species is longer lived than half-elves. Humans, he looks at Pequod. But we're only 5 years apart by my species' way of telling time, if you will. A curiosity, to be sure.
Interesting.
An anecdote, if you will.
Aye.
A coincidence, if you will.
Yes.
She looks damn good for her age, Julius. I thought she was my age.
No, she was 20 when she had me.
Interesting. Well, a little older than me, but you understand what I mean.
She definitely looks younger than you, Master Sergeant.
I mean, she doesn't leave the apartment too much, I imagine. Nicole has said she likes to stay and work out inside. She's more of a homebot.
Yes, sir, she is.
And she's not dating anybody right now.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Oh, well, you never know. Tommy has a chance. He just kind of crosses his arms and looks up at the ceiling.
Perhaps Tommy does have a chance, sir.
He's a nice man, from what you say.
Although in a purely hypothetical universe, I'd say there's somebody else with a far better chance.
Definitely not Malcolm Chance, as Jaren stops looking at the ceiling.
Definitely not, sir.
Not that chance, no.
Pequod eating more pizza. Slides Jaren some pizza. No, I'm not hungry. Well, have fun. Enjoy the food. Get some sleep. Unlike Major Leslie, I'm sure she had you waking up at the crack of dawn to train, yes?
Aye.
Yes, sir.
I prefer training at night. I am a night owl by nature. So, you'll rest the rest of the day. We will start 5 p.m. tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
We will train till 6 a.m. As Pequod, oh my god.
Sounds
Yes, sir.
like a blast.
He looks down at Pequod, so you can spend the day with Julius, same with you, Saris. I see. The rest of the family can come down. Julius, if Davine wants to come down, that's fine too, as he's gesturing.
I will put the offer out to her.
I'm sure she hypothetically would benefit quite a bit from some sparring.
Oh, I doubt that. I doubt she needs to spar against me. She could learn from Lasley, go beyond her limits. General Lorelei, I don't think General Lorelei is not a sparer. She would just blow her head up with her psychic powers, which would be very sad. He looks at Julius, and not that she would do that, but I'm going to bed. And he walks off.
Wouldn't say she could learn nothing. If she has half the aptitude Julius does, I'm sure she'd learn quite a bit, even from you.
As he walks off, Icy hears him go and close the door, and Icy hand over her face. Yeah, well, he's interested in her for sure.
Julius puts his head down on the table. Who isn't at this point?
I've got to say, Julius, the three leading... You have 3 people who want to be your father-in-law, and all 3 of them are fantastic men.
Who's the third? Pequod looks at you. Jiren, Tommy.
Your father, Pequod, when he wants you two to get married, that makes him...
Oh, true. That is true. You were right.
Julius seems to attract the best father-in-laws.
Pequod looks at Julius. I know he's like alien race and all, but he's way cooler than Tommy was.
He is.
It is true. He is. That is all I'm going to say on the situation. And he takes another drink of water.
Hey, Julius's 2 fathers would be the most important man in Earthgov and the shield of the army.
Saris or famous movie star Tommy Wiseau.
I mean, yes. Although I will say Jiren has a better chance.
He did send up help to come clean the apartment. That was nice. Speak on looking at Julie.
Did. And I am gonna help him make that sword for her.
Saris takes she has her little blood packets. That would be a nice gesture. The way to Davine's heart, a cool weapon.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, Julius.
Hmm?
What style of sword as a last resort weapon do you think she'd prefer? I was thinking if it's a desperation weapon, something a little heavier. But what do you think?
Desperation weapon.
Jiren comes back out. Sorry, I forgot to get my glass of water. What are we talking about?
Oh, we're just spitballing what type of weapon we could make for Davine as the desperation weapon.
Oh, well, sometimes the best way to solve problems, Ash, is the most direct. Give her a call. He comes over to Julius and starts typing on his wrist computer.
Sure, yeah, let's give her a call.
It starts ringing as Davine answers, and Pequod, it's like 4 a.m., dude, and starts laughing.
Yes. Hello?
Hello, Squad Mom.
Hello, Asherian. How can I be of service?
We were discussing... Captain Icy told us that you were looking for a desperation blade, backup. I am going to assist in crafting it, if that's okay with you, and I was wondering, what would you prefer for that? I thought because it's desperation, something heavier, but do you have any specific preferences, requirements, anything?
Davine tilts her head on the camera. You called me at 4 a.m. for this?
Yes.
Jiren speaks up. We lost track of time training, puts his hand on around his stomach and bows respectfully. We lost track of time training, an intense day. They were wondering, I suggested that they call you, ma'am.
Yes.
I lost track of time.
Well, that's perfectly forgivable. Commander Jiren, yes. She gives a respectful nod of her head. I suppose a piercing weapon would be good. I always imagine just some type of shiv, something to very quickly get in and out of a situation and pierce the body quickly. So a strong point.
More scalpel, right?
Not so much a scalpel. Scalpel, you still need to tear across something. A desperation weapon should be something quick. It should be something... If someone gets too close that I can't use my sword, something small, quick, and easy to use.
Like a wakizashi, as Jiren puts his hand on Julius's shoulder.
She tilts her head again. Yes, exactly, like a wakizashi.
I was going to say either that or a main gauche.
I like the wakizashi idea, Ash.
Very well. Any specific length requirements?
Short enough that I could hide it without the enemy knowing it is there.
So between 8 and 12 inches would be optimal.
Yes.
Okay. Metal requirements.
No metal requirements, just make sure it doesn't break when put under a little bit of stress.
Icy high frequency so she can block bullets with that too.
Of course.
Icy speaks up. Davine, did you try out your gear from Snarf yet?
I did. It works quite well. I can zip around the battlefield almost as fast as Julius can run.
Good. Good. As Icy passes out on the couch.
I have to see if it's doable, but maybe enchantments as well. If this is to be a last resort weapon, maybe we can have an enchantment on it that blinds as you draw it, or something of the sort. Give it as much power as we can.
You see, blinding is a dangerous thing. Blinding enchantment specifically, because if I pull out the blade and I don't have my eyes open, I leave myself open for any attack from the behind, in front of me. In fact, if the person is in front of me and they just so happen to be blinking in the moment that I pull out the knife.
I was thinking more magical blinding than light. Magical effects like that can target just the person you want to. It's an idea.
It's certainly an idea, but it might be a bit much for a desperation.
Very well. That I can make.
Will that be all?
Of course. Unless anyone has anything else to ask.
No, Jiren's not saying anything.
No, I don't think so. Pequot, Ceres, anything to add?
Have a good night. Ceres looks at her and waves. Pequot, get some sleep.
I will. Thank you very much, everyone. Well, good night. It was very nice to see you again, Commander Jiren.
A pleasure, to be sure, as he bows to her.
Yes, a pleasure. Good night, everyone. She hangs up.
You know... Oh, I have an idea. It's hard for me to do because even at my peak, the amount of strength required to do this type of folding is very difficult, but... we could do 1,000-fold Damascus for it.
Jiren points to his biceps. Tell me what you need done, and I think I have the strength to assist you in crafting this blade, which has no significance to me, to Julius's mother.
I'd gladly have your help. 1,000-fold Damascus is just you take different layers of different types of steel. Since it's a high-frequency blade, we can afford to just go with steel. Correct?
Icy wakes up. Correct. Just make the blade, David. What?
You take different layers of steel that have different carbon contents, and you stack them, forge them together, fold them, forge them, and so on and so forth, until you have folded and stacked them enough times that it reaches 1,000 layers. It's very difficult and time-consuming, and takes a lot of strength and stamina to do, but you and I working together, we could do it. It makes a beautiful pattern, and the way those metals interact, it creates a very strong blade that holds its edge incredibly well.
The regiment I have you two on will be starting training at 5. We will end training at 6 a.m. You will be allotted 6 hours of sleep, so you'll sleep from 6 to 12. That will give you 5 hours of free time here with your friends and families. Perhaps in those 5 hours, when Ceres is too busy to be here, Ash, I'm sure she has things to attend to on Gateway, you and I can build this blade. For Davine, he's stuttering.
Of course. I would gladly. I also can use the free time to finish those knuckles I was making for Lazuli.
Icy, I'll enchant him.
You are a godsend.
Commander Jiren, yes, you are, Ash. I mean, I have to go to bed, takes his water, and disappears. Icy, you could probably make the blade here in Blaze's old fucking room. Points down, well, on a wrist computer.
Yeah, I think so. A blade, something of that quality and magnitude should be crafted. It should be crafted in the halls of a master, not my rinky-dink. In comparison, no offense to what you've got me, I'm not being ungrateful, but mine is the workspace of an amateur. Something like that should be crafted in the home of a master.
You know what's not the workspace of an amateur? Icy speaks. The pool on sub-level 3. Pequod, pool?
Are we allowed down there?
Yes. Pequod, I never knew she had a pool here. And Icy, it's an Olympic swimming pool, basically.
Wow. I didn't know that. Huh.
You know, cold water does wonders for sore muscles.
Icy pool party. Goes back to sleep.
Julius walks over, grabs a blanket, and covers her up.
And Pequod watches you with a smile. Yeah, we could do a pool party. I like swimming.
Would you like to do that, Saris?
Saris nods. I've been in the pool a lot. We can even have it heated if we want. There's whirlpools and Leslie's bunker is spare no expense.
Of course. Only fitting in one like her.
She even filled the pool up with blood one time and let me. It was fun.
Fair enough.
Took Blaze hours to clean it. She starts laughing.
I can imagine, and getting it out of your hair.
Pequod, so pool party.
Pool party.
I'm down.
Maybe Davine could come for the pool party, and she looks up at Julius with a big smile.
Perhaps she can. I would.
We'll invite Jiren too.
I'm sure Jiren would love to come.
Saris puts 40 credits down on the table. 40 says he walks away from her because he's too nervous. Pequod, 80, and doubles it.
I'm not going to take that bet because I think I see a little bit of hunk in that regard in him.
160.
Ooh.
Pequod looks at Ash. No faith in Jiren? Come on, Ash, 160. You're the one that was saying he could be as good as Lasley someday, or he's not at his peak.
400.
You want to go 400?
400.
Fine, Saris puts down her 400, Pequod her 400.
Julius puts down his.
Pool party next week?
Next week. For now, he's just gonna put his arm around Saris. We sit together and relax.
Yeah, we got all night. She smiles as Pequod leans her head on Julius's shoulder, and we'll cut there.
Perfect.